allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim.
I don't know.
By the way,
Each one, I don't know. 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 But I'm so in love with you, baby.
Yeah, I'm here talking to myself like a crazy man. But at least y'all saw me, so y'all know it was live. All right. So peace and love to y'all, by the way, man. Much love, much respect to everybody, whether we agree or disagree. You know, we here and we gonna drop this. I'm gonna say this to everybody. Somebody inboxed me and said, Garfield, when are you gonna address this? Because you know my title was Diddy will die in prison, right? The reason why I say that, and I don't wish that on anybody, I don't think this brother is ever going to come out of prison. And I'm going to get into that shortly. Candace Owens made a video, you see, all of a sudden, anybody on YouTube, right? Like if Garfield put up a video, you know Garfield has a background with history and research. All of a sudden, Candace Owens is a historian and a top researcher. And what happened is they are targeting African Americans, FBA, ADOS to make y'all emotional. But what's wrong with the whole thing, people don't realize, is that the demographics of African Americans that are into YouTube are usually the ones that really don't, that percentages is the ones that don't really vote a lot. So YouTube, although people watch YouTube and they get their views, it's really not a lot of people backing what you're saying. They just like gossip. So when they hear about Kamala and all that stuff, they just love gossip. You the same dude that thought Polite was going to jail. Yeah. I thought he was gonna pay the mother and get off. That's just being honest. I thought Polite was gonna get off. I thought the mother would have caved into his persona. You know, that was a prediction. All right. As far as my prediction, it don't mean nothing because it's not based off a lawyer or whatever. So I could say whatever. We're YouTube. All right. But I'm gonna get into the whole Diddy situation first. Then I'm gonna get into Guerilla Hebrew, and then I'm gonna get to Candace Owens and Kamala. And you know what though? I've never seen such vitriolic, is that the word, vitriolic vibes against an individual. Why do people hate Kamala Harris though? All she's doing is being an American. That's all she's doing. She's being an American. What's wrong with her being an American? Her father came up here. They had a baby here in America, and now it's a big deal if she runs for president. Oh, she's really a Jamaican. She's really an Asian. She's not black. She's not this. How come y'all never say Trump is not whatever? I don't like Trump because you know, it's funny though. When she wins, because I'm predicting she's gonna win. When she wins, I'm just saying to everybody. What are you gonna do now? Say, what is she gonna do for us? Why should she do for anything for y'all if y'all hating on her? Oh man, nobody cares whether she's FBA or not. Nobody cares. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the percentages, 40% of African Americans, based off of genetics, are Europeans. That's the crazy part. Y'all go back to Europe. 40%. That's 40% of 50 million people. Y'all fighting the wrong fights, y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all this. Y'all fighting the wrong fight. The wrong fight. I'm gonna tell you right now, you fighting the wrong fight. And the reason why you're fighting the wrong fight, family, I'm gonna tell you this right now. While my Jets game is on, I'm watching the game and I'm doing the show. But I'm gonna play the video about. Let's deal with Diddy for a second. Let's start off with Diddy. And by the way, the link is here. Fontaine, FYE Logic. I saw this video with this dude and this lady. I'm like, the dude look just like you. I don't even want to play it on the screen in case it's you. But anyway, if you want to jump on, we're gonna talk about Diddy first, and then we're gonna talk about Kamala and what you call it. Then I'm gonna get into the whole Hebrew stuff with Sakari and my brother Deacon and all that stuff. All right. Shout out to Minnesota, some good defense. Well, not good defense, bad offense. All right. You're mocking it. What am I mocking? She's not a part of black culture. Stop the cap. Laugh out loud. Now let's be serious. We don't like Kamala because we have a feeling that she might not support the things that we as black folks. I'm talking from an FBA perspective now. I'm not FBA. That's the fear. So I think we have agents in our community. Candace Owens, in my opinion, is an agent. Tariq Nasheed is an agent. And I'm saying this carefully because he's supporting Trump indirectly. But we're going to get to that in a minute. All right? So let's get to the whole Puffy thing. And we're gonna have a conversation about this. If y'all want to have a conversation, I'm ready. But in the meantime, let the people get in here. And we're gonna do what we do. All right? So let me play a little video in the meantime. Hold on. Let me see which video should I play. Hold on. Let me play this video right here a second. Diddy News. Let me see. Okay, I got a visitor. Let me deal with a visitor. Kwame. Cancel that. Kwame, come on the stage. Peace and love to you, brother. What you want to drop for the people? And by the way, why don't you show your camera? Today, show your camera day, man. What happened? Your room messed up like Umar's, or what happened? Why people don't like to show themselves? Sunchild, big up yourself. All over the agree and everything. Big up yourself.
Big up. I just wanted to say, I was on the assumption that Diddy might get out, but I don't think he could beat the gray area charges. I think the gray area charges are gonna be hard to beat. As far as the promotion of prostitution and the sex trafficking charges, because it's very gray areas.
Mm-hmm. Hey, hold on a second. But Garfield, bro, she's not FBA. We FBA. Okay, what does that have to do with politics? I don't think where you're from has anything to do with politics. We're in this dream world, like a politician is supposed to run and say, hey, I'm only focused on black Americans. They will never win an election in this country. If you're going to win an election in this country, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to be somebody that's universal, with a universal approach. First of all, it's hard for Europeans to really accept black folks until Obama. That was just like outside the norm. The guy was like a changer, a universal changer with American politics. A black and African American could actually run for president. Then they say, oh, he's not FBA either because his father is from Kenya. You can't win. You can't win. I don't know what's wrong with folks. They don't realize how divisive this foolishness is. It's just crazy. It's so divisive in so many ways. But Kwame, what do you think about this whole thing? Let's stay on Diddy for a minute. We're gonna get to Kamala. And by the way, I'm not voting for Kamala or Trump. I don't vote in elections nationwide. I vote in local elections, and I think that's more important than the overall election because it's a system. and there's not much a president's gonna change. The only things they're gonna change is like the taxes. The rich gonna get richer under the Republicans, and the rich gonna get less richer under the Democrats because they tax them at a 36% bracket for the corporate taxes. That's one of the major things. Otherwise, who supports fracking versus who supports this? You know, we argue about stupid things when it comes to elections. What does it mean to you? Why do you hate Kamala? Oh, she locked up black people. She did this. We're going to get into all of this in a minute. But let me just deal with Diddy. Cornel West, if it's about FBA, I don't see Tariq pushing FBA. Why don't Tariq push Cornel West? He's FBA. He's a historian. He's from the civil rights movement. He marched. He got arrested. He got locked up, beat up for the sake for the rights of black folks in America. Why isn't Tariq pushing him? Why aren't other people pushing him? We play too many games, yo. We play too many games. Too many games. We play too many games. We playing games. We got to stop these games. We play too many games. All right, what's this video that my brother sent me? Okay, yeah, I saw that. I'm gonna play that in a second, bro. I'm gonna play that in a second. Thanks for that video. The Jets get their ass whooped. The defense is not that good. They don't look that good at all, man. Not looking good. All right. So all elections run together. You sound crazy. I said, yeah, but I don't vote for national politics. I don't care who's the winner, Sheffrin. I don't care if Kamala wins. I don't care if Trump wins. I don't care. It don't affect me. What I worry about is my local elections and stuff that I could get through my politicians. That's what I care about. That's all I'm saying. Y'all want to fight over who's going to win? Who's going to win or who's not going to win? Not going to help none of us. None of us. It's not. And that's just facts. What's up, Sabio?
What up?
In the building. What's up?
What up, dog? How you doing?
What do you think about this whole Diddy thing, man? Because I'm saying I don't see him coming out on bail. I think dude's gonna die in prison, man. I don't wish it on anybody because he has children, but he's gonna die in prison, man.
Hey, I hope he don't die, but hey, he got a bad situation ahead of him.
What a play by the Jets defense. Fire!
He got a bad situation.
Boom!
He got a bad situation, bro. That situation he got himself in, I don't even really know how he gonna handle it. When they told that man $50 million ain't enough for us to let you go, you knew it was up. When
hold on a second. When people say I vote locally, though, I understand what they mean. The party, is it not local, state, and national? That's fine. You have independent candidates locally too, family. You have Green Party, you have whatever. Jets is trash.
Hey, Garfield, no tinfoil hat conspiracy, but you don't think Diageo has nothing to play with?
I'm not doing that, but I did hear some people make some points about Diageo. You see, that's the problem. This is another thing that I've noticed I'm talking about FBA, black community, Jamaicans, everybody. We run to the conspiracy route. I got my brother right here. Look at this brother right here. Diversion tactic like OJ, man. Freak off, not a crime. You see, this is a Nuwapian speaking. Now, he'll defend Dr. York. So why, if we're against Dr. York, I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, he will defend any crime. What about the crimes that he has committed with these ladies, these young people? You see, I'm for this, right?
There's nothing in that 14-page indictment that says anything about molestation.
Let me talk on my own show for a little bit. May I talk on my own show for a little bit, brother? Is it okay? Okay. I am saying Diddy is possibly mimicking folks in Hollywood and the music business behavior that he noticed while he was getting into the business. Most of the people, to me, right? Most of these folks who are in the business who made it are either bisexual or undercover homosexuals. That's just my opinion. Those are the ones that have made it. You had to do something. in a Jamaica, we say you bow. You had to bow to do certain things. So that means you practice or indulge in certain behaviors that you wouldn't like the public to know. I don't think Puffy is guilty in the sense of him doing what other people doing and he mimicking. I think he just got caught. His behavior is should be prosecuted for his behavior. Don't get me wrong, but he's just doing what he saw everybody else do. I'm gonna give you an example. I used to work a job in a group home, and everybody used to, when they leave, they say, "Yo, you clock me out." So I would clock people out and put their punching card because we all leaving at 11 o'clock at night. Do you know they terminated me for telling somebody to clock me out? And I'm like, and the girl that terminated me got promoted and used to do the same thing. So when we met with the union, I said, Karen, I used to clock you out. So you still got a job. They had to be like, whoa, what's going on? And she was on the management side. So now with Puffy has a lot of secrets. Now this is the little gray area that might get him off. You see, all those people that's supposed to testify, if they get money, they not really care about no trial and being on camera and say, yo, I testified against Puffy. That money talks. So that's the only thing that he has left. You understand? Shepard says snitch. Bro, but I'm getting fired for what she used to do too. So that will make, so I'm like, yo, what are you doing? And that was my Jamaican sister, man. But they just hated the fact that I was the union rep and I used to cause them mad problems. Like, get rid of this guy, man. They had memos about me. All I'm saying is, with Puffy, we got to be careful and we got to be honest. He's not doing nothing out of the norm that nobody knew about. That's all I'm saying. All accountability. Yeah, but not if that's the norm. That's the norm. That's why Epstein and them, they say they're coming in suicide. That's the norm for them crazy people. This is why a lot of talented artists don't make it, because they're not willing to do those things. I'm not walking to no Juniors to get no cheesecake for Beyonce. I'm not bowing down to Puffy. I'm not giving him head so I could get a record deal. I'm not doing none of that. And Mongo says,
yo.
And how strong can a RICO case be if it's one defendant and it's one victim?
Let me play some of these videos right here so y'all can see how crazy this stuff is, man. Let me get into this for a little bit. All right. And let me go to my Instagram post. Instagram, this is the one that blew my mind, right? About Puffy, right? This one right here. Check this out.
You ever wondered who killed Tupac? Well, one of the best lawyers in the country. We're talking about...
Hold on. Not this. We're not going to deal with that yet. We're going to deal with this part right here. Now, this what happened this week. These people got a hotline if you want to get Puffy. A hotline, y'all. This is crazy.
Yep, a hotline.
From the lawyers who say they represent over 100 alleged victims of the freak-offs. A couple of takeaways. I'll let you listen to exactly what they said. They said more than 20 of the people they represent were minors when the alleged occurrence happened. Now, they didn't say if that was 20 rapes of minors. They kind of labeled it more generally as sexual abuse. Not clear exactly what it was. They did give some descriptions. There was no mention of any specific evidence they have. There was no mention of any other specific defendants that they're identifying, like another music industry executive or something. Here it is.
Let me share with you a few just kind of give you a sense of the kind of cases and the kind of instances that people are calling and reporting that we are trying to corroborate, vet. And these are the ones that we've already corroborated, vetted, and collected evidence on. One individual who was 22 years at the time, she was assaulted, said that the typical MO at one of these parties that have been widely discussed in the press was that when you were handed a drink, and now we know that the drink is laced with something, if you refused to drink it, you were kicked out of the party. Now, let that sink in for a minute. I mean, the admission to this party was that you had to drink the chosen drink that was handed to you. And now we know that in most cases, I would say 90% of the cases, these individuals were drugged with some sort of drug. That was kind of the MO. Another instance, this individual who was 9 years old at the time, was taken to an audition in New York City with Bad Boy Records. Other boys were there to audition as well. All of them were trying to land a record deal. All of them were minors. This individual was sexually abused, allegedly by Sean Combs and several other people at the studio, in the promise to both his parents and to him himself of getting a record deal. Another instance, another minor, told allegedly by Sean Combs that he would make him a star, but needed to visit with him in private about it, away from his parents. Once they were in a private area, allegedly Mr. Combs made the victim perform oral sex upon him. Another incident, an individual 15 years old at the time, flown to New York City to attend a party, was drugged, and then taken into a private room, allegedly in the presence of Mr. Combs, where this female individual, minor, was raped, and then other individuals took turns raping her. Another individual, 26 at the time of the occurrence, was picked up by, allegedly, by Mr. Combs and several other people in a black SUV from the airport, was given one drink in the SUV, and then literally woke up the next day not knowing what had happened, but with pain and damage to both her vagina and her anus, where she then went to the hospital. She was missing her underwear and her shoes. Another instance, an individual, this time not a minor, attended a group dinner, allegedly with Sean Combs in Miami. She wasn't drinking because she was pregnant, but whatever she drank at the table, apparently, at least according to her, was laced with something. She blacked out, and she woke up in the same bed, again, allegedly, with Mr. Combs in his mansion in Miami. Her vagina and her anus were torn and sore. And I could go on. I mean, literally, you're sensing a theme here. It's the same theme, and it all involves some sort of drug. One instance, an individual who was 20 years old at the time was asked to attend, just saw her on the street, asked to attend a party in a hotel. She was flattered, went to the party, was given one drink and doesn't remember anything else. Ultimately, was so messed up, went to the hospital where they found cocaine and this horse tranquilizer in her blood system. I'm going to give you a quote from a very young man who told us over the phone about his experience and all the things that happened to him. He says allegedly at the hands of Sean Diddy Combs and his friends in the effort to try to sign a record deal. This was kind of what he was told he would have to do. His quote is, "Had he not been in power, I feel like I could have been something great. I quit the industry because of what Sean Combs did to me." And that's really what it comes down to. We are pursuing this, asking you to support this effort, to encourage witnesses and victims to come forward and bring your evidence so we can continue to break down this wall of silence, and we can continue to have these stories heard. This is the beginning of what I hope to be a national dialogue. This type of sexual assault, sexual abuse, and sexual exploitation should never happen in the United States or anywhere else. This should have never been allowed to go on for so long. This conduct has created a mass of individuals who are injured, scared, and scarred. If you're one of those individuals, we ask you to reach out. If not to us, to someone you trust. If you're someone who witnessed any of these events, we ask you to reach out. Your name can remain confidential. with that, I'll take a few questions, not many, maybe two. But if you have a question, I'll be pleased to try to answer it.
How many minors are making accusations in total, and are the feds aware of the allegations of minors in the case?
I don't know what the feds are aware of, okay, but I do know it's 25 out of this 120. I will say this to that point. We welcome the FBI or any authority who wants to come to us, and we're going to make that available to these victims because I think that's important. My suspicion is, based on talking with these folks, is that the FBI is just not aware of these people. The FBI has talked to some of these folks, and I'm going to try to encourage the victims to, in fact, talk to the FBI because I think they have some very important things to say.
Tony, were all of the children auditioning because they were musicians, or were any of them kids of employees or anything like that?
All seeking either TV or some sort of music career with promises of, we're going to make you a star. Instead, basically did things to them such that they don't want to have anything to do with the entertainment industry ever again. All right, guys. Thank you very much for your attention. We're going to go now. Thank you.
Do you anticipate any Houston cases?
I watched the press conference from the lawyers who say they represent over 100 alleged victims of the freak-offs. A couple of takeaways, I'll let you listen to exactly what they said. They said more than 20 of the people they represent were minors when the alleged occurrence happened. Now, they didn't say if that was 20 rapes of minors. They kind of labeled it more generally as sexual abuse. Not clear exactly what it was. They did give some descriptions. There was no mention of any specific evidence they have. There was no mention of any other specific defendants that they're identifying, like another music industry executive or something. Here it is.
Let me share with you a few, just kind of give you a sense of the kind of cases.
All right. Y'all back up. What y'all think about this stuff?
Yeah, well,
Kwame, I'm gonna say it before you talk. My brother, there's no way the federal government, yes, the case that the federal government is bringing against Puffy is centralized around Cassie and her claims. But this guy here, Busby, you look at his track record, and you're saying that he don't have to. Bro, there's tons of videos on the internet with people saying that they drank there and it was drugged. That's what he's doing. He's doing the rape drug shit, bro. What I don't see what this is what they do.
Accusations aren't facts, my friend.
So you think so Dr. York didn't do it either, right? They made it up for Dr. York too, right? Are you one of those niggas too?
Nah, I wouldn't say that.
So let me ask you a question, right?
Every case by case is different. You can't just.
So you're saying that all these people are lying against Puffy?
They'll have to prove it.
I just need to know. I'm asking you. So you're saying that they are all lying? These people are liars.
I don't think Puffy had to drug any women and put them on a
G5 jet. Hollywood, bro. You heard that with Epstein. You didn't hear that with Epstein?
Yeah, but even looking at the Weinstein case, a lot of the charges, a lot of the accusations that Weinstein faced, most of them got dropped. He's only in prison for the case in California.
All right, but let me ask you a simple, because you know what, they reported it later. But the point of the matter is, all these people are lying. This is what you're saying.
I'm not saying they're all lying. I'm just saying I don't think Puffy had to drug any women
because he has money. You see, some niggas ain't got no game, yo. Some dudes ain't got no game.
That's
some
true.
Dudes ain't got no game, bro. I know people that do use date drugs in regular parties. This is just something that people do at parties, bro. That ain't got nothing to do. Let's take Puffy out the equation. Let's look at the party scene in Hollywood for a little bit. Just think about it. You can't say, yo, all these people are coming forward and saying, yo, I want a piece of the pie. Now, the civil cases, you could hold that argument. But with what Cassie is saying, if she's saying this and with all the stuff that she's saying, though, has include other people and other things that they've done in the past. So you gotta be careful, though. You gotta be careful, bro. You gotta be careful. You can't just say, hey, this is not you're doing life. Let me tell you something. For all the people that said this is a distraction, like my brother, my Muslim brother said earlier, Bro, distraction from what? America is about social media and gossip. This is why when I made a video about Sarnetta, we had 7,000 views, 10,000 views, 14,000 views. When Sarnetta talked about me, he got 15,000 views in 2 hours. We like gossip and drama. This is what the world is built on. So when this is what the people want to talk about, because that's what people, if you want to build a YouTube channel right now, just make it about Puffy. The girl Snatch Investigations whole channel is built on Polites and the case of Polite. This is what we want. We want gossip. We want to hear. Hold on, bro. We want to hear foolishness, but that doesn't mean that the person is not guilty. It's not a distraction. Distraction from what? We're distracted every day with social media. I'm gonna run through a bunch of stories and show you how distracted we are. We are distracted all the time because we care more about who somebody's sleeping with in their bedroom than our life, how we gonna pay our bills. That's the problem with black folks. We care more about people's business than our own kids' business. It's crazy. We got to stop taking up for the bro. And by the way, too, man, if I hear you do something to a kid, I'm taking the kid's side. I'm believing the kid's side first. I'm believing the kids. I don't care what nobody says. And if they're lying, we suffer the consequences when they're lying. But
for the first time,
did you see one of the accusers' video?
What? Say that again.
Did you see the accuser video that took a picture of Puffy and now claiming that he sexually assaulted him?
That ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about, bro.
That's one of the accusers. He's a minor.
Okay, so anybody? I know what you're talking about. That young white dude, right?
Yeah.
And he's that story right there. I wouldn't take that case if I was a lawyer. I wouldn't take it.
But they're taking this serious. Like this is a real sexual assault case.
But you know what? Then, well, if it's a real case, what if it's really true though?
That he took a picture. He took a picture with a little boy and put his hand around him at one of his parties, and now he's claiming that he was sexually assaulted.
So all right, is he lying?
That Puffy put his hand around him and took a picture.
I said no. If Puffy abused him, how would you know if Puffy abused him or not?
Garfield, if you play the video, he's claiming that Puffy put his arm around him and that's his sexual assault. He touched me. He touched me in a way that made me feel uncomfortable. Are you serious?
Okay, all right, but hold on a second. Let's play the video because I want to be fair because I know what you're talking about, so the audience can be fair. Did the accuser? Hold on a second. Which one are you talking about? The second video, right?
No, it's the first video.
First video. All right, we're gonna play the first video for you. All right. Let me share this.
Countless precision.
Before his arrest, disgraced music mogul Sean Diddy Combs was famous for holding his annual 4th of July party in the Hamptons. All of the well-known partygoers wore white, and it wasn't exactly a family-friendly event. Now imagine you're a 6-year-old kid and you find yourself a guest there. Allison Hall has more.
Can you believe this 6-year-old boy was once a guest at Diddy's infamous white party? The disgraced mogul has his arm draped around a young Justin Livtowski back in 1999. Justin is now 31 and tells Inside Edition about taking that photo.
He put his arm around me in an uncomfortable way, close to areas that you shouldn't as a grown man.
He recalls what he saw at the party.
So I remember marijuana, and topless women. That's the two main things that I remember.
So how'd he end up there? Well, his father, David Allen, was Diddy's photographer, snapping pictures of partygoers in the Hamptons. Justin's mom, Maya, was also there. She says the party was family-friendly at first, but then turned raunchy.
People were getting high. There were girls swimming topless, young-looking girls that were, not dressed. We moved to another part of the house so that he wouldn't be exposed to what was going on.
In later years, Diddy implemented a curfew for children.
The kids had like an hour left
So get extra comfortable, because this thing turns into something that when y'all get older, y'all don't want to come to.
I think he's a monster.
This week, Houston-based lawyer Tony Busby says more than 120 people are coming forward with claims Diddy sexually abused them.
Our youngest victim at the time of the occurrence was 9 years old. We have an individual who was 14 years old. We have one who was 15.
Did Diddy assault you in any way?
When you say assault, I don't know the exact definition, but he put his arm around me in an uncomfortable way.
Diddy is now behind bars, facing federal charges of sex trafficking and racketeering. He denies all claims of sexual abuse, including against minors.
All right. Now, in that situation, I don't think that's the Kwame, that's one guy making a claim, trying to get some fame. Who cares about that guy?
Right. Who cares about that?
Obviously, Inside Edition, if they interviewed this guy and
they interviewed him because you don't
can't
understand
say
the
we
reason why
care
they
about the guy.
interviewed him.
Hold on, Kwame.
Inside
Did he
Edition.
say that Puffy? Did he say Puffy sexual assaulted him?
No.
He just said he just claimed
No.
that sexual.
No, he did not.
He just said that he touched him in some places where a grown man shouldn't have touched the kid. We don't know what
He said he hugged him uncomfortably.
So what?
He wasn't uncomfortable at 6 years old.
Kwame.
He didn't think it was uncomfortable then, no. In that picture.
Hold on, Sabio. Does that mean that Puffy, all the other cases are false?
No, but judging on the lawyer that just came out that said she don't want nothing to do with one of the accusers' case, that we have to take some type of consideration that a lot of this probably centered around finances and money.
I hope so. Well, if he did stuff to these people in the past, hell yeah. I support him 100%, bro.
So would you call that an essay case if he took a picture with a boy? Not mind you, it's not like
bro. I watched this video last night, bro. I watched it. I called bullshit on the video, but the point is, there's nothing clear that he's claiming in the video.
Right.
He just said he was sexual.
No, he did not
claiming anything, bro. He ain't claiming nothing. He just said he touched him in places that a grown man shouldn't have touched a kid. He ain't saying that the dude abused him and grabbed his balls and all that stuff. He didn't define and clearly say, I'm suing. We don't know what this dude is doing.
So why is Inside Edition interviewing him then?
Because people do shit for fame, bro.
So you don't think he's one of the accusers?
A matter of fact, if he wants to be an accuser and get money out of Puffy, I support him. Because Puffy should have known better than have kids at these parties and doing this bullshit that he was doing. He was doing shit, bro.
So why did his father?
Have you heard what May said? Hold up. Have you heard what May said? Have you heard what Fox Brown said recently?
Right.
You need to get into the people that know this nigga, yo. You playing game. Yo, stop being a pedophile supporter, bro.
I'm not being a pedophile.
That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you've been a pedophile supporter.
Get money before the feds lock him up. Because once he's locked up, it's gonna be hard to get that money, bro.
But let me ask Kwame something. Let me ask you something, Kwame.
Let me ask you something. Where in that 14-page indictment said anything about molestation or children?
Bro. Because hold on a second. He's transporting minors like Dr. Yacht across borders. That's what.
Where in that indictment does it say anything about minors?
I heard the guy read it on last week. I played it last week.
It's nothing in that indictment that says anything about children or molestation, Garfield. You could pull it up. There's nothing in that in the 14-page federal indictment.
So Kwame, let me ask you.
If it was minors or children, you don't think they would have charged him for that?
Let me ask you a question.
He has 3 charges. Is nothing centered around minors, molestation of children, or any of that, or any of that?
Okay, let me ask you one question.
I hope Usher don't testify. That's all I gotta say.
What did the 50 million? What did them denying, saying that they would not take $50 million from Puffy? What did that say to you?
Okay. If you pay attention, Dawn Richards came out and said,
No. What did that mean? What did that say to you? When have you ever known the U.S. government to turn down money? And then $50 million, they let some people out for less.
Okay, if you know the case, if you following the case, the reason why they denied Diddy bail because they say that he contacted one of the possible witnesses. So they
Girl
say he
from that
may be a
group, remember
danger.
that group with Don Richards?
Huh?
Remember that group with Don Richards?
Yes.
And he said, yeah, he turned he got to shut her up. He got to shut her up. He got to shut her up.
And I don't think Diddy should not get a bail. Harvey Weinstein got a bail, and over 80 people out of Hollywood. These are not people that's broke. 80 people out of Hollywood accuse Harvey Weinstein, even though he only got sentenced. Most of his cases got overturned in New York. He's only sentenced on one case in Los Angeles. So we gotta be honest. There's nothing in Puffy case that the federal indictment says anything about molestation or children. Those are all accusations.
Look at this right here. Look at this right here. I ain't made this up. Oh man, Aaron Rodgers is throwing mad interceptions, bro. Diddy's ex-bodyguard says music executives told him Diddy allegedly made Usher's butt bleed when he was a kid and sent Usher to the hospital. So this is his allegedly by his bodyguard. So now I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's not true. But where's all of this coming from? Where's it coming from, bro? You think somebody just got up and made up shit about Puffy? Say, yo, we gonna get him? Yo, y'all crazy. You guys are nuts if you think something didn't happen. You guys
so give me a percentage.
Hold on. Let's look at what crazy ass Suge Knight.
Suge, help people understand. What tapes are you talking about? Who has them? And what kinds of things do you think?
This is deep. You know what they show. They have a thing in the industry, right? And the sad thing about it, I don't like mentioning Usher. I don't like mentioning Justin Bieber. I don't like mentioning all these people that everybody know what time it is. So at the same time, they used to have a joke. They never played this joke with me. And they used to walk in the Interscope office. They'd go back there and they'd be like, hey, we passed the test. I said, we haven't did the test. One dude said, well, don't say that in front of Mr. Knight because he's going to take it offensive and hurt somebody. I said, well, whatever it is, I probably will take it offensive when somebody will get their ass whooped. You know, that was me in those days. But they used to have these guys, they used to call it the boiled egg test. They could take a boiled egg, a raw boiled egg, and have those guys put their pants down and bend over and they stick it up their ass. The eggs break, they say they're not ready yet. They ain't put enough work in. This is Hollywood. So everybody want to go act like they don't know what's going on.
Hold on a second.
But
Suge,
if you just look. That's all you got to do.
I have never heard of anything like that. Suge, help people understand. What tapes are you talking about? Who has them? And what kinds of things do you think they show?
But you know what they show. They used to have a thing in the industry, right? And the sad thing about it, I don't like mentioning Usher. I don't like mentioning Justin Bieber. I don't like mentioning all these people that everybody know what time it is. So at the same time.
All right. Now, I don't know if what he's saying is true, but again, it's something with Puffy involved again. This is what I'm trying to figure out, though. It's the same person being talked about.
So these can't be disgruntled ex-employees?
Ex-employees? All right.
Suge Knight, a disgruntled ex-employee.
I'm talking about the bodyguard. They can't be disgruntled ex-employees?
Quiet, y'all. Listen to this.
Old Puff Cosby. Y'all gonna find out what I'm talking about. You ain't gonna believe this shit. I can't tell you because I don't want to get killed. One man said, I got you back. Well, somebody got to help us then, sir. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right, I'm going to tell you a little bit of it. But y'all better. These motherfuckers is scary. They put the drugs in the baby oil. You thinking you getting a massage, bitch, you can't even get up. Old Puff Cosby.
Yep, everybody's lying on Puffy, bro. Everybody's lying. Everybody's lying on Puffy. This shit is crazy. Look at
All of
this
a
shit.
sudden,
All of a sudden.
Cassie,
Hold on,
I'm
hold on.
not
Look at this
saying
shit right
you're
here.
not a victim, and I'm not saying he wasn't abusive. If Diddy was a
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Let me take this off because I got to show this what Ryan Leslie said about Cassie. Look at what he said.
famous, would she have stayed? If Diddy couldn't have do nothing for her career, would she have stayed? What are the chances that Cassie, this pretty young girl with a promising career, would have stayed with Diddy if he had nothing to do for her? Because she left Ryan Leslie for him, right?
I was gonna say
that's corporate climate.
Artemis said the love triangle between you, Diddy, and Cassie ruined your moments.
What did Ryan Leslie do to her for her to leave him? He was helping her with her career, right?
He was.
Okay. She left Diddy, him for Diddy. Why?
Because I guess he was the bigger fish.
Okay. We dealing with a woman that Puff provided her with a trainer, and she started sleeping with the trainer and went as far as having 2 kids and married the trainer off of his dollar, right? But nobody's going to look at it that way.
Your life is the aggregate of the choices you make.
Cassie, I'm not saying you're not a victim, and I'm not saying he wasn't abusive.
Craziness, man. Craziness. Craziness. More craziness. Oh, man. They coming for Puffy, man. They coming for Puffy, bro. What you
Just
gonna
like
do?
everybody believed that book from Chris Todd and it got removed from Amazon. And his
From
Kim Porter family came out and said the book is fake. And everybody still believed the book is real. Like we have to take everything into consideration.
So you're saying all of this stuff is all a money grab. He ain't did nothing wrong.
I'm not saying everything, but what it's coming down to, how you go from 3,000 people call that hotline and they only taking 100 people serious. So we have to take the percentage into consideration. And just like the YouTube world, people
100 is too many.
People leave certain
100 is too
organizations
many.
and then they
Stop.
slander the
Stop.
people. Then they slander the people that they was a part of.
Hey, 120 is too many. What are you talking about? Are you mad because it's not 3,000?
That shit is crazy.
I'm just saying.
This shit is insane, nigga. You need to go check yourself. You need to go check yourself. You need to go check yourself right now, dog.
Y'all niggas
sound very emotional.
No,
Did you
it's not
see the
about
two?
very emotional. The fact is, I'm saying this. This is what we do. We accept bad behavior and we make excuses for niggas because they have money. And that's the problem. We make excuses for niggas because they're popular or they got money. It's the same thing with niggas taking up for Polite. They found fucking his semen on the fucking chick's face, the young girl's face, and we were still taking up for Polite. That shit is crazy. Y'all niggas is crazy out here. We could disagree, but you have no reason to disbelieve these people based off of what you're saying. You're not saying nothing crazy. You're not saying nothing right now.
Because these are not criminal cases. These are civil cases. These are just accusations.
Cases because some people don't want to go to court. It's just like the young girl. Why do you think Polite when they went and interviewed the girl in Massachusetts, right? With Polite's case, he wanted to see how long they was willing, because I was saying if he's not guilty, I'm going to trial, because that girl they got to get her to come out and say XYZ in front of a judge. They got to get her to do that. But he decided to cut the case lost because he was going to lose regardless. But he's smart, though, because if he had gone to jail, he'd have done 25 or more years, because Florida is not playing with no pedos. So he took a deal so he wouldn't have to die in jail. He took a deal so most of his life wouldn't be in jail. So he had a chance to come out and pull the same con games he was on before. Polite made a smart decision for the rest of his life, because he knows there was an opportunity that he was going to get like 60 years in jail. He made a decision so he could come out and probably have a life outside of jail again. But I'm telling you, bro, this is a civil case, but the feds case, they're just basing it off of Cassie and whatever. I think if Cassie don't come out and testify, it's going to be a problem. What if Cassie decide, I'm going to move out the country? I ain't got nothing to do with this no more. Because if the case is based off of her, then they screwed.
Well, after she got the money, after her and Diddy settled, well, not even her and Diddy and his company settled, she signed an NDA. She said she would never speak about Puffy again.
All right. Anyway, anybody else want to jump on? Deal with this Puffy issue? Anybody else? Any other defenders of Puffy out there? Any other defenders of Puff Daddy out here?
Yeah, I just want to say this isn't new to me. I've always, for a very long time, I've been wondering and having questions about Puffy. There's just been some things like I just couldn't catch, and it's like all these years, if you haven't been paying attention to some of the things that has happened with Puffy and the people on his label that's been with him, then you just been following and listening to the music and not really paying attention. It's kind of like with Suge Knight. Like if you wasn't paying attention to what was going on with Death Row, you really wouldn't understand how all this shit plays up. And I can see why you can make some of the claims that people are making, but this shit sound kind of weird. 120 cases are being taken serious.
But Suge
That's
Knight
too
signed
many.
Tupac and
Yo,
Tupac was convicted of murder.
hold on.
Hold on.
Yo, hold on.
Take a look at it. Take a look at it. Take a look at it.
Yeah, you might be right about that. Good point, man. But what was that comment you made about how the baby oil at Diddy house might be laced? What makes you say that?
Well, what I said is that isn't it weird that the government was so interested in Diddy's baby oil that they took 1,000 bottles away from his house? If the government took 1,000 bottles of baby oil and somebody had things what appeared to be baby oil, and then you have to listen to the prosecutor. He said that they seized 1,000 bottles what allegedly to be baby oil. Allegedly to be baby oil. So that's telling people that it wasn't baby oil. And people think that was baby oil, they out their mind. I don't believe it was baby oil. Yo, bro, when they went up in there, they knew what they was gonna find. They knew what was ever in that baby oil or that those bottles that appeared to be baby oil, they knew about that at first. You gotta realize 9 times out of 10, that individual that got caught at the airport, that was supposed to be their carrier, told them what they was doing and what they had. I wouldn't put him past that he told them everything. So when they went up in there, they knew they had to take whatever was out there, and that thing that appeared to be baby oil, they took that. They got to test every last one of them. Let's see how much, let's see how many of those come back to be baby oil. Bro, listen to me. Costco don't sell that much baby oil. Where you know sell that much baby oil?
Yeah, I don't know any store that sell that much baby oil. I know Costco, they came out and said that they don't even sell baby oil.
Y'all heard something, so y'all must have heard something, so go ahead, family. Go ahead, Brother Law or Keon.
Peace and blessings here, brother.
Peace and love.
Go ahead, brother. I'm glad that you actually just played that little short skit with Gene.
Mm-hmm.
My question is this: Gene was around this brother all through these parties and everything else. Was he or was he not an ex-police officer or parole officer?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't he say anything?
Say anything about what?
What he saw.
Yeah, he said some stuff in the past, bro. I just gotta find the videos. He said some stuff.
Gene's been talking since he left. Gene's been talking for a while.
And remember, he stopped working for Diddy 2003, so he wasn't around for nothing with Cassie.
He's been talking for a while. Gene Dill's been talking since the Tupac and Biggie shit. Gene Dill's been. That's why I say if y'all haven't been following certain people, y'all really didn't know.
Everybody's
this is our Flippy 3. Flippy 3 is actually twice as fast and we've.
If you don't mind me asking, because I know the topic is sensitive, what happened to Usher?
I heard about some music executive from the industry back in Harlem. You know, I heard it from some music executives back in Harlem. And I'm not going to speak on their name. They doing programs and everything like that, and they may be doing some. They may speak on it themselves. But I heard it from some music executives.
What did you hear?
Bro, you know how people be talking, and we was around some people, something like that, and then some people might say, "Yo, I don't F with that dude." And at the time, I didn't even know who the F Usher was. You know what I'm saying? It was one of those type of situations. And when people say, "Yo, man, I don't F with them niggas, man, I'm getting out that industry and everything like that." You know, Puff sent this little kid to the hospital. How he sent her to the hospital? Man, nigga was bleeding from the butt. And that's what was said. But I didn't even have a name for the kid at the time. Then you heard it, and that's what happened. And that's just, that's something that you heard. You don't know if it's true, you just heard it. So, and just to hear this, and this new thing where they saying that they got kids coming forward and said that he did that, man, that shit is crazy. And like I just said, that's just something that I heard. It's something that I didn't know. It's something that I ain't see.
Oh,
a lot of people want to, because Gene Deal has spoken on certain things that I've heard, I have spoken on it. But then they were just trying to say, I know. No, I'm not scared to say what I heard. And if there's any truth to it, then it's truth to it. Let them find it. Things that I've saw or things that I've witnessed and been a part of, I've said it. I'm not afraid to say what I saw or what I didn't see. A lot of people want to make up shit. I don't make up things. When I say Puff go in the room with two girls, you understand, and another guy and a rapper, and then all of a sudden they cousin try to go in the room, I throw them up against the piano, they run out the room with grabbing towels and they naked. They still had two girls in the room. But people want to make up a lot of bullshit and say what they want to say and flip it the way they want to flip it. I tell it like it is.
Garfield, just let me know when I can speak.
But you got these guys, you got these people out here, man, you know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay. That being the case, he said all that to wait until being after a disgruntled ex-employee, a Puffy, to get on all these social media platforms, expressing all of this anguish and pain. When is your empathy as a human being sitting, as a man, as a father? You didn't chose to say none of that to the authorities? As a man? You was cool with it when you was getting a check, but now you're not getting a check no more. Now you want to go everywhere else speaking on it? Come on, man.
Agreed.
When does empathy as a man sit in and say, you know what, this is a child?
So you mean to tell me all the shit that Gene Deal's been saying about the things that he's witnessed, that he was privy to, that he was around, that he's spoken on, you haven't watched?
No, that's not what he's saying. You gotta listen. You gotta listen.
Like, I'm listening.
Brother Law said the men had a responsibility to report or stop what was going on as a man at that point. So if you see kids and all that stuff, you gotta.
But didn't he say he didn't see no? He didn't see it.
Let me ask you a quick question.
He
what
said
if
he
you can
didn't see
start
it.
and grow your own profitable business?
Sean Diddy Combs was once known as a rapper, music mogul, and serial entrepreneur. These days, however, he's known as an alleged sicko who allegedly used and abused people in the most disgraceful way and is now paying for his sins. P. Diddy in the last 12 months has been in the focal point for everything but his musical and business ventures, as he sits incarcerated in Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center awaiting trial after he got indicted for sex trafficking charges. The truth about his freak-off parties have finally gotten exposed. Sean Diddy Combs has been a mogul in the music industry for over 30 years. He's played a part in the careers of some of the most successful names in hip-hop. While music has been what the majority of the public recognize him for, things have been a little different behind the scenes, as most of his peers know him as a strategic event planner who puts together some of the best parties in the music industry. Some of those parties were highly documented celebrity events like the all-white parties, while others were not so documented and illegal for that matter. In the late 90s, Sean Diddy Combs started hosting these all-white parties. The all-white party was an industry party hosted by Diddy himself. There were 3 different criteria for anyone who wanted to attend. Number 1, come with a good attitude, ready to have fun and let loose. Number 2, have ties to the circle of celebrities attending. And number 3, show up in white clothing. The parties were a white dress code and decor-themed event attended by all the A-list celebrities in the industry you could possibly think of. The events initially started getting hosted in the Hamptons before moving to other locations that Diddy picked. These parties were supposed to be a fun day/night of festivities, which it eventually was for all the high-profile celebrities who attended. And the intention behind the white dress code was a way to strip away everyone's image and put them all in the same color and on the same level as stated by Diddy himself. Diddy described these parties as breaking down racial barriers and generation barriers, as the attendees came from all walks of life, different ethnic backgrounds and racial backgrounds, but they were all still connected through the circle of elites they were rolling in. The first party took place over the Labor Day weekend on September 7, 1998 in East Hampton, New York. Diddy reportedly invited 200 people to a barbecue at his new Hampton home. The guest list was fairly diverse, hip-hop and R&B artists taking up most of the space, along with some of the biggest actors. On top of that, a young Leonardo DiCaprio, who had just finished recording Titanic at the time, was one of the guests. Everyone who was a somebody in the entertainment business was invited to the all-white party. These events helped the music mogul raise his profile in the industry, something he took great pride in.
They won't even give me a permit for the parties, man. They don't want me to throw the parties no more. But we ain't gonna stop. We're gonna keep on having fun, bringing people together from all walks of life.
Oh! I'm a savage. Whatever I want, I'm going to get. Whatever I want, I have to get.
The parties boosted Diddy's public image and equipped him with enough connections to run these parties between 1998 and 2009, when the last one took place. The very much publicized all-white parties are, however, not to be confused with the so-called freak-offs. These after-hour activities were not so known by the public. It was the party after the party. Drugs and baby oil are at the top of the headlines in relation to these dark, sex, substance-infused get-togethers hosted by Diddy. These sexual encounters are described as coercive and abusive by the prosecution seeking legal action against Sean Combs, and are the heart of the trafficking case he's been indicted for. The 14-page indictment heavily focuses on how the defendant, Sean Diddy Combs, abused, threatened, and coerced women and other people around him to fulfill his sexual desires. Diddy's freak-offs were allegedly fueled by a criminal enterprise who forced others into sex trafficking, along with forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. With the help of his deep network of employees, resources, and influence he had built up throughout these last few decades as a music mogul and serial entrepreneur, Diddy put together what he called freak-offs, which were essentially sex marathons that were not consensual. He allegedly lured his female victims by creating an orbit of women under the false pretense of a romantic relationship. Threats of violence and physical force were present, on top of coercion, all in the name of fulfilling his dark desires. The freak-offs were essentially an explicit show which sometimes lasted for multiple days, directed and hosted by Diddy himself, and it involved multiple people at a time, both men and women. As Diddy was pleasuring himself, unbeknownst to the alleged victims involved, he was also videotaping these moments and saving them as leverage against them. Another critical aspect of this is how Diddy, as a way to sedate and control his victims, allegedly used copious amounts of drugs to keep them in check obedient, and compliant. After these freak-offs, the victims received IV fluids in order for them to recover from the physical extortion and drug use forced upon them. The freak-offs were facilitated by Diddy's enterprise, which consisted of a team that included high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other business employees of his. Their duties included booking hotel rooms for these freak-offs, stocking the rooms in advance with supplies for the sessions. Among the supplies were drugs, baby oil, lubricants, extra sets of linens, and lighting for the rooms where the freak-offs were about to take place. The people working for Diddy were also told to clean the hotel rooms after these freak-offs to try to mitigate any room damage. Arrangements for the victims' travels were also handled by his people, and so was the resupplying of any necessary items like the IV fluids, narcotics, and baby oil for the freak-offs.
Sean Diddy Combs and his production company, Bad Boy Films. Dozens of agents searched the property for hours, leaving with boxes of evidence.
If you have a child, 12 or older, and you like for them to get into the best university possible, I have something.
Law enforcement seized a lot of these supplies in March 2024 during a search of Diddy's various residences in Los Angeles and Miami. Diddy had his people handle basically everything for him. Any payments that were made to the SEX workers involved were all done in cash, which was delivered in large sums all over the United States. All Diddy had to do was arrive and it was game time. The emotional, verbal, and physical abuse the alleged victims were subjected to is a big focus in his case. The indictment against Sean Combs states that he maintained control over his victims through not only physical violence, but promises of career opportunities, on top of threatening to withhold any financial support that they were receiving by means of coercion. Those means included tracking their whereabouts, dictating how the victims dressed and appeared, monitoring their medical records, controlling their housing, and propping them up with substances to establish control and preserve dominance over them. During and separate from these freak-off sessions, Diddy, among other things, hit, kicked, threw objects, and dragged his victims by their hair. These assaults resulted in serious injuries that took days and sometimes weeks to heal. On top of this, any resistance to participate in the freak-offs led to the victims' careers and livelihoods getting threatened, which Diddy had full control over. The victims fully believed that they couldn't refuse any demands made by Diddy without risking their financial or job security, or without repercussions that came in the form of physical and emotional abuse. Diddy, on top of all this, used the freak-off recordings he had of the victims to keep them in his control and silence them. Members and associates of his alleged criminal enterprise, including his security personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Diddy himself flashed guns to intimidate and threaten his victims, including witnesses of any abuse. In March 2024, during the search of his residences, law enforcement recovered and seized multiple firearms along with ammunition, including 3 AR-15s. With altered serial numbers on top of drum mags. These are the firearms that are believed to have been used in the intimidation of the victims. The criminal network of people who enabled and aided him did so mainly through keeping tabs on the victims by making sure they followed directions and protocol regarding financial payments, and by advancing or suppressing career opportunities based on their compliance level. The cover-up was made possible by everyone who worked under Diddy, and that was done through concealing the violence and abuse he had caused upon them. Diddy's alleged victims had all their movements tracked by his criminal enterprise in order to intimidate them and prevent them from leaving the freak-off locations. There were several instances where victims recalled being captured to remain in hiding for days at a time in order to ensure that they recovered from the injuries Diddy had inflicted upon them, so the physical violence could continue on in the dark. Anyone who attempted to flee was then contacted and located by his employees. Any of his employees who witnessed his abuse and questioned Diddy's authority or reputation were also assaulted to ensure their silence. These acts included physical violence, kidnapping, and arson. In late 2023, following the public allegations of Diddy's crimes in regards to the statements that were made by his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura, as his reputation was threatened by negative publicity, the alleged victims and witnesses in his case were pressured to stay silent through means of bribery by Diddy's enterprise. They were told not to report what they knew or experienced to law enforcement, and to provide false narratives of the events that took place if it came down to it. Diddy recorded these incriminating phone calls, and they were eventually retrieved by law enforcement in this case. The freak-offs are essentially described as a horror show that was elaborate and produced SEX performances where anyone involved ran the risk of getting propped up with drugs on top of coerced using physical violence. These freak-offs left the alleged victims so exhausted they had to be given fluids just to recover. Diddy then used all the videos as leverage against anyone who participated and kept them silent and traumatized for years. The end for Diddy is near though, as he is incarcerated and as the government launched an extensive investigation into the life of Diddy with the intention to uncover the dark realities he put his victims through. Anyway, if you made it this far, drop a like since you enjoyed the video and subscribe if you're new here. Appreciate you for watching, and I'm curious to hear what you have to say about these freak-offs that Diddy was hosting. Let me know.
All right. Anybody want to add on? Go ahead, my brother.
Did you see the thing I posted with that with the Los Angeles Times in the back about
Don't worry
the?
about that, man. We're talking about the video we just played, man. Come on, man. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused. What do you got to say about the allegation?
They just allegations. I don't see no facts in it.
Okay. All right. So he wasn't arrested for. What do you got to say about the allegation?
I mean, arrested and using baby oil as evidence. How strong can the case be if they're using baby oil as evidence?
Okay, that's why he didn't get bail, right?
Right.
This
shit is insane.
I don't know about you, bro. I don't know about you, bro. I don't know about you. This is why when you research about Jesus and all your research, I don't take you serious because you're really not saying nothing at all. I can't deal with you right now. But let me deal with the brother Keon Wills White. What's up, brother? What's up? What's in your mind?
What's good, brother? Man, I'm gonna be real with you, dog. I'm not a Diddy supporter, but I do hate the simple fact that it seems like conspiracy theories are the main running point of why this man is actually being alleged to be a Satanist, like he's sacrificing women to Satan, all this other weird stuff that's happening. People that's ex-employees is coming out talking about things that they supposedly was around about, but didn't say nothing at the point, but didn't want to say something after he done went viral for being all this. That's the only thing
Exactly
that
my
makes
point.
me. That's the only thing that makes me a little bit, kind of what's the word, suspicious about some of the things that's being said, like things like Jaguar Wright, things like this Gene guy. Like these people are getting paid for these interviews. Like we have to
Exactly.
always keep that in mind.
All right, let
These
me
are
stop.
people.
Time out.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Forget about the interviews. We need to focus on what the allegations are based off of what the U.S. Southern District of New York City is saying. Their conviction rate is like 95 to 98%. I'm not worried about Jaguar Wright or Gene Deal and people getting money for interviews. I don't really care about that. I'm talking about what he's alleged to have done. You guys got to realize this is federal court. This is not state court. This is a guy who has a conviction record that's above the average that's in New York City. He's not playing games. We could talk about conspiracies all we want. Forget about Jaguar White. This is why I
So
said,
wait, do you think he's going to jail for everything he was indicted for?
for everything that he's indicted for, I think they wouldn't have brought it unless they actually had a case. Let me tell you something. Remember, these people are the
you
same
serious,
one.
Garfield?
Come on, Garfield.
Bro, if they
Come
didn't
on,
have a
Garfield.
case,
So
Come on,
everything in
Garfield.
that indictment, he's going to go to jail for.
Hold on. The issue is not if he's going to jail. The issue is how long he's going to stay in jail. This kid, let me tell you something. You see, Truth Story said it last week.
Garfield, you're not answering my question.
Hold on. Y'all not familiar with the Southern District in New York City and what they do. They're the same ones that dealt with Trump, that's dealing with Trump, and this is the same state people, Letitia Wright and them, that got convictions on Trump. They are no joke in New York. So if you guys think that this Diddy thing is so, hold on a second. If you guys think this Diddy, so hold on. So you think he's arrested and denied bail twice because it's some sort of joke?
No, I think he's arrested and denied bail twice because he tampered with actual evidence and people that was going to be witnesses. And also there's a video of him actually beating the ass of a woman. That's why he's denied bail. He's not being denied bail because of freaking parties or secret parties in which he had celebrities come over and have sex with other different people. Like that's what I'm saying. That's just what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's an actual facts to this case and there's other things that people are fake raging about that we don't have no evidence for. That's what I'm saying.
Let me say this. Have you guys ever listened to Mace talk about this?
Oh my God! Here we go with other hearsay shit.
The reason
Here we go with more hearsay shit.
The reason is he is an eyewitness to what went on. So you can't say hearsay because he's actually an eyewitness who was a part
eyewitness that didn't report shit. Garfield, come on now.
Well, that's a whole other situation though. Niggas is being niggas. Because
niggas is being
all right,
niggas.
Hold on. Dr. York. All right, hold on. You remember when Dr. York's wife went in court and she pled guilty and said, she was a party to this and she did her time and she wrote a book about it saying, and she apologized. She's the only person I know of who actually apologized to the victims in the Dr. York case. And she said she helped to facilitate the niggas' free calls that he had with kids. She would bring the kids in, the young girls, whatever, and have Dr. York sexually assault them, sexually abuse them, and so forth. She apologized. She did like 2 years or whatever, right? Now, are you saying May should have reported it? How many people really report what's going on with Diddy? Nobody reported it. So you gotta have eyewitnesses, but that doesn't.
Is that an excuse? What
that
are you
does,
using that as an excuse?
Hold on, Keon. That doesn't excuse Diddy's behavior, though.
It doesn't, but does it excuse the fact that Mace didn't report the so-called shit that he
Mace,
saw?
We don't care about Mace. You see, that's the problem.
You brought him up.
I'm saying that he's an eyewitness to this. Whether he should have reported it or not is irrelevant, bro. If me and you walk down the block, right? And I'm fondling little girls, right? If I'm fondling little girls and you don't report it, that doesn't take away from me actually fondling the girls when you testify against me.
But it does make your story.
Hold on.
Right,
Willie, hold on. If I'm fondling the girls and I'm wrong for doing that, you don't report it, that doesn't mean you're not an eyewitness to what I did. We don't care about, you see what you're doing? You're centralized on Mace. Oh, he didn't report it. Who gives a fuck if Mace reported it? The issue is he did the shit.
The government. That's who. If you're telling me a story that happened 20 years ago that you supposedly saw, and supposedly this person touched a little girl, and then you want to tell me 20 years later, after he's been convicted, after it's done went viral, after all this stuff, you seem suspicious. Period. Dot. Just because you don't look at it as suspicious, a lot of people will look suspicious.
I agree with this notion where it says that if you sit down and do nothing, that means you're a part of it. That means if I'm a police officer, we always say, if you see the abuse and don't say nothing, that means you are actually in agreement with the abuse. So Mace, you are in agreement with the abuse, but that's not the issue. The issue is Puffy and his behavior. The issue is not Mace. I brought up Mace because Mace can be an eyewitness to certain behaviors. That's why I brought up Mace. Gene Deal, the security guard, can be an eyewitness to certain behaviors. That's just facts. We can't. You see, what we're doing is we're making excuses for Puffy's behavior by saying, hold on. Let me finish. Time out. Let me finish.
False.
When we make the statement, they should have said, no, we don't care about they should have said. The issue is it's coming out now. I don't give a fuck about Mace or Gene Deal. The issue is the nigga was foul from back then. It's sad that some people would come out now and try to do it for social media purposes, like a Jaguar White or whatever. I'm not saying what Jaguar Wright is saying is right and exact, because she do be making up shit. What I'm just saying to y'all in general, we are focusing on the people and not on actually the victims and what the perpetrator did. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if your evidence is somebody who saw something 20 years ago about the person who's being prosecuted, that means that's your evidence. What do you mean? This is your evidence. Your evidence. Come on, Garfield. I let you talk.
Not the witness.
I let you talk, man.
That's not the witness. That's
okay,
different.
But you brought up Mace as a piece of evidence of what he said has something to do with what Diddy did. My only thing is that if your evidence is somebody who saw something 20 years ago and only wants to come out with it 20 years later after all the stuff that happened, it seems suspicious. That's all I'm saying, and I don't see how you can disagree with it.
What seems suspicious?
The fact that you saw something 20 years ago and you did not report it, that is suspicious.
Why did bro? That's throughout life, bro.
That means that you either did something. That means that you're either a part of the situation.
Y'all say one time Diddy's a foul nigga.
Diddy is a foul nigga. Diddy is a fuck nigga. Diddy is probably a rapist. I don't give a fuck about no Diddy. I'm talking about your evidence and the people that you're saying is a part of this case.
Evidence. What are you talking about? What evidence did I bring?
Garfield, come on, bro.
Only thing I care about, the only thing I could talk about, bro, on a realistic level is the case that the people brought forward. I don't even care about the civil case. I'm just saying, based off of the fact that the government, the federal government, decided to take this nigga to court, it's more serious than the average eyes know.
Exactly, and that's why we need to root out this bullshit conspiracy.
I don't care about the conspiracy stuff. All I care about is what the federal government brought against Puffy. That's it. Nothing else.
Then why the hell are we watching Gene Deal fucking videos,
Garfield?
Because
somebody brought up a situation.
Why did you bring up Mace then, Garfield? Like, what do you mean?
No, because people are saying that no. That was for Kwame, who's saying that nobody saw anything and whatever. That was
exactly. You're using Gene Deal as evidence of him seeing, quote unquote, seeing something, even though in the video he says he's never seen it. He says
I don't know why people mad at Gene Deal if he said he never saw anything.
In that video that I played, Gene Deal actually says in the second video that he saw stuff and he put it out. So he did say what he put out in the video. In the first video, he was talking about allegations made by somebody else. He was talking about
Usher.
About Usher. Now, as far as what he saw, that ain't got nothing to do with the case. I was saying to Kwame, he said he doesn't believe that the nigga had freak off, and why would he have to give people stuff in their drinks if he's a successful man? It makes no sense. That's why I started talking about Mace and what, because of Kwame. That's the only reason. I don't care about none of that shit, bro.
So for you to prove that so you're proving that he had freak offs and all this stuff because Gene Deal
No, you didn't hear nothing I said a while ago. You didn't hear one word.
That's why I'm asking questions, dog. I'm just making, because this is what I'm hearing for some reason.
Hold on, let me say it slowly. The reason I brought up Gene Deal and I brought up Mace and others, even Jaguar Wright was brought up earlier, is because there's stories of him doing things at parties, people who are eyewitnesses. Mace was an eyewitness to certain behaviors. He talked about it.
So you are depending your evidence off of hearsay.
Let me finish. My brother, if somebody's an eyewitness, every eyewitness is hearsay. What are you talking about?
You're right.
What are you talking about? It has to be hearsay.
So what was the whole 5-minute argument we just had when you said you wasn't doing that? I'm confused.
No, that wasn't for you. It was for Kwame. He was on the panel. He says he don't believe that these parties happened and that Puffy had no reason to drug people or put stuff in their drinks or whatever. But
Understood.
That's the same thing that everybody has been saying the whole time period. That is what's consistent. Stuff in their drinks, alcohol, drugs. That's consistent with the storyline. Now, whether these are consulting adults doing this or not, that's a whole other situation, which is the past.
Oh, now
but
that's
as
a whole
far
other
as the federal case, that's different. I'm talking about as far as the federal case, I'll deal with what's said in the allegation. But as far as Kwame, that's why.
Big up Garfield. Big up Garfield. Big up everybody. Yeah, you might not be on the show, but I'm always listening.
The signal back.
Yes, I'm always the signal back. Yeah, it better now.
Yeah, it's better. It's a little better.
This fucking phone. Yeah. Yeah, so big up to everybody. Coffee issue today.
I think
been at parties where people.
Hey, stupid.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's raining, that's why. Can you hear me now? It's raining, that's why. And we're preparing for a hurricane. We're preparing for a hurricane, the second one within 2 weeks.
Go ahead,
but, yeah. I see that you're dealing with Puffy. Now, people need to realize that it don't matter the age of the evidence. Because the believable can be convicted, right? Trump was convicted. Yeah, he was convicted on sexual charges of 30 years testimony. So when people, it matters with Mace. Why didn't he say some 20 years ago? He didn't. He can say today. Witness can be believable. It can be used in a conviction. It can be. So that needs to take into consideration.
Hey, Stupies, go out and come back out, bro.
Yeah.
You sound bad, man.
All right, cool. I'm gonna move on from the Puffy show because I want to get to Kamala and Candace Owens. And I think one thing that I always hear people say, what has Kamala done for the black community? Like what has Trump done for the black community? I don't hear people saying that, but that's the option. But let's take a look at a couple of clips from Saber. You want to say something? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, did you know that useful charts broke down Kamala Harris's DNA?
I'm about to play it. I'm about to play it right now. I'm about to play that.
He trying to beat you to it, Garfield.
Yeah, I'm about to play that right now. But hey, let's take a look at this. This is my man Luke, who is a Jamaican heritage. He's not an FBA. Him and Tariq got into it for a while. But we love Luke, but we never looked at Luke as a Jamaican until people start bringing out, oh, he's not FBA. How do you know that? because you went into his roots. But this is a man that grew up in hip hop culture and African American experience. But the minute you have an argument with him, you got to bring out that he's not FBA. But grew up here in America. A matter of fact, I would say I'm more FBA now than Jamaican. And the reason why I say it for me, because I've lived here longer than I lived in Jamaica. And I'm a part of the culture. I might not do the craziness so everybody does. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't do the crazy stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm part of this culture. I'm part of the African-American experience. I'm arguing with Hebrew Israelites.
That ain't part of our culture. That's American culture. Shit, that's human. Smoking and drinking, Garfield. Damn.
It's a beautiful experience, I must add. Let's not forget that it's a beautiful experience, the African-American experience. It has its ups, it has its downs. I've learned so much since I've been here. As a matter of fact, I know more now because of the African-American experience of black, quote unquote, blackness than any other time in my period in my life. As a matter of fact, when I came to America, I didn't even know the word nigger. I didn't even know what that means when I came to America. So I've been a part of the African-American experience. I'm gonna tell you how. When I was going to school in Bedford, Massachusetts, this dude kicked me down on the soccer field. And he called me a nigger, and I told my white teammates, and they started a fight because of him calling me a nigger. So I was a part of the African American experience from years ago. I experienced. They never say you Jamaican, Garfield. They call me a nigger. They use the nigger with a nigger. They call me a nigger.
It sound like puppy show thing, man. What to you?
All right, go on. What you say?
You FBA to me, Garfield, man.
All right, let me play this video real quick, Luke, real quick.
On the Democrats, they don't care about America. And the Republicans do. Please write on here how the Republicans care about black people. I ain't talking about no brown people. I'm talking about black people. Tell me what they've done to support black people. No, I'm not talking about Diddy. Tell me what they've done. I'll wait. What they've done, what legislation that they've passed to support black people. What legislation they didn't stand in the front of against when it came to black people. Do what you gotta do, 32. Shit, I hope they gave you a check for that shit. Get your money. I know what half of y'all on here be talking about black for Trump. Y'all getting that man money and y'all gonna go in the boat and vote for the black lady because y'all can't live, y'all won't be able to live with yourself after that. You need to educate yourself on the Democrats. They don't care about America.
Now, if you look on the screen, right, you see a comment that referring to Kamala Harris. She has targeted the woman to send to prison. She sent many to prison for weed while getting high herself and bragged about it. And I'm sure it goes on and on. Now, where did the brother get that information from? And this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. This is what happened. This is why social media, our scholarship is based off of social media. So let me show you something off of social media that addresses Kamala Harris. All right. And we gotta be serious about this because some people, they just believe anything that's being said and say, hey, I'm a rock with this. All right. So let me do this real carefully here for y'all. Hold on. Where is this at? Where is it at? Right here. Right here. Where is it at? I got her somewhere right here. I got her. Where did I got her? I got Camilla somewhere right here. Where is she at? Hold on 1 second, family. Give me a second. Let me find this video. Here we go, right here.
Let me set the record straight. Kamala Harris was never over the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. She was the Attorney General of the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice does not oversee the CDCR. The CDCR is overseen by the Secretary of the CDCR, which is part of the governor's cabinet. During Kamala Harris's tenure, there were 3 secretaries of the CDCR appointed by then Governor Jerry Brown: Matthew Cate, Dr. Jeffrey Beard, Steve Kernan. Those are the three white men that were responsible for all the things that you want to lay at the feet of her. Oh, people were kept past their prison sentences. Not true. What is true is that the CDCR was under federal court supervision. That had nothing to do with Kamala Harris. That had to do with the fact that prisons were overcrowded and there was a Public Safety Realignment Act that they needed to come into compliance with. There were various issues with coming into compliance because there was no capacity in other facilities throughout the state. There were also concerns about releasing violent offenders. There's this completely false notion that everybody is in jail for weed in California, when the reality is 93% of prisoners in California are there because they're either there for a violent crime or because they have a history of committing violent crimes. So when the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation needed somebody to represent them, they can't call up Johnny Cochran. They have to be represented by the Department of Justice. The Deputy Attorney Generals represented the interests of their client. And so if you have an issue with what was represented in court, then what you really have an issue with is the position of the Secretary of the CDCR. So go talk to Matt, go talk to Jeff, or go talk to Steve and keep Kamala's name out of it. Let me set the record straight. Kamala Harris was never over the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. She was the Attorney General of the department.
All right, so we got that straightened out. You could do some more research on your own on that. And I got another video I got to play. Here's another video I got to play for y'all right here.
Man, hell no, I ain't voting for no Kamala Harris for president. What has that lady ever did for black people? Watch this. What has Kamala Harris ever did for black people?
Kamala Harris has undertaken several initiatives and actions that have aimed to benefit Black Americans, both as a U.S. Senator and as Vice President. As a U.S. Senator, advocating for criminal justice reform. First Step Act. Harris supported the bipartisan First Step Act, which aimed to reform the criminal justice system, including reducing mandatory minimum sentences for nonviolent drug offenses, which disproportionately affect Black communities. Anti-lynching legislation. Harris co-sponsored the Justice for Victims of Lynching Act, which aimed to make lynching a federal hate crime. Justice in Policing Act. Harris co-authored this comprehensive police reform bill, which includes measures to ban chokeholds, establish a national database of police misconduct, and end qualified immunity for law enforcement officers. Harris introduced the LIFT, Livable Incomes for Families Today, the Middle Class Act, which proposed a tax credit that would benefit low and middle income families, including many Black families. Rent Relief Act. Harris introduced legislation aimed at providing rent relief to families spending more than 30% of their income on rent, benefiting many Black Americans facing housing affordability issues. As Vice President, Harris has supported and advocated for measures within the American Rescue Plan, which included significant funding for Black-owned businesses, expanded the child tax credit, and provided direct financial support to families disproportionately affected by the pandemic, including Black Americans. Harris has championed the Black Maternal Health Momnibus Act, which addresses the Black maternal health crisis through investments in social determinants of health, funding for community-based organizations, and improvements in data collection and research. Harris has been a vocal advocate for the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the For the People Act, aimed at protecting and expanding voting rights, particularly for communities of color. Harris has worked to secure increased funding for historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, recognizing their critical role in providing education and opportunities for Black students. These efforts reflect her ongoing commitment to addressing issues that disproportionately impact Black Americans.
She still ain't Black.
All right, let me play one more video and we get out of here. Hold on one second. I think, hold on, before I play this video here. Nobody, you see, that's the thing. We get emotional because people said this. I don't understand people, and even with the reparations argument, but they put her on the spot right here. Right here. Let's take a look at her being questioned by, does she support tax-funded reparations if elected president? What did Trump use? Trump used the other day that she supports reparations against her. Now listen to this. Did you know this?
Reparations for descendants of Africans enslaved. If you elected president, would you sign that bill if it came across your desk?
When I am elected president, I will sign that bill.
But in the area of reparations for descendants of Africans enslaved, if you elected president, would you sign that bill if it came across your desk?
When I am elected president, I will sign that bill.
All right. Let me also do something that I gotta have this discussion with everybody, man. Unc always use this stuff here, and I'm gonna take a page out of his playbook for a second. Let's look at this right here. And we're gonna share the screen, and we're gonna do this right. What is black, and what does black mean to you? Let's look at the word black. Go ahead. Anybody on the panel can respond.
That's actually a very good question because I feel like the definition of black kind of changes from each person. Like some people think that, like there's some people that think that being a Hebrew Israelite is being black. Like for some reason, like they go from religious reasons to lineage reasons. And I mean, to be honest, to me, black is just a description. It's just without. It's just the opposite of white. If you got darker skin, then technically, to me, you are black. Like that's just the bottom line of it. I feel like, but over time, we changed the definition to kind of to separate ourselves or devise ourselves within our black heritages and stuff like that. So, but yeah,
All right,
bottom line, if you got darker skin, you black to me.
All right.
Can I give my definition of black?
Anybody want to jump on, by the way, because we're going to go into this the next 30 race and address this whole Kamala and her Jamaican roots and all that stuff. So anybody want to jump on? Go ahead, students.
My definition of black is any persons, any people who was affected, negatively affected by the transatlantic slave trade, whether it is the country of origin or the country of destination. So black is those people who were identified by the slavers, who became a product of the transatlantic slave trade. Because before the transatlantic slave trade, there were no such thing as black. They were called Moors, they were called other things, but they weren't referred to as Negroes or black before the slave trade. And I'm talking in the countries of origin, those countries that were affected, Ghana and all of those African countries, and those people who were taken from those countries across the Middle Passage and into the New World. Whether it want to be Canada, United States, Mexico, Panama, and South America. Because black people can be found in all of those countries, whether they were transported by the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Dutch, the whatever country. Those people are black people.
All right, time out, stupid. King Katura, you said no, she passed a law that increased the punishment for weed. Now I'm going to ask you to click on the link for the show. It's pinned, and put it. You don't have to come on the show. Put it in the private chat, the link for that. Because I don't want to call you a liar, because this is not true about Kamala Harris. Again, you got this from social media. Remember when I started the show, I told people social media runs how we think and how we do things. This is our news broadcast. These are our researchers, the people on social media. This is why the work that I do, I have to be careful. And even if I'm wrong about something, I got to come back on and say, yo, I was wrong about this. Because people depend on Garfield. They depend on they depend on Sheffrin. They depend on all the people that come on social media to come out with good information, because they don't have the time to research. So they depend on us. So now this brother, you've been saying this for a long time, that she passed the law that increased the punishment for weed. Now, all I'm asking you to do, brother, respectfully, post the source for it. And don't give me a video. Give me the actual source. I'm going to show you how lazy you are and the reason why you're just a product of modern day environment of Google scholarship. And I'm going to prove it to you right now. I guarantee you won't show a source. I guarantee you, King Katura, you will not show a source. As a matter of fact, you might not even come in for the rest of the show, because you're going to be ashamed because you're putting out misinformation. I don't care about Kamala Harris. I don't care if she's Jamaican. I don't care nothing about her. Because as I said to you guys, I'm looking, laughing, but the first thing you find is news articles. Go ahead, brother. Put it out. Put it out. You got to put it out and show and prove me wrong, so I could correct the information that I have and put it out to the people. Like, you know what? I'm wrong. We wrong. All right.
You'll never hear that, Garfield. You'll never hear that. I've been on many panels listening, and the lies.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. All right. Let me get okay, so let's do this for the whole black thing, right?
Wait. I can't say anything.
Who's that? James?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. My whole thing is that here's what I'm saying. So when it comes to black, I think what black is that it's not real, but it's basically people who are descended from enslaved Africans, mainly from West and Central Africa, is what is usually referred to as black. Now there is a bigger extension. There's like black politically, and then there's black, when we're talking about like in the United States, in West Africa, in this and in that. So it changes depending on where you are.
Okay. Let me say this to everybody, right? Black from a humoral perspective, right? When we go into the BC era, I'm sorry, you'll see that the Greeks created a 4-point system. Aristotle and them and some other Greeks created a humoral system based off of temperament. Now watch this. I want y'all to look at this real carefully. This is etymology online, right? And I want you guys
Damn, you been studying.
Oh man, I tell you, this guy's a funny guy. Let's look at the word black for a second, right? And I'm going to make this large so people at home could freeze your screen and take a look. So now black, when it's used as an adjective to describe, of course, an adjective is when you're describing. They teach us that in basic school in Jamaica. Old English black, absolutely dark, absorbing all light of the color of soot or coal, reconstructed to be from the Proto-Germanic black as meaning burned. From pi, bleg, to burn, gleam, shine, or flash. And then you also have from the root behel, to shine. The usual Old English word for black was swert or swart. The same root produced Middle English blake, which means pale. From Old English black, meaning bright, shining, glittering, again, pale. So the word black, depending on which root you go from, can mean light skin, pale, white, or black or dark, depending on the context that is being used. Now, I want to say this to everybody. Before black became a racial construct or became a racialized term, it had different meanings. And let me say this carefully. Let's look at it right here, what it says. Black was used of dark-skinned people in Old English of coffee with nothing added, attested by 1796. The meaning, fierce, terrible, wicked, is from late 14th century. The figurative senses often come from the notion of without light, moral, or spiritual. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it had a humoral meaning. Basically, black would have to do with your temperament. All right? And I'm going to break that down in a little bit, because when you look at it, it says the metaphoric use of the Greek word melos, however, tended to reflect the notion of shrouded in darkness, overcast. Remember, we was talking about how the Greeks wrote the word melos, and we was arguing about melos means black. And then I brought the Greek specialist on, and
Damn, you been studying.
Now watch this, family. I want y'all to look at this right here. Look at black, the word black, and look at this right now, complexion. This is what I had to teach on Brother Bereen this week, complexion. The word complexion, look at what it says now. So when you talk about complexion today, you said Sheffrin got a light complexion, a light brown complexion. You're talking about skin tone, but it didn't mean that necessarily when it comes to before it was a racialized term. So when you see black complexion in John Mackey, for the people that said King James is black, and they thought, oh, they said this guy is black, he's tall and he's black, and this and he's black, he got a black complexion. No, look at this. Complexion, temperament, natural disposition of the body or mind. From Old French complexion, combination of humors. Remember I talked about the humoral? It goes back to the Greek. They didn't mean color in the sense of what we mean. So what happened is, if you never studied this, you wouldn't know what somebody meant. Like the 6th century, they said this person was black or that. They're talking about their temperament or their character. But you see the word black and jump out the window. Oh, they said the Jews was black. They was talking about their character or their temperament. They wasn't talking about nothing else. But you think it's about their complexion. And even if you use the word complexion, the first early meanings was about your temperament, not about your skin tone. So this is what happened now. When we look at black, it always had something to do with something negative or bad. You having a bad day, a bad this, you're wicked, you're this. That's what black had to do with. But when we in the West took on black, look at what Brother taught me, which is very important in this conversation. I wish he was here to explain it better than I do. But look at this, what he taught me. He said, Garfield, all you got to do is go to the wiki article. He said, black is a racialized classification of people. He said, stop right there. Usually a political and skin color based category for specific populations with mid to dark brown complexion. Not all people considered black have dark skin in certain countries, often in socially based systems of racial classification in the Western world. The term black is used to describe persons who are perceived as dark skinned. So this is when it's as a racialized classification. So look at this now. It is mostly commonly used for people of sub-Saharan ancestry. Goes back to what the brother Stupi said about people from Ghana and all that with the slave trade. But it also has to do with indigenous Australians and Malaysians thought to have applied in many contexts to other groups. Remember when the Greeks would call the people Ethiopians below the Saharan desert because they were darker? They were darker, but they probably said that the Ethiopians were darker because it could also mean character, not necessarily skin tone. Because their character, they were warlike, they were bad people, they were evil. But people don't want to look at it that way. They want to say, oh, the Ethiopians were black, so we are black. Again, you got to be a part of it. But let's look at this for a second, though. Let's look at this for a second. As a racialized term, black. Look at what it said about Africa. Numerous communities of dark-skinned peoples are present in North Africa. Someday, All right, let's come down a little bit more. Because I want to make a great point about this blackness and how we look at it. And in context from a non-African perspective and from an African perspective, from an outside perspective. Because we calling ourselves black was never us. It was the outsiders calling us black. It was the Greeks were the outsiders calling us Ethiopians. It wasn't us saying, hey, we are Ethiopians. It wasn't indigenous. It's always the outsiders. But let's look at black because it's a racialized term. Ethnicization is a sociological concept used to describe the intent and processes by which ethnic or racial identities are systematically constructed within a society. Constructs for racializations are centered on erroneous generalizations about racial aspects of distinct groups, leading to the denial of equal societal engagement. I want to say this. Let's look at racialized. There's something I want to bring up real carefully here. The racialized incorporation argues that regardless of the ethnic cultural differences across immigrant groups, racial identification is the ultimate and primary principle of social organization in the United States. Because the lived experiences of whites and blacks in U.S. society diverge in most areas of social life, the racialized category that immigrants and their children are incorporated into. This is very important. So when Garfield come off the plane, I am incorporated into this category of black, will largely determine their experiences and opportunity in the United States. So I will be stopped by cops based off my skin tone because just by looking at me, I'm now a part of the black community. The process of racialization and involuntary incorporation is a topic of research interest in the United States. Now let's look at this for a second. Members of the dominant race in a society benefit from various privileges, such as white privileges in societies where people classified as white make up the dominant racial group, whether these are material or psychological and are maintained and reproduced within systems. So they're the ones who benefit in a society where there's a white and black racialization. It's always the white folks dominate. And guess what? They want to call you black because they think you are beneath them or below them. So you calling yourselves black, and this is something that I got to agree with the Moors on. We should never call ourselves black. But you want to be black and proud in the sense of Kwame Ture, a.k.a. Stokely Carmichael. That's one thing politically. But as far as being black from a incorporated into a society where there's whiteness and white privileges, that means once you state you're black, you're already saying from the jump, from birth, you're beneath those people who are white. because you're considered black because of your position in society and how you're looked on overall in society, subconsciously or consciously. So the racialization of our following these racialized terms is not a positive thing, and people got to understand that when you call yourselves black, you already put yourself in a box. So I calling myself black and say I'm black American now, or my kids are black American, I'm already looked on in society as being less. That's why at one point we were considered what? 3/5 of a human being in this society. So this racialization of blackness has really screwed black people over, and it goes back to the Hamitic myth also. All right, I yield. Anybody want to jump in could jump in.
Yeah, I agree with you somewhat. The only thing I disagree with you with, Garfield, is that your analysis is only it ignores their definition of what they believe black is. Like it ignores the new 20th century definition of how people describes
Time out
describes
one
the
second.
FBA.
Time out 1 second, Willis. I'm sorry. Am I going to cut your thought? Are you going to forget?
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
All right. Now look at what the brother posted. He said, "So I was a bit wrong." Yo, I love my people, yo. I love my people.
At least he admitted, Garfield. At least he admitted.
I love my people, yo. Yo, brother King Katura, I love my people, yo. You Latino or whatever you are, I love my people.
He don't look like our people,
bro.
He look like a Spaniard. I'm just saying.
I love my people. I love my people. That's all I gotta say. All right, continue, Willis. Willis.
Yeah, that was all I was saying. It just ignores, like, for instance, if you go by what like Tariq Nasheed, those type of people, the FBA people, they think it's lineage based. They think it's based off of if you was a descendant of an African American slave, things of that nature. So when they say foundational Black Americans, they're not caring about the etymology of what Black was or how the Greeks defined Black and all that stuff. They're literally creating their own definition. Like that's the problem. I think it is. It's just people just got different definitions of the word Black. And I feel like we should just, like you said at the beginning, that's why I say I only agree with half, because the other stuff that you were saying about how it's just a description and we shouldn't, what's the word? We shouldn't, I guess, rally behind the word. I totally agree with it. But we do still have to consider that there's a whole new definition that they're working off of. So that's my only disagreement.
Let me ask you a question, because I like your perspective and we have to agree. I like what you're saying. Where do you think the word, who started calling Black folks in America Black? Was it themselves calling themselves Black, or did somebody outside call it?
Not at all. Definitely outsiders. Definitely outsiders. I don't know the actual history behind it, but I mean, it's kind of probably common sense to think that maybe a white man who first walked into Africa saw us as dark skinned, used whatever word they had for dark and put skin behind it, and then boom, we got Black. So yeah, definitely outsiders.
All right, cool. All right, so when are we gonna get the opportunity? I mean, as a Jamaican, I could call myself a Jamaican, but the truth of the matter is I am from Western Central Africa primarily, as far as my genetics is concerned. Igbo and Akan or Ashanti, whatever you want to call it. So I could identify. We could even go back and find shipping records. I mean, the records are kept. But I'll say this: we are in a position right now to look at Candace Owens versus Kamala, right? And one of the things she's saying is that she lied about her father, her grandmother, and all this stuff. So it took a gentleman who is Jewish, who does useful charts, who does background checks, to actually come up with the position of if Kamala Harris is black or white. And I'm going to play this video right now. Everybody mute up, and I'm gonna get into this video right now. This video was funny. I watched it this morning, and he's actually saying the same thing that I'm saying, but in a very Brooklyn Magic style, better than I do. Ghana Stepper, you want to say something, brother, before I play the video?
Shalom. All praises to the Most High. And then
Peace and love to you. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just listening to what you were saying, Garfield, and a lot of it I agree with it, but a lot of it you're kind of misinterpreting the information. You're kind of overextending the use of Black in certain areas. Like you say, when they're talking about the Jews, when they say Black, they're talking about a disposition. I guess you haven't seen certain records, or you can't remember certain records that people told you where you see that's not the case. There's actually speaking of a physiognomy of the people. So, I don't know. I don't know what your motivation is for like, conflating it, because you've definitely come across the information, but
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you this, right? Let me ask you this, and I want you to be honest with me while I'm reading it. Shout out to one of my favorite peoples in the audience, Juju. All right, now let's take a look at this real carefully, right? This is a source about the Jews in St. Thomas Island, Satomi. White Jewish men took black women to create mulatto lancados. The mulattoes, as stated, were better suited to the air climate due to being mixed. If they were already black, tropical, they would have no issue acclimating to the climate, right? Hold on one second. Let me read the whole thing here. Then we have this right here, where Barbo is speaking on the Jewish mulattoes in Sao Tome. The slaves came from mainland Africa as well as Angola, how they mix. Then we have another source, a history of the Upper Guinea coast by Walter Rodney, page 148. He said, generally speaking, the lançados were more likely to have been victims of social oppression in Portugal than vicious men. Then he says, a significant proportion of the lancados were victims of another kind of oppression, anti-Semitism. Large numbers of whites in the Cape Verde Islands on the coast were either gente nasayo or Christias Novas. That is to say, either Jews or forcibly apostates to Christianity. A report of 1544 refers to a multitude of new Christians being present in Cape Verde Islands. So he's saying that the Cape Verde Islands, that these people were white. Now, should I take this? Hold on, let me read another one. The descendants of Jewish men and African women, mulattoes, now more swarthy still on the Senegal coast, after further mixing with black women, these mulattoes became a more swarthy race. He's referring to the lançados, who are called white men mixing. The lançados' descendants, Luso-Africans, became as dark as native Africans, reckon themselves as if they were white Portuguese. They hate to be called black and want the status of their white progenitors. Now, in all these cases, when they're calling them white, we're calling these people white. Are they physically white? That's what I want to ask you, my brother.
Yeah, they are physically white.
Well, the ones what you was reading when it says mulatto, that's a mixture. So some of them definitely did say white, but I've seen some that you had on the screen. I didn't get a chance to fully read it, but it said they were either something or either Negro.
Okay.
But
look at this. This right here. Look at this right here. This is from, hold on, who is that? Gregory. Hey, peace and love to you, Gregory. We'll get to you in a second, okay? All right, look at this right here. The Sephardi type of Jews. The Sephardi type is the one which conforms most to the ideal Jewish type and anthropologically corresponds to the Mediterranean race of Ripley or the race of Ibero-Insular. They have generally black or brown hair, occasionally red and rarely blonde, large black or brown eyes, seldom gray and rarely blue. In addition to their dark complexion, they are short of stature and either decyphalic. Hold on that 1 second. Decyphalic. All right. Sephardi conforms most to the dark complexion having eyes. Now look at this right here. Negro Jews in Suriname and Jamaica. Right. Now look at this right here. The Negro type can be singled out in a large assembly of modern Jews. They are mistaken for mulattoes. This type is found in Jews, not among black people. A study of race and environment by Morris Fishberg. He says these would be considered the Negroid types. I want you to look at the screen. Again, I'm going to ask you, why are these considered the Negro types? This looks like the Jews that are in Brooklyn, New York. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. When they say black and they're using the term black and swarthy, we got to be careful and look at the context. They call rabbinical Jews black. It has something to do with temperament and character, not necessarily how they look. So when you're reading it from a racialized mind, which is race. Remember, race as a social construct is after the 1800s. So before the 1800s, you have to read it in proper context. That's all I'm saying. If they say that the Jews are black, why do they say the Jews are black? It's in Tudor Prophet's book, because they're talking about them, putting them at a lower standard because black had a meaning of being bad, and wicked and evil. That's why they're using the term black the majority of the times. Now, if black is used to represent their skin tone and their complexion, as how we do today, I would love for you to bring that to the stage so I can be corrected. But the majority of the representations of black and this color structure is from the Greek humoral structure from the 4th century BC. So this is why we get a lot of this stuff wrong on before race became a modern day construct. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not dealing with no misinformation. They said there was black. Why did they say it? This is the Negroid types? This don't look like me and you, Stepper. You got to be honest, bro. This don't look like me. It says the Negroid types. That don't look like none of us.
When you were saying that they described, when it says they were black or Negro, it was their temperament. Where in those sources does it describe somebody's temperament?
All right. Now, I am saying to you, if you just base it off of lookership, these look like the Jews that we say that you guys call the small, not you necessarily, they call the small hats. Does this look like your brother next door? Does this look like your cousin? This is called the Negroid type.
Right.
That's
definitely is not what we call the so-called sub-Saharan Negro.
Would you call him a Negro? You wouldn't call these people a Negro, but he's classified as the Negroid type.
Right.
You got to be careful. I am saying to you, whenever you see black being used, you have to look at it in context.
Right. So what you just showed right there is a process called phenotypical absorption. All those pictures are from the 19th century, Garfield.
Okay.
All those sources.
I'm gonna say this.
Just let me finish. But when you look at the origins of the Sephardic Jews in Spain, you'll see that they definitely were what we would call a sub-Saharan Negro type that went through phenotypical absorption. The sources prove that.
All right, so bring the source, and don't tell me you can't find the source. But this is what you do all the time. I don't have it now. I don't. I'm willing to learn. Yeah. This is why I give everybody the opportunity. Come on my show and teach me. I'm saying we're looking at race in a modern day context and we're misusing sources because we don't understand what the people are saying. I'm going to give an example. In John Mackey, and me and Priest Daniel are going to debate this. When it talks about a black complexion, I just show the etymological root of complexion, and it talks about being temperament, even as close as the 14th century. So I'm saying to everybody, if you're saying the 14th century is just 600 years ago.
Right.
600 years ago. So if you see a source saying complexion, it doesn't necessarily mean complexion in the sense that we say it today. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Right. So if you're making a conclusion on the origin of the Jews as it accords to what we would call black today, you would have to start at the beginning point, Garfield. So when you start at the beginning point, you'll see exclusively that the sources and the information shows that they are what we would call sub-Saharan black people. So from that origin point, it's only logical to conclude through other additional sources that the first Jews in Spain were the origin stock, which we were proven to be black people. So when you have that information,
time out. We're not doing this. I'm gonna remove my screen, and you got to show that. I'm not dealing with the talking no more. You see, like the dude in the chat, he said he got proof that she sent people to jail because of weed, and he had to come back and say I'm wrong. So I want you to show me that source right now so I could learn, because I'm still learning. I'm a student first. So please bring out the source. Give me a source so we could show that.
So you haven't been presented with Strabo or Tacitus.
I'm gonna say this again. I'm gonna say this again to you. I'm gonna say this again with all due respect. Bring out the source. Do you want me to pull up the Tacitus Ethiopian source, which you misunderstood? Because
you can most definitely pull it up.
All right. Do you have? I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna mute my mic. Pull up your sources. In the meantime, Gregory, what's up? Hold on 1 second, Ghana. Gregory, what's up, Gregory? What's on your mind?
What's on my mind is Garfield. What are you basing your understanding of who's a Jew? Are you going based off of practices?
How do you define a Jew, brother? Please help me.
I'm asking you. I'm just asking you.
I'm I'm just using it as a general sense. I don't really care who's a Jew, what's a Jew technically. But if you want to get deep down to it, people who descend from the people who follow Judaism from the second century BC up until now.
All right. So do we have the records from the temple from that period of time?
From the second century BC, we have the Mishnah that talks about that time period, the records that they have to write and rewrite.
Right. But so the people that, even when you're going through history, that the image that you pulled up about that European Jewish guy, what evidence do you have to prove that his lineage actually goes back to the actual seed of Israel? What are you based? Because it seems like what you do is you're basing who's a Jew based off of their culture, based off of their practices, right?
Okay. Let's look at it. Let's look at what you're saying carefully now. And I like your question. Okay. Let's look at it this way. I'm going to show two things. Do you know what the Zagat period is?
Wait, Garfield, I never got an answer from you.
I said I'm basing it off Jews. And by the way, to these Jews that are being traced back to like 70 AD and all that stuff.
But you don't have any proof.
Listen to what I'm saying, beloved. Are you going to listen or are you just going to jump out the window? What proof do you want?
It's not about what I want. I just want to ask, what proof do you have? And it seems like you're just saying that they kept.
Do I have that? You're not asking your question correctly.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
What proof do I have of what?
That. Okay, I'm sorry, Garfield. Let me back up. I'm asking you because you have plenty of slides, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of showing who the Jews were in the 1800s, who the Jews were, during the Dark Ages, I guess, right?
What Dark Ages?
It doesn't matter. I'm just saying that when you're showing the people, you go through history. I've seen your slides,
mm-hmm.
and you show us that you see these are the Jews. You see XYZ.
Mm-hmm.
You're stating that they're Jews because of what? Because of their practices? Because they're
because they trace themselves chronologically to the people from 70.
Because they say.
No, we have evidence and a history of these people. Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
Because here's the problem, Garfield. The only evidence.
Hold on. Let's take a look at it. And I'm simply gonna put up. I'm not even gonna use my slides. The first things first. You ask a good question, so I don't want you to take away from your question. I just don't want you to interrupt me, so I'll put you down. There's a period called the Zagat period. The Zagat period has to do with the Hasmonean, the Maccabean time period. Okay? During that period, they control what we call Israel, the ancient Israel. They control all of ancient Israel and more, and Idumea. So the people who ruled at that time, the Maccabean period, the Hasmonean period, John Hyrcanus, Maccabees, and all these wars and all that stuff, it's called the Zagat period, from 170 BC to 30 BC. Zagat basically means the era of the peers. So this is during the late Temple second period, in which the spiritual leadership of the Jews was in the hands of 5 successions of peers. So this is documented and it's rewritten through the records that they have. Whether it's within the Sanhedrin, they kept the records or whatever, they kept the records of who ruled and it was passed down. So these were the 5 peers of teachers that lived. You had the Judah ben Tabai, you had Shammai Abatala, you had Hillel the elder and Shammai. And of course, Hillel is known at the time of King Herod the Great, is known in the New Testament. So the Zagat is used, refers to peers generally. The Babylonian Talmud contains an extensive discussion of the dangers of peers and of performing various activities in peers. Now, let's look at it carefully now. How can Garfield prove that the people are connected to these people? You have to have a chronology. There is a chronology. It's right here. You have the Zagat period, the Tanaim period, the Amorrean period, the Savareim, the Genoim, the Rishonim, and the Achaim. And Garfield, how do we know this is true? It's documented by those historians and those people. What happened is what people do is they'll see the Jews today because he's light-skinned and say he's the fake Jews. He's the Ashkenazi. When all the men did was move to an era where Europeans were and slept with European women. That's how they became lighter and lighter and lighter because of where they lived. But then you want to attach Ashkenaz to the Bible Ashkenaz, and it's not, there's no connection there. They just use the term Ashkenaz. It has nothing to do with the Bible. So now watch this, family. So the Jews in the Zugat period, we know it's well documented because we have the book of Maccabees, which documents their history. And we also have the Mishnah, which documented what happened in the past. So I say this to you, right? You don't have to believe me. All you got to do is look at it from a chronological perspective. So this is the Zugat period. Let's click on Tanaim for a second. The Tanaim is the next in line. You have the repeaters, the teachers, the rabbinical sages. And by the way, these rabbinical sages come out of the Pharisaic movement. So this second period is between 10 and 220 CE, according to the Mishnaic records. If you don't want to accept their Mishnaic records, that's up to you. They might not even have a primary source for it. But these are traditions that are documented, that are rewritten over time periods. Now let me deal with this right now. This is 220. Now this is after Rabbi Hanassi built the synagogue back in Judea, 200 CE. And they moved from the land of Israel, right? They started getting out of there. Yohanan ben Zakkai, who's documented, they moved from Israel and they moved to Judea by the 3rd century during the Amorrean period. So we move on. This is a chronology. And bear in mind, the Pharisaic movement, just for everybody, the Pharisaic movement is the one. If you're saying the Pharisees were black or white, I don't care about the color, because in the Mishnaic record, they tell us what color they were. They said they look like boxwood. That's what they said they look like. They said they were like Germans, and they said they didn't look like Germans, and they didn't look like Ethiopians, dark as Ethiopians. They told us what color they were. So this is right here. Let me just share the screen and show this right here before you interrupt. I'm just going to give this lesson. And if you want to accept it, you accept it. If you don't want to accept it, that's fine. Because what we do is we assume that we are the people of the Bible. We assume that. And this is why you guys always get defeated by Garfield. Your methodology is wrong. So this is from the Mishnah. The bright spot in a German appears as dull white, and the dull white spot in an Ethiopian appears as bright white. Rabbi Ishmael says the children of Israel are like boxwood, neither black nor white, but an intermediate shade. This is not me saying it. Rabbi Akiva says painters have material which they portray figures in black, in white, and in intermediate shade. Let therefore a paint of an intermediate shade be brought and applied around the outside of the nega, and it will then appear as on skin of intermediate shade. Rabbi Judah says in determining the colors of negaim, the law is to be lenient and not stringent. Now look at this right here. This is their description of how they think they might have looked or whatever, right? Now, I'm not saying they're right, but this is what boxwood looks like. All right? It could be a little bit lighter, it could be a little bit darker or whatever. So this is what it is, an intermediate shade. You guys are caught up in skin tone and skin color. That's why you can't go nowhere. That's why nobody respects what y'all bring to the table, and y'all gotta be accepted in true conversion now. But let me get back to this right here and just point out something. If you notice, there's a tradition going on here. In the Amorrean period, you have them moving now to Babylon as the home of Judaism, because that's where the most Jews had lived in the time period, because it stemmed from the people who stayed in Babylon, and they multiplied, and they stayed there for over 2,500 years. So that community was keeping Sabbath and following kashrut laws and all type of stuff, speaking a form of Hebrew, Judeo-Aramaic. So we see the tradition being transmitted over a time period. So how do we trace back? So we have the records of these people living in these regions, and they started a movement based off of what's called the Resh Golata. They started claiming the Resh Golata traces back to the tribe, to David, back to David's lineage. That's what they started to trace, which is totally biblical. We don't know if it's true or not, but they have a record which they have the Resh Golata, who would be the leader of the diaspora of Jews from like the 3rd century, come all the way up to like the 18th century. So to say that the Jews, we assume, I'm not assuming anything. They could trace back to the 2nd century BC as Jews or from a tradition of Jews. You as an African American can't do it. You as a believer in the West can't do it. Because everywhere the Jews went, there's a record that they kept, whether it's the Afghan Geniza manuscripts, whether it's the Egyptian Geniza manuscripts, whether it's medieval letters, where we're sending letters back to Babylon, say, I need to divorce my wife. It's all there. So when somebody claims that how do I choose a Jew? The records are there of them, the Resh Galata and the people are traditions being brought around from the 300s all the way up to the 1800s. We could show, you have family lineages that they show, the Yaya, the Negroes, the Yaya family roots, the this root, the das root. It's all there. So me, it's not about me making up stuff. It's about what's on record and what we can prove. You can't prove that. You need to stop saying who is a Jew or not a Jew. How do you make that conclusion? And I yield.
All right, beautiful. So I want to lay out some information just like you. And I want to address some things that you said, Brother Garfield. So, like I said, you're going based off of traditions. You're going based off of
No.
Hold on, man. I can't say nothing.
No, because you're not being honest. I just showed you how the lineage can be traced for over 1,500 years from like the 300s. And that tradition that was written down then goes back to the 2nd century BC. So you can't say it's not tradition. It's actual facts. It's not tradition at this point.
What I'm trying to say is that even when you go back, you don't have the records though of you have the migration patterns of where they went, yeah. But how do you know after 500 AD? How do you know after that point that these people are bona fide? You don't, because you don't have the records. That's what I'm saying. You don't have. I'm saying, listen to me. I'm saying you don't have the genealogy. You don't have the temple scrolls because it was burned. It was all burned during the time of the Romans. So you can't prove. That's my whole point.
Okay.
All right.
Do records exist of after 500 of these people, and they're documenting their records? We have medieval letters. We have records from the Talmud. We have records from other records that the Jews haven't carried.
Well, this is the information. I just want to provide you with some information real quick, because when I looked up when the Mishnah was written down, it was they're saying on Google. I'm just looking it up on Google. It says roughly the 3rd century CE. So that's 300, right? Or 400? No, 300 years. Okay, so that's way after the destruction of the temple. Right?
Not way after, because we do have, by the way, too, remember, there are records that exist, but those records don't exist anymore, because remember, it's a tradition that's being rewritten. We don't have records before the 3rd century because those records are destroyed. The preservation of manuscripts, just like the New Testament. You don't have a lot of New Testament manuscripts only until after the 8th century.
But we have Septuagint, we got Dead Sea Scrolls going before.
Septuagint and Dead Sea Scrolls. You don't have the Septuagint and Dead Sea Scrolls has nothing to do with the New Testament. I just brought up the New Testament. The New Testament is something that was written in the 1st century, most of it. We don't have any records. The most records of it exist after the 8th century, the most manuscripts. So using that as a leverage or a methodology is off. I don't know if you're a New Testament guy, but I'm just using an example.
Well, here, hold on. So I want to show you something. So all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, you're basing it off of traditions, right? Because you're not basing it off of the genealogy of the records that they have in the temple, because it was destroyed. So you can't base it off of that. So you have to go off.
No. What records are you talking about that were destroyed? What records?
So during the time of Ezra and Nehemiah, they got the genealogy of all the Jews that came back to the land.
Can you prove that?
And if people could not prove their
Gregory, our so-called Gregory, I don't know if that's your real name. Can you prove that?
I can go to the Bible, but I don't know.
All right. So you could go to the Bible. So I'm gonna ask you a question now. When was that scripture written about Ezra and Nehemiah? When was it? When is the oldest records you have of that record? What's the oldest records you have?
The oldest record of that record, wouldn't it be the Septuagint or the Dead Sea Scrolls? But
All right.
we only have fragments.
Let's say it's all in the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? Around 200 BC, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a simple question, and I want you to be honest with me now. When was Ezra and Nehemiah? When did they exist?
Yeah, I know. It was way before that. They were around.
All right. So you now using, hold on, Ghana. The next person to speak is Kobe. So you now using that as an example. Do me a favor, Gregory. Mute for 1 second. Let me get Kobe in here real quick. Kobe, go ahead. Say what you got to say real quick. You got time.
Yeah, exactly what just took place is what I wanted to come up here and say. Any argument that you try to use to say that it's not enough evidence to say anybody else is a Jew, you can turn that back on these Hebrew Israelites claiming to be Jewish. And this was a great point. Az was trying to say, and that's Az, by the way. I like to call him Legion because he is many. But what Az was saying was that we can't really adhere to the Mishnah because it's written what he said about the 3rd century or the 200s. Now, that's just when it was codified by Judah Hanasi. The thing is, this is an oral tradition stemming back way before then, and we know that because Jesus reiterates some of these oral traditions that are stated in the Mishnah in the New Testament. So we know that part of it predates that 200. But let's hold that same argument. If we can't adhere to the Mishnah as being a record of any kind of provable fact, we can't do that with anything else in the Bible, showing how you just said with Ezra and them. If you want to go with the Dead Sea Scrolls and saying that's the oldest record of Ezra, that Ezra was way before then. The Mishnah is a lot closer to the time of the oral tradition of the rabbis than is the Bible or the Dead Sea Scrolls and Ezra. So it's just being hypocritical, and they're using a double standard by which to measure things. Anything you use to try to say that the Jews who claim Jews now aren't Jews, use that same argument for the Hebrew Israelites, and they have nothing. They have absolutely nothing. They were hoping for DNA, but that's proving not to be on their side when the whole time anyways, it's really hard to I'm on Garfield's channel now, so I can really say how I feel. It's really hard to prove a DNA lineage from an eponymous character. We don't even know that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob existed to get their DNA. I mean, there's a reason we haven't found it yet. It's just there's no argument that you can really use to say we truly are the Jews and they are not. The most that people can say are the Jews that are in the land now that say that we are Jews because we can trace back to the time of Ezra and not by bloodline or genealogy or anything like that, because no Jew holds to a Jew being a Jew because of bloodline or genealogy. It's about adhering to the practices, the customs, and the culture of the Jews that makes one a Jew. And that's why people say those people are the Jews, and most Hebrew Israelites are not Jews because they don't do anything Jewish.
Okay, so I want to read a couple things real quick.
Hold on 1 second. Az, let me get Ghana step in here. Ghana, I stopped you a while ago before COVID. Go ahead, my brother.
All right, appreciate it. Well, what the brother was saying before this other guy was speaking is definitely what we got to understand. What are you saying when you mean Jew? Do you mean somebody that's doing the practices or somebody that's born of, or the tradition states that they come from the stock of someone called Jacob? Now, we can totally prove that the Jews that we call Ashkenaz were formulated at the earliest at the 9th century AD.
All right, hold on. Stop. Bro, you're bringing up the Khazarian theory that has been refuted by every single scholar on earth. Black people, we got to step our scholarship up. We're 40 years behind. Ghana, step up. You can't prove that, bro.
Okay,
and this is what I'm gonna do to you, because I'm gonna give you all the respect. I'm gonna let you mute up, bring your sources, and put it on the screen. I'll let you share your screen.
Right. Once again, you stop.
All
right, go ahead.
Because I don't allow misinformation on my channel. I'm not like everybody else. I don't do that. So this is why I let Gregory talk, or Az, or whoever he is. Don Law, and then go back to Gregory. Go ahead, Don Law.
Dog, man, I just got back, man. I heard some good conversation. I'm just listening for now.
All right, cool. Shout out to Don Law. Y'all gotta put your YouTube channel in the chat, man, so I can tell the people to subscribe, bro. I got you.
For sure. Appreciate that, bro.
Cool. So Greg, Az, back to you, Az.
Yeah, what's up, man? All right, cool. Okay, cool. I just want to read. I just want to read some things real quick. So basically, Kobe, you're right? So by the standard, the metric that we're measuring who's a Jew is based off of culture, practices, and oral traditions. That's all we got. We don't have actual the genealogical records going back to the Second Temple period. They're lost. So that would mean that it could be that they're not even Jews, and it could be that we're not Jews. It could be that they are Jews, and it could be that we're Jews. So if we're gonna be fair across the board, Covey, if you guys can be Jews, then that means we can be Jews by that metric. So I want to read a couple things.
Actually, I'm feeling that right there. I'm gonna tell you why I feel it before you read that. Because technically, what Covey is saying that you're practicing a certain culture. But when you say we, you don't practice those culture. You don't practice that culture that's been around from the 2nd century BC all the way up. These are the people that's practicing it. That's the issue. And you yourself just said 3rd century BC, the Mishnah, but the Talmud was around 6th, 7th century or 8th century. And then you have other people who are leaders in the community who are writing. So you have other writings outside the Talmud. You have Talmudic scholars, you have rabbis who are writing after the 10th century, you have Rashi, you have all these scholars who are writing. So we have records of them following Judaism.
Right.
So
you have Onkelos, and you got Onkelos as well.
You have what?
I don't know why you keep going. I don't know why you keep going back to Onkelos, but something that you said, that you said was incorrect.
Hold on, Covey. Just respect my time, please. You're gonna have your turn.
All right, but that Second Temple thing you said was wrong. That's not correct. They do have records going back to Second Temple.
Covey,
you're making stuff up. That's not true.
You're gonna have your chance. So I want to read a couple things. So I'm gonna go.
Are you gonna share your screen?
I mean, I can, I guess. Let me share my
screen. Your screen because I'm
just gonna read the Bible. That's all I'm gonna do, Garfield. So, let me present my screen. Okay. All right.
And by the way, for the record, are you what we would call an FBA ADOS guy in North America? Is that what you?
What do you mean by that? Explain.
Like you're American born, you come from the slave trade.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Some of my family. I'm still trying to figure it out through my father's side, but some of us are Native American, and then some of us are Negroes. So, here, I'm just gonna read this.
Keon about to go in.
You're Native American and from the slave trade?
No. What I'm saying is we've been trying to trace our lineage back through my father's side, and it's a little not that clear. But let me read some things, please. So I'm gonna go to 2 Kings, chapter 17, and I'm just gonna first some context. I'm gonna start at verse 5. Okay, it says, I don't know if you guys can see. Can you guys see that?
Yes. What are you reading?
Cool.
2 Kings.
Yes, 2 Kings.
When was this written?
2 Kings 17 and 5. Like I said, we don't have the original. This is a copy of a copy of a copy. But let me just read this, please.
Okay.
It says, then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years. Israel captive. It says, in the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria and placed them in Halah and in Habor by the river of Gozan and in the city of the Medes. So now let me jump down to verse 23. So Israel gets taken out of their land, verse 23, until the Lord, let me start at verse 22. We'll look at 22. For the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam, which he did. They departed not from them until the Lord removed Israel out of his sight. And he had, as he had said by all his servants, the prophets. So was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day. Now, this is the point right here. And the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon and from Cutha and from Ava and from Hamath and from the Sepharavim, okay, that the Covey, and placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel. And they possessed Samaria and dwelt in the cities thereof, right? So we have evidence that other people came into the land, right? So now I'm going to take us to Ezra. So now let's go through the time of Ezra, like this Sepharavim said, right? Covey, that's what he said, right? So let's go over here to Esther. Let's go to chapter 4. And not Esther, I'm sorry, Ezra. Ezra 4. And I'm going to go to verse 2. All right, so this is Ezra 4 and verse 2. It says, Then they came, or let's look at verse 1. Now the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity builded the temple unto the Lord God of Israel. Then they came to Zerubbabel and the chief of the fathers and said unto them, Let us build with you, for we seek your God. The only way that they could seek God before Jesus Christ is by keeping Torah. So we have Sepharavim, we have all these people who are Gentiles following Torah, going all the way back. They're going to tell you in, as you do, and do sacrifice. So they offer sacrifices unto him since the days of who? Since the day of King of Asharadon, king of Assyria, which brought us up hither. So we see a mass conversion of people in the Holy Land during the Assyrian, during 800 years or 700 years before the birth of Christ. Converts, keeping the traditions, keeping the oral law. I'm not done. Now, let's go over here to Esther. And we're going to go chapter 8. And we're going to go all the way down to, let's say, verse 16. All right. Just for context, I guess we'll read verse 15. And Mordecai went out from the presence of the king in royal apparel of blue and white, and with a great crown of gold, and with a garment of fine linen and purple. And the city of Shushan rejoiced and was glad. The Jews had light and gladness and joy and honor. Verse 17 is the point. And in every province and in every city, whithersoever the king's commandment and his decree came, the Jews had joy and gladness and a feast and a good day. And many of the people of the land did what? They became Jews. So let's look at this word in the Hebrew. Now, this is the Strongs. Some people prefer maybe the BDAG or what have you, but I just want to show y'all something. So this word is Yehudi. Look at the number. So these are the people who are actually descended from the 12 tribes, Yehudi. And then look at what the Strong says. It says, many of the people of the land became Jews. This word is different. It's Yahad. What does that word mean? Let's look at it. It means Hithophel, to become a Jew. In fact, or what? In fraud.
Can I ask a question?
Become Judaized. I'm not done. So now my final slide, or the final thing that I want to show, is this. So I'm showing that we have converts going back to the Assyrians during the time of the Assyrian captivity. We have a conversion during the time of the Persians. And now let me show you another conversion right here. So right here, I'm on Britannica. This is John I. Cranus. A lot of us already know about this history. This is John I. Cranus, born circa 175 BC, died in 104 BC, was a high priest and ruler of the Jewish nation from 135 to 134 to 104 BC. Under his reign, the Hasmonean kingdom of Judea and ancient Palestine attained power and great prosperity, and the Pharisees' scholarly sect was popular, backing, and the Sadducees, blah, 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 blah. So now let's get to the point. Where does it say they can forced conversion? Where is it at? Let's see. If I can't find it, I'm just going to declare what happened. Let me see. Let's look at this. I'll just go back to Google because I can't find it for time's sake. So he says, yes, John Hyrcanus in 135 to 105 BC is known for forcing the Edomites to convert to Judaism. So we have three major conversions in history before the Mishnah is codified, right? We have three major conversions before we even get to the Talmud. And we have another conversion after this takes place. So you're trying to say they have the culture, they have the traditions. That's not good enough, bro. It's just not. You're saying, oh, they look like boxwood. Well, how do you know that they look like boxwood? How do you really know? They don't even know who's actually bona fide or not, because we have a conversion going all the way back during the time of the Assyrians. And guess what they call themselves? Some of them, they call themselves the Sepharavim, which Covey would say, I'm Sephardic. So I yield, man.
Yeah, thank God. I wanted to really get on this.
Hold on. Let me ask.
all-
Hold on. I haven't been talking for like 20 minutes. Let me ask a question real quick. So, Gregory, is your position that black people are the original Israelites, or they were just converted into into the Israelite tradition in ancient times?
All I can say is I can only go back to the Bible for a reference. And when I go back to the Bible, it likens the children of Israel to looking like Hamites and mingling with Hamites. And not only that, scholars who don't even believe the Bible is true, they actually say that the ancient Israelites were actually Canaanites in origin that separated from the other Canaanites.
You're not answering my question. So, do you think that that black people are
Hold on,
the
Willie.
original
Willie,
Jews?
Willie,
Go ahead.
Willie,
Sorry,
hold
my
on
bad.
one second.
My bad.
I want to make it clear, by the way, I allowed him to talk. And if you notice, everything he said was based off of his interpretation of a book that you have no primary source for. You have no records until the Dead Sea Scroll time period. But watch this now. Watch this. The issue that we're having right now is what they're writing don't necessarily have to be 100% true. It's from a theological or political perspective. You might have a better understanding. But watch this. I'm going to go one even better. You see, the truth of the matter is Judaism, no matter which version you're talking about, there's no evidence of it being practiced the way how we look at it. So if the Bible says you're supposed to perform a certain ritual, there's no records of this ritual in history until a certain time period. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to do one better for you so your studies can be more up. Watch this. Watch how Garfield deals with this. This is why it's difficult to have a conversation about the Bible with certain people, because you're using that as a belief instead of looking at it logically and say, you know what? This is what it is, and this is my belief, and I'm going to hold to it. So I'm going to show you something on the screen right now. Everybody pay attention to this.
I just want to ask you, was I lying?
Oh, hold on. Everybody mute up. Watch this. We know that the Israelites did go to Assyria. We have records when they're there. So those Israelites, they have no proof that they went anywhere else. They only have tradition. And I'm going to show you the hypocrisy. He's saying he's an Israelite today. He has no way of proving coming from that region to here to America. In fact, America is not even in the Bible. America has nothing to do with the Bible. I'll go
It's
as
in
far
Second Esdras, bro.
Hold on, my brother. My brother, hold on. Second Esdras was written in the 1st century. But Second Esdras, again, that's based off your faith, because that's a book that's supposedly written by the real Ezra, but it was written in the 1st century, which is 500 years later. So at the end of the day, you can't even use Second Esdras as a witness. You believe in Second Esdras. You don't have no.
I'm using Columbus. I'm using Christopher Columbus.
I made you talk for 15 minutes uninterrupted. I even stopped other people. But you, again, when you throw a stone in a pig's pen, the one that squeal get licked. This is my issue now with the Bible, right? We could say you believe in the Bible, but the rituals and the practice of what you're practicing, we have no records of it in history at the time period that you're talking about. Because we could look at all of these things, 7-day week, the Sabbath. Do we have any evidence these rituals claim to be Israelite being practiced before leaving Israel? Sabbath, 7-day week, Day of Atonement, Passover, unleavened bread, Feast of Tabernacles, first fruit. All of these things that they're practicing, ladies and gentlemen, there is absolutely no records until the 2nd century BC. There's no records. So when you look at the dietary laws, we could show people who are practicing Judaism not eating pork. They have towns that you don't find pig bones and all that stuff in the 2nd century or 1st century BC. You don't find them before that. Before that, you find them eating catfish. You find them eating pork in the Iron Age. You find them doing all type of things that don't reflect the laws that supposedly they have written before that. These people, so Judaism on a whole, as a matter of fact, Judaism started after Yahwism. It was firstly Yahwism. And why it's called Yahwism, family, is because the people, and I'm going to say this carefully to everybody, the people that were in Elephantine didn't know the Exodus. They didn't know Moses. They didn't know Abraham. They didn't even know the Passover. They knew a Passover, but it has nothing to do with the biblical Passover. It had to do with a vegetation or agricultural festival. So when they started practicing these things in what you call Torah or the Tanakh is later on. So you trying to use the Bible as a historical source, you're killing yourself, because we have the records on the grounds of even ritual impurity. We have the records of circumcision when they started practicing it in Judaism. We have the records of the Sabbath. And the Sabbath in the Elephantine, you could do anything on the Sabbath in the Elephantine time period. It's not the same Sabbath that you see in the Bible. So you see, it's a evolving work, brother. These people were Yahwists, then they became Judeans. They start following some sort of Judaism later on in the 2nd century. That's when the texts start coming together. That's when they started ruling themselves independently after the Hasmonean period. They ruled themselves for almost 100 years. That's when you start seeing Judaism develop. But before the 2nd century, you're not going to find that much evidence. So you saying that these people were converts, that don't matter to nothing. That's what the Bible says. That's a story. That ain't got nothing to do with reality. Because the Samaritans, even them, are proven to be the most closest genetically to the ancient people from during that region. And then the Palestinian Christians are the second most. Not African Americans, not nobody else. The Samaritan Israelites, who you would not even connect yourself to. They only believe in the first 5 books. They connect the closest genetically to the ancient people. You're not connected to those people. You're connected to West and Central Africans or Europeans based off of what your paternal lineage is. So you claiming you're Israel and you saying that these people have to prove it. How about you prove it? You prove you're in Israel. Screw all of this, what we're talking about. Prove you're Israel. That's what's on the table.
Okay, well, didn't they do the DNA test on the Samaritans and their E1, B1?
Yeah, hey, Garfield, can I go in on that, because I wanted to talk about everything what Az just said, and all the verses, because what he said was correct, his interpretation was way off.
Go ahead and respond.
And I just, before you start,
Yeah,
I just want to ask Garfield real quick.
But you already went for a long time. Yeah, and I'm going to get into the DNA as well. I just did a whole presentation on the Samaritans on the NHIT channel, proving that the Samaritans are the closest direct linkage to what would be considered the ancient Israelites. Now, while there were some that was E1, B1B, there were also some that had the J marker as well, just like the people y'all consider not to be Jews. So it's just a mixed bag with them there. But the thing that I really want to show is this conversion thing, because you have these mass conversions, like if it's a talking point from a camp. The thing you have to realize is in that 1 Kings 17, when it says that the king went up to besiege the land for 3 years, everybody always assumes that to be the entire land of where the northern kingdom was. We now have archaeological evidence that shows that was only maybe 10% of the entire population of that Assyrian land at the time. What happened was when the king went up there to besiege that land, it was one small portion. We even have what's in the Sargon, what was it called? The Sargon cylinder or something like that. It shows that he took, I think it was like 17,000 or 25,000 Israelites away from that land. So being that we're going off that number, which everybody knows numbers from wars are greatly exaggerated. But even if we go with that number, whether it be 17,000 or 25,000, the archaeological evidence that we have from the land of Samaria at that time when they were besieged shows an infrastructure that holds 10 times that amount of people. So while he may have took 25,000 people, the infrastructure of that land was said to hold somewhere about 500,000 Israelites at that time. That's like I say, I live in Texas. That's like if someone came and besieged Texas and just took Austin. That doesn't matter. There's still a whole state of Texas here. So whenever you say there was a mass conversion, that word is it's not true. There was maybe a little bit of a conversion, but they only converted 10% of the entire population. That's why they were still allowed to send back high priests who were originally from there to teach them back the laws they had already learned. Were there some that converted? Yeah. Did the king of Assyria bring in some of his own people? Yeah. But it was only for 10% of the population, so it doesn't matter anyways. Imagine if California brought in 10 Californians into just Austin. The rest of Texas would know that city is California. That's not Texas. They would be able to differentiate between who was Israel and who was brought in to be Israel. That goes away with that entire before 700 type of situation. But going forward, talking about how John Hyrcanus had a mass conversion of the Edomites there.
No, deal with the Persian captivity. You got to deal with that.
What Persian captivity? You talking about during the time of Esther?
There was a mass conversion. I read it in Esther. There was a mass
Okay, that was
conversion
the
of
third.
the
That was the
people
third
there.
point you brought up. I'm going in order. I just went to the first one. The second one is the one you brought up with John Hyrcanus. The thing about John Hyrcanus is, even though he may have converted some Edomites, you got to remember what happened in the New Testament. The New Testament said that Jesus went to his own and they received him not. It doesn't say that he went to some converted Edomites who received him not. The priesthood was legitimate Israelite stock. You had to be. That was before the Mad King had all the lineages burned because they were making fun of him for not being a real Jew. In order to serve in the temple, your lineage had to be immaculate. You had to know who your father's father was. That's why the Bible says that Jesus went to his own and they received him not. This is after John Hyrcanus. So how could there be a mass conversion that tricked Jesus? No, that's not how that goes. There was certain few that were converted, but overall it wasn't a mass conversion. We've gone over this a number of times on Berean. The fact of the matter remains that Jesus says, and I know you believe in Jesus, whatever you call him, he went to his own and his own received him not. That means they were still Jews. Going on with this Persian conversion thing, because that's two of two that you got incorrect. Going on with this Persian thing, there's one thing you have to look at straight up. We're on Garfield's channel, so I can say how it is. Most scholars don't even believe the time of Esther was real. There's a reason that book isn't in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Nobody believes it to be real. I know you say that you adhere to the Dead Sea Scrolls. Where's Esther in all of the Qumran caves? It's not there.
Septuagint.
The Septuagint is not the Dead Sea Scrolls, as they're very different things.
Hey, Jesus quotes Septuagint. Septuagint is valid.
Okay, let me ask you this: does he quote Esther?
Time out, Kobe. Watch this, Gregory. Show me the Septuagint of Esther.
Okay, that's very easy. Let me go ahead and share my screen.
But the thing is, you're saying Septuagint like there was just one. There was not just one Septuagint. It was an ever-evolving process.
Right, and the book of Esther was found in all of them. The book of Esther was found in all of them.
Finding all of what?
In all of the
Septuagint. All of the Septuagint, but there's multiple Septuagint. It wasn't found in all of them.
No. Watch this. I want him to show it on the screen. Go ahead, show it on the screen, my brother.
Okay, let me hold on. And by the way, Garfield, you still didn't deal with the point that even scholars
hold on.
So you didn't deal with the two things I just refuted of your mass conversion. That wasn't true.
Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. I'm just gonna make a statement that you didn't deal with the fact that scholars say that actually the Israelites' origin are Canaanites in origin. So they're Hamites.
I
That's
agree.
what they're saying.
No, but
okay, so they're all right. So they're black. So they're black, dude.
Hold on.
The scholars are even saying that.
Hamites is a biblical invention. There's nobody in history being called Hamites. Hamites.
But we have Canaanites, though. We have Canaanites.
Again, all right. So we do have the fact that these Canaanites, but Canaanites can be anybody. It's a group of people. It don't have a set. There's no set. Hold on. Again, you're responding from a biblical perspective. From a historical perspective, brother, there's no race with the Canaanites. It could be anything. It could be any skin tone. It could be light skin like I'll be sure. It could be dark skin like Puffy. There's no race for them. You're making that up because you believe that they're Hamites.
There's no archaeology.
Hold on. You keep interrupting me. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just explain some of the Bible that these guys don't even know. Hittites in the Bible are not real Hittites. The Hittites in the Bible are Canaanites. They are not, the Hittites in real life come from Turkey and further up. They're Indo-European speakers. But in the Bible, if you go to Genesis 23:7, it says Abraham. Abraham is telling the Hittites, say, bury me in the land. And the land that he's talking about is the land of Canaan. Their Hittites are Canaanites. That's not real in history. That's made up for the biblical tradition. So when you talk about Canaanites, you're making up your own perspective based off a biblical worldview, which is fine. But I want real history. I don't want the biblical worldview. Bring history to me. That's what I want.
Right. So when we look at archaeology,
I agree the Canaanites are the root to the Israelites. That's it. But let's deal with one thing at a time. Let's deal with the book of Esther right now.
I thought we was talking about Kamala.
Yeah, we get all into this because he came on the show. But we're going to get into Kamala in a second. So let's get to the book of Esther.
Let me show Esther being in the Septuagint real quick. Let me share my screen. But let me share my screen. How do I share my screen? Okay, let me see. There it is. Share screen. Boom. All right. All right, so I just did a simple Google search. It says an additional 6 chapters appear.
Hold on 1 second. Let's look at this. The book of Esther. What are you saying?
Esther was in the Septuagint.
Okay.
That's all I'm proving. That's all I'm proving. Kobe says prove it, I guess. So
all right, hold on. No, you didn't prove anything. I want you to pray. All right, come on. Let me take you off the screen because since you want to play a game, let's look at the same article you're looking at. This is it right here. The Greek book of Esther included in the Septuagint is a retelling of the events of the Hebrew book of Esther rather than a translation and records additional traditions. And by the way, the people don't realize the Septuagint, as far as its name, is really a 4th century AD thing. All right. As far as the Greek version, there's no Greek version because the Septuagint, originally the Greek version of the Hebrew text was only the first 5 books. Later on, they translated. But let's take a look at it then. It says it is a retelling of the events of the Hebrew book of Esther rather than a translation and records additional traditions, which do not appear in the traditional Hebrew version. In particular, the identification of Ahasuerus with Artaxerxes II and details of birth is dated around the 2nd to early 1st century BC. When was the Septuagint written? 3rd century, supposedly. So you see, these are translations from the Hebrew that they are using to make it up. The Coptic and Ethiopic versions of Esther are translations of the Greek rather than the Hebrew Esther. A Latin version of Esther was produced by Jerome for the Vulgate. It translates the Hebrew Esther, but interpolates translations of the Greek Esther, where the later comes on. So this book, right, you have Esther. It wasn't even established when the time of the Septuagint. The Septuagint is 3rd century.
But they said they had a Hebrew copy. They said they had Hebrew copies of it.
They had a Hebrew copy. That's what the Septuagint get it from. But there was no Hebrew in the original Hebrew Bible. The last of the 24 books of the Hebrew had to be canonized by the sages of the Great Assembly. According to
there was a Hebrew Esther. There was a Hebrew Esther in circulation.
When?
You just read it. It just it says that they translated it from the Hebrew Esther.
Okay. I got you. Watch this. Let me scroll on some more from this.
You're asking me when, dude. Like, yo, it's right there.
We could basically come to a conclusion and we could look at it carefully.
You just read it, dude. They got it from the Hebrew. There was a Hebrew copy of the Esther, and then they translated it into the Septuagint, into the Greek. It's literally what we just read. So case closed. Case closed.
No, Az. You're not dominating anything on my channel. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Where is these manuscripts? There's no manuscripts of Esther before that time period. It's 1st century BC. There's no manuscripts of it. So you're saying that it's case closed. Case closed where? I'm looking through
Greek. So there's no Greek manuscripts of it.
I'm not saying there's no Greek manuscripts. I never said that.
Okay, so the Greek manuscripts existed.
I'm saying to you were saying it existed in the Septuagint. It couldn't have because the Septuagint originally was just the first 5 books.
Okay, so when I read my New Testament, we're
gonna deal with this. We don't get away from this.
I get you. When Jesus quotes Isaiah, he's reading from the Septuagint, the Greek version of Isaiah. So you can't tell me that the Septuagint was compiled after the fact.
Hold on.
You can't say that.
Listen. The Septuagint was all right. You know what? Let me do this.
And you still got to deal with the archaeology of the Canaanites.
Hold on a second. The archaeology of Canaan has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We are done with Canaan. I agree that the Israelites come out of Canaanites. I agree with you.
Because there's archaeology to show that the Canaanites were black, dude.
The archaeology show that the Canaanites are black. What archaeology do you have?
Their features.
What features?
Their features obviously don't look European, do they?
My brother, look-a-ship don't tell what a person is. You have people who are white.
You do it all the time. You look at images all the time. You say, "Are these white? Are these black people?" No, they're Arab looking.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, put it on your screen. Put the Canaanites on the screen. Put them on the screen.
You got to give me some time. You can go to somebody else until I get the
information. Put the Canaanites on the screen. I want you to show me the images of the Canaanites that everybody shows of the Canaanites.
Okay, I will. Just give me some time. In the meantime, go to somebody else.
All right, hold on. Let me show this on the screen real quickly. Here. Is this Canaanites right here? Let's look at this right here. So this is from Egypt. Hold on 1 second. Because then we're going to look at shit. They could have Turkish DNA. They could have anybody DNA. They don't necessarily mean that because of how they look outwardly. That means that they're. I mean, how are you defining black, by the way, too? How are you defining black?
I mean, they would say that we resemble Canaanites. That's what they would say.
So we
They
look
say
like.
that.
So
They
are
say
these Canaanites? Are these Canaanites?
Ramses the third prisoner tile depicting Canaanites and Shashu leader captives.
Okay, so which one of these look like you?
Let's see. I know that the first two on the left,
Oh my God.
that look like my cousin.
It's when black folks just want to lie. They don't want to be honest no more. We just can't say, I don't know about this picture. See, we can't tell. These guys could have R markers. They could have E1B1B. They could have E1B1A. We don't know who they are. They could be Africans. We don't know based off a look of shit. Wow, what an interception by the Jets. Wow. Hell of an interception. All right, let's deal with Esther for a second. We got to go back to Esther, the book of Esther. All right. Okay, the book relates to the story of Jerusalem. The first story to only books in the Bible that do not mention God explicitly. All right, setting and structure. All right, structure. All right, let's look at dating.
Yo, I'm looking at an image right now of some black Canaanites.
Of course, you're gonna look at you're gonna go to realhistorywww.com, and that's gonna mess you up, because then I'm gonna ask you for a primary. But again, though, even if they're dark skinned, that doesn't mean that they're you.
Right, and this is the problem. Like, we need to stop this whole black thing, because like even my aunt.
Why you gonna tell me they're looking black when we need to stop this black thing? What?
Because when I'm saying like black, so like case in point, when I say black, right?
I'm saying to you, genetically, those people could be Africans, those Canaanites, because they're so close to Africans. They could be E1B1A markers, and we don't even know. But what I'm saying, based on the records though that we have of Canaanite records, we really don't have that much E1B1A carriers in that part of the world. We don't.
Well,
we haven't.
When I look at my family,
we haven't found. Hold on, brother, before you interrupt me. What I'm saying to you is, I don't know how far you want to go, but I'm saying to you, if you want to stem on this tradition here, as far as them being Africans or black, you're gonna put yourself in a position where you're gonna have to prove it, and I don't think you can prove that, bro. How are you gonna prove that they're black? How?
Well, when we say black, when I say black, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know that when we say black people come in different shades. Like my mom, she's dark skinned. Her sister is very fair. She's very high yellow. Both have the same parents. If you were to draw her on the walls, she looks yellow. So, I mean, that's why I say, like, what does black even really mean in that aspect? So when we say the Canaanites are black, we're not saying that they're all dark skinned, because not even our own people are just straight dark skinned. We come in different shades. So the Canaanites could very well have come in different shades. That's the case with the Egyptians. That's the case with everybody on the planet.
Well, we mix with different people. That's the reason.
People from India, right? They come in different shades of brown. They have high, very fair yellow, and then they're really dark skinned.
All right.
So
now,
I don't even really know what you're.
Okay, I agree with you. Now let me ask you this. Let's deal with Esther for a second, because they said, Esther, where's Kobe at? I need Kobe back here for a second.
No, he ran. He tucked tail and ran. He's scared. That's why.
No, he's not scared of you. Stop that. Now let me ask you a question. When was the Great Assembly? Because that's when the tradition says that it was added. Esther was added to the Bible. When was the Great Assembly? That's what the article.
I don't have the year in my head. What is it?
I don't know.
So you asking me questions that you don't know the answer to, and then you're gonna make me look stupid.
That's what I'm asking.
You were about to make me look stupid. You're gonna try to make.
That's why I ask questions. I don't know.
You were gonna try to make me look stupid on here, bro.
Hold on a second. Simon the
Just. You.
Who is Simon the Just? Hold on a second. Let me see something real quick. Simon the Just is dated to when? All right. So let me go ahead, Jets. We're gonna score a touchdown. Let's go. All right.
Man, screw them Jets. They're garbage.
Oh, I definitely don't like you right now. All All right, let's look at this now. I'm still looking at this Esther article. So with the Canaanites, can you agree that you can't tell what race they are? We don't know what they are. Can you agree to that? We don't know who they are. Outside of the
very difficult.
Outside of the biblical tradition, we can't tell who they are because the Bible says they're one people. When they're a mixture of Amorites, they're a mixture of Hittites, they're a mixture of Egyptians, they're a mixture of different people and different cultures. We don't know who they are, technically speaking. Would you agree to that?
Okay, let's just say for argument's sake, let's go with your thinking.
That's just crazy. All right.
That's a cop out too, because I mean, you ain't gotta take Garfield's word for it. If you got something to prove him wrong, go ahead and prove it.
Hey, I just wanted to ask one question before I get off. Where did Abraham send Jacob for?
No. You're going to a whole other perspective. You always do this, and I keep telling you stop doing this. We're talking about one thing. You come out with your own traditions. We ain't got time for that, bro. Stay on topic, man. Stay on topic. You got to learn to stay on topic, bro. You always do that. The conversation already got messed up with me and Keon because we were talking about Kamala, and this dude jumped on and then come out with a fake name to try to trip me up. But we gonna get to the bottom of Esther right now. Are we finished with the Canaanites?
Just as long as you admit that the scholars say that the Israelites in origin are Canaanites.
That I teach that on my channel. What are you talking about?
Okay, so then that's not Covey's people.
How do you decide who is whose people? What are you talking about? Where's your people? How you get into the picture?
My people are described in the text in the book.
No, there's nobody.
They're called the N-word. They're called niggers. They're called niggers in the Bible.
But didn't you say you don't know what your father is? Didn't you say you don't know your father's people like that? So how do you even know?
Well, here's the thing, right? Either way, how you look at it, because we don't know if they're really Native American, or if they go back to the slave trade. But either way, how you look at it, according to the traditions, I'm still an Israelite because of second Esdras and Christopher Columbus. He's a witness.
Hold on. What Columbus said? What did Columbus say?
Columbus said that the Americas is Arsarith.
All right. Can you prove that?
Yeah, no sweat.
All right, watch this, family. I want y'all to look at this because I talk about this on Berean all the time, and you really come on my channel to push that misinformation. That is absolute. I mean, you don't even respect me. You don't respect me as a man. That's crazy. That is
no. I do respect you. I respect you because
you don't respect my scholarship at all.
No. I respect you. I respect you because
Garfield is a bum. Garfield, thunder. You hear this thunder? Garfield is a bum, man.
Hey, Garfield is trash. Go ahead and prove him wrong, man. Go ahead and get him. Get him, dog. Get him.
No, read the screen. Read the screen. I'm going to
Garfield.
Get Garfield, man. Get him.
Yeah. Garfield, I respect you because you finally admit that.
No, we don't want no niceties. No, mix it up. Let's go.
Bro. Read the screen, brother. It says Christopher Columbus said it was Arsarith. Go ahead. I'm giving you this.
It says the Jewish Encyclopedia, Arsarith, the name of the land beyond the great river. So it's far away from the habitation of man. So Garfield would have to show what this is talking about, in which the 10 tribes of Israel will dwell, observing the law of Moses until the time of restoration, according to 4th Esdras or 2nd Esdras in our Bible, chapter 13, verse 45. Columbus identified America with this land. Boom!
What did it say after that? What did it say after that? What did it say after that? What it said after that? What it said after that? After you read that.
Kay Serling, hold on. Kay Serling is Jewish. You know that, right?
Hold on, man.
You know
Just
he's Jewish,
read
right?
what it says, bro. Come on, man. I'm making
this is coming from. Listen, Garfield. Do you agree that this is
coming from? I can't talk to this dude, man. Dude, you just read the thing. Columbus identified America with this land, right? It says. What does it say after that?
C.K. Serling, Christopher Columbus.
Translated by
Dr. C. Gross.
Page what?
Page 15.
Now, that's the source of that.
Yeah, the source comes from a person who you say would be a bona fide Jew.
Bro, I don't give a fuck who he is. I'm asking you to read the page. I'm helping you out. This is where you got it from. But this is what I'm trying to tell you. The source is Caselin, so we're going to go to Caselin's book. Is that a proper methodology right there? Is that proper methodology? Because that's where the Jewish Encyclopedia got it from.
Yeah, but there's other sources too.
No, I never asked you that. You know what? You don't have other sources. Don't lie. Jewish Encyclopedia is the source.
No, there's more sources. We got sources.
No other, bro. The only other source you could bring is Columbus writing itself.
No, that's not true. We got John. What's his name? Adair.
Adair.
We got Adair. We have Adair. We have Adair.
Bro. My brother. We
have Adair, right? We have Adair too, right?
My brother, we're not talking about James Adair. Just listen to what I'm saying. We're gonna get to that.
So that's a second source.
My brother, who says America is Arzareth? Columbus, right? But I'm asking you a simple question.
We have other sources.
My brother. I'm asking you a simple question. Don't Columbus says that Arzareth is America?
According to the Jewish Encyclopedia,
didn't it tell us to go to Caselin's Christopher Columbus? Because that's the source. Didn't it tell it to go there? Yes or no?
Go to the Jewish guy's writings.
All right. Now watch this. You said there's other records of people saying Arzareth is America, right? Then you brought up James Adair. Am I correct?
I have other sources.
Am I correct? Did you just say that? Did you just say that? All right, stop for a minute. Let's deal with Arzareth right here. So what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, because we deal with root knowledge, we go to Christopher Columbus and the participation of the Jews in the Spanish and the Portuguese discovered by Dr. M. Caseling. Now, it was translated by Charles Gross, the PhD from Harvard. Now, this is the page that it's on. Nowhere on this page does it say that Columbus says that. And in fact, we have my brother Rodney has the original writings of Columbus, and nowhere in his writings does he say Arzareth is America. Nowhere in Columbus. I'm going to say it again, ladies and gentlemen. Nowhere in Columbus' writings does it say Arzareth is America. Nowhere. As a matter of fact, you can find it, and if you find it anywhere else, I will never come on YouTube no more. You could kick Garfield out. Matter of fact, I will become a Hebrew Israelite tomorrow.
Garfield,
listen, let me finish, bro. There's a reason why I don't mute you. Because we could have a conversation. All right? Now listen to what I'm saying. Again, I asked you, this is why I allowed you to bury yourself. I gave you the source, and I show you where they got it from. So now, let's look at it carefully now. He was also very fond of reading the Bible and fourth book of Ezra, which was probably written by a Jew who lived outside of Palestine. According to his own assertion, the incentive that impelled him to plan his discoveries was not a love of science, but his interpretation of the prophecies of Isaiah. And then you could read the rest of the page, which I copied. It don't say nowhere on page 15 that Arzareth is America.
Okay, Garfield, let me respond.
No, please. You may not respond. Relax. I'll tell you when it's your turn, brother. Relax. I'm going to give you all the time. You see, what I did was I allowed you to hang yourself. So when you saw me bring out the source, you got excited. Oh, it's right here. Arzareth is America. I did that on purpose. I set you up on purpose. So because you now have to admit that there's no source that says that. Because you said there's more, then you went to James Adair. And I'm going to give you one even better. Let's go to James Adair. Let's see what James Adair says.
No, just stop, bro. You're going too far, bro. Let's
you
just deal with one thing. Let's deal with one thing at a time.
All right. Arzareth is America. Where you got it from?
Yeah, let's deal with one thing at a time, bro. So what I wanted to say was, why did Christopher Columbus bring Hebrew translators in?
All right, stop right there. Don't say another word. Don't say another word. We got to stop you right there. Don't say another word. Don't say another word. Promise me. You're not gonna
there you go. Get him.
All right, watch this.
Hold on, because my methodology.
My brother, relax. I told you, said, why did he bring?
You barely let me say anything.
My brother, you made a statement. I got to respond to it. I'm a teacher right here. I'm teaching you. So you can
finish my full statement.
No, you see, this is what you're doing. You're
halfway.
My brother, no, I didn't. You said, why did he bring Jewish translators then. You're trying to imply that the Native Americans were Jewish. That's why he brought Jewish translators. But you're being dishonest. Hold on.
I didn't even finish my full thought, though.
All right,
let me stop my full thought.
Stop sharing. Bring up your old thoughts. Go ahead.
Yeah. All I was just trying to say is, why did he bring Hebrew translators with him after reading the 4th book of Ezra? Like, why? That's the question. And then another thing too is, how is it let me finish my full thought. How is it that they found Assyrian artifacts in Ecuador?
I got you. Now, 2 questions, right, family? 2 questions. What were the 2 questions? Say it again. Repeat it.
Why did Columbus bring Hebrew translators after reading the 4th book of Ezra? And why do we find Assyrian artifacts in Ecuador?
All right,
because the Bible says that they went to the captivity of Assyria, bro.
I got you. I'm your best friend today. I got you. You on the winning team today, brother. I just want to let you know that you on the winning team because Golf, you going to convert you today. Let's look at this right here.
So now, out of all the interpreters that Columbus could have brought with him, what do you think the language was? Let me hear it. Hebrew. There was only one interpreter that he brought with him, Louis de Torres, a so-called Jew who had occupied a position under the government. He was fluent in Hebrew because Columbus knew who the hell he was going to see. He knew who he was going to find. Next slide.
All right. I want y'all to take a look at this. I want y'all to take a
Hey,
look at this.
that's you and Katazar?
Yeah, that's Katazar. Watch this. If you notice, I'm gonna replay this, right? And I want y'all to look at, you see this guy that's on the stage right now, he's a One West follower. Anybody that believes Native Americans are Israelites are lost. He already lost the battle. All right, but watch this. Look at this again. I want y'all to look at this. I want y'all to look at what he says, right? He says it's only Hebrew. But look at what the word says. If you notice, Katazar left out the other words. Look at what it says. I'm going to mute it, but look at what it says. It says, as he understood Hebrew, Chaldee, and Arabic. Why did he leave that off? Because the guy knew languages. If you're going to a foreign country, you want to bring somebody who is a translator. That makes sense. That makes absolute sense. That means that Columbus was smart. But look at this, though, what kills them. He brought a man who understood Hebrew because he knew where he was going. The text says he spoke Chaldee and Arabic, ladies and gentlemen. Chaldee and Arabic. Now, watch what happened. When Columbus went, this is from a primary source, Gonzalo Fernandez de Oviedo. And by the way, as if you repeat that foolishness again, you are disingenuous and nobody should have you on their channel. This is what happened based off the records of who wrote at that time. In General and Natural History of the Indies, Book 2, Chapter 6. Look what happened. They did not understand Hebrew. They didn't understand Spanish. They didn't understand any language. What the Indians did were, they had to make signs, and they pointed to the Isle of Haiti. They had to use sign language. And the Indians, when they went to Cuba, they pointed to Hispaniola, and thinking that the Indians, that the admiral did not say the name right, they said, Chibao, Chibao. And this admiral did what? He took 9 or 10 Indians back to Spain, Thunder, so that they could learn Spanish, so they could bring them back now to the Americas and let them translate what they're saying to the natives. So they had to bring native Indians or native people of those lands back to Spanish, to the kings and queen, and let them learn Spanish so they could act as translators for them when they go back again. So you saying that they brought Hebrew because they spoke Hebrew? Show me an Indian that spoke Hebrew. Show me one.
Well, we have we have the Decalogue stone, we have the Decalogue stone, and we have the Back Creek stone.
Next point he made, I got to deal with it. I'm dealing with every point that he dealt with. Let's go to the next.
Not only that, and no, my next point was
he brought up what my brother Guerilla Hebrew brought up.
The Assyrian, the Assyrian artifacts found in Ecuador.
What you call it? Spoke. What you call it? Well, let's get to that. To the gentleman. Let's get to the Assyrian stuff because when
Father Crespi, that's his name. Father Crespi.
Debate, I never had a comeback for it. I never had a comeback for it because I wasn't prepared. I've never heard it before, and I didn't take it serious because I don't trust anything that a Hebrew Israelite says. Because I don't think they study or they have a methodology. I don't think they do. So whenever they come, this is why the debates are so easy for me, because I'm prepared. I'm over prepared. All right. Now he just said, this guy, this is what he's referring to. Chief Joseph and the Assyrian tablets. Now, when did they start saying that he's a Hebrew Israelite? When did they start saying that? It's mentioned in Smithsonian Magazine, 1979. In the 1990s, that's when they started saying that he's connected. But when you read the whole thing, Chief Joseph Nez Perce tribe surrenders to the U.S. Army in 1877. He allegedly turns over a tablet in a medicine bag as a gesture for turning himself in. Contemporary record states he only turned himself in. Contemporary records say he only turned over his rifle. No credible records exist of Chief Joseph giving up his medicine bag, nor a cuneiform tablet in it.
Bro,
The
I
real
said
provenance
South
of the West
America.
Point
Bro, I
tablet
said
appears
Ecuador.
neither more nor less ordinary than thousands of other tablets taken from Talleyrand in the early 20th century. And its unfortunate moniker, the Joseph tablet, is due to accidental association, so entirely removed from events of the Old West as can be. But look at this though, family. I want y'all to pay attention to this. What year was the tablet? Let's look at when the tablet was, because the tablet is dated. Look at when it's dated, family. Look at what it's dated for. I'm going to show you on when we talked about it, Robert Biggs and all of them. It's dated to 4,000 years ago, before there's Israelites. There's no Israelites 4,000 years ago. 2000 BC, there's no Israelites. So how could these people be claiming they're Israelites based off of tablets that's way before Israelites even existed? I didn't even realize that during the debate. It's foolishness. And it had nothing to do with the guy at all that they're talking about. So you saying the Assyrians, we're going to talk about those Assyrians. You don't know about it because, again, you're listening to One West guys who can't research.
Garfield.
Can't research.
I said
again,
Ecuador.
I said Ecuador. This ain't got nothing to do with Israelites. This is from the Smithsonian Magazine. It had nothing to do with Chief Pence. In the 1990s is when they started claiming it was attached to him. Before that, it wasn't claiming that. And a Hebrew Israelite picked it up and switched around the words and said, hey, this is attached to us. Guerilla Hebrew, if you're watching, I got the primaries for this. This is why Yawasap never brought this up during the debate, because I sent it to him. I said, don't bring this up, because I'm going to beat it up. Don't bring it up. All right. So now we have that. We dealt with the other stuff. What else do you want?
No, you didn't. Hold
on a second before you talk. Thunder, you had something to say? Or are you good?
Nah, he beating you up right now because you ain't answered. He asked you about Assyrian artifacts in Ecuador. That's what we waiting on right now.
I said in Ecuador, bro. I said Ecuador. I said
you could
Ecuador,
go ahead,
bro.
brother. I'm ready. You want to say Cherokee? We could go to linguistic typology, show that the languages aren't related.
Bro, I said in Ecuador.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay.
Come on, Az. Where you at?
I said
every single thing.
Bro, I said the Assyrian artifacts in Ecuador.
In Ecuador. I officially heard it all.
I said Assyrian artifacts.
It wasn't even in Ecuador. It wasn't even in Ecuador either. He don't even have the information right.
I feel like you guys can't even.
I can hear you. We can hear you, man.
Oh, my bad. My volume was down. That's why I was talking over everybody. My bad.
Okay.
I apologize a while ago, guys. My volume was down, so I wasn't hearing you guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I said the Assyrian artifacts found in Ecuador. Look up Father Crespi. He was a friar or whatever. Father Crespi, Crespi.
All right, hold on. Let me look it up.
They gave him a whole treasure trove. Hold on.
Father Crespi. How you spell that?
Yeah, you got to turn up your volume. I said Crespi. Crespi.
What is he attached to?
Assyrian artifacts in Ecuador.
All right, let me deal with that right now. I'm gonna Google it. Assyrian artifacts.
Not only that, they found Greek artifacts from Greece over here.
All right. I don't know if you're talking about the one with the 10 Commandments. It does have a Greek letter in. I don't disagree with that, but that was created here in Americas. Now, as far as the artifacts with the Assyrians with Father Crespi, go ahead, post us, show us the story. Go ahead, share your screen and show us.
All right, cool. So I went on Google Scholar, just a quick research. Let me share. How do I change it? Okay. All right, cool. You can see my screen now, right? Okay, so right here.
Hold on.
No, it's not sharing. It's not sharing.
You're sharing your
there you
screen
go. Okay, cool. So I just typed in Google Scholar, Father Crespi, Assyrian tablet, Ecuador. Here are a list of sources that you can look on your own time. And they took photos of him. He's holding the artifacts in his hand. You can look it up. So here it is.
Hold on a second. Are you saying that Father Crispy found Assyrian artifacts?
No, the indigenous tribes in Ecuador, they gave him a bunch of Assyrian artifacts as a gift.
Who gave him? Who gave them?
The indigenous Indians of Ecuador.
So they gave him Assyrian. So how is that connected to Israelites?
Because of what Second Ezra says. Second Ezra says that they went to a faraway land that nobody has ever been before, and they left during the.
My brother, I'm gonna ask you a question, right? I'm gonna cut you off on
finish,
purpose.
bro. That sucks.
Hold on.
I can't even finish, bro.
Do you believe nobody lived in this region before those people? What are you saying?
Not the Assyrians did not live over here, and you have no evidence to prove that.
Hold on. First of all, I don't know if Assyrians came here or not. I'm not even confirming that or denying that. I have no record of that. I'm not aware. But for you now to say, let's take a look at this. Let's look at the screen for a second.
Look, man, I didn't even get to show my sources yet. You're still cutting me off before I.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, bro, you're bad. So I'm showing the methodology. I walked you down from Second Esdras, saying that they went to a faraway place that nobody has ever been before, and the Bible says that they went there by ships. They didn't walk there, and it took them a year and a half to get to Arsaret. Then we went to K. Serling. We went to the Jewish Encyclopedia. They say Christopher Columbus identified America with this land. Then we showed that he came with Hebrew translators. Now I'm showing you that the native Indians, how do they have Assyrian artifacts? The reason being is because the Bible says that when they were captives in Assyria, they left. And they left Assyria and they came to America. When they left from Assyria, they brought artifacts with them from Assyria. And when Father Crespi came later in time, they gave them those same tablets that were passed down from their ancestors after they left the Assyrian captivity. They gave it as a gift to a man called Father Crespi. And here are the sources on your screen, and I'm basing it off of Google Scholar. Father Crespi, Assyrian tablets, Ecuador. It says Atlantis in the Amazon. This is for you to look up on your own time, Garfield. Lost technologies and the secrets of Crespi. Look what they got. They said the Andes Mountains of Ecuador, right?
Hold on 1 second. Stop. Time out 1 second. You said something that was pretty interesting, right? You said something that was very interesting. You said that they took ships based off of the Bible. When did the Bible say that they came over here on ships?
Okay. Let's go. Let me pull up Second Esdras then.
No. You're saying Second Esdras said that. So go ahead. Show me Second Esdras real quick. And we're going to get back to this. I get back to Crispy. Okay. You made a point. I want you to get back to that.
Okay, let me type it in. So I'm going to type in Second Esdras 13. And we're going to start at verse 40
to 47.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. It doesn't give me the whole passage. Okay, view chapter. Okay. Y'all see that? Okay. So here we are, Second Esdras in the King James Version. Chapter 13. We're going to go all the way down. 40.
Yeah. This dude showed
okay,
up.
There we go. So it says right here, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, who Salmanassar, king of Assyria, led away captive. And he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land. It says, but they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. Sorry about that. Where never mankind dwelt. So you're saying, so you asked the question earlier, what, you don't believe other people lived in the Americas before them? If I go based off of the text, that would be incorrect. So because it says nobody ever dwelt. Hold on, no, let me finish, bro. Let me read the passage.
Does the text say that they go by ships? I want the text. Where
If you would let me finish the passage, you would get the answers to your question, bro.
Go ahead,
You would
brother.
get the answers to your question. It says, so they would go to a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow passage, by the narrow places of the river. So you can't walk on water. For the Most High then showed signs for them and held still the flood till they passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half. Right? Then dwelt they there until the latter time. And now when they shall begin to come,
read
the
46.
highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through, which it's going to take them a year and a half, right? Therefore sawest thou the multitude with peace. So it's saying, it's mentioning that they went through the Euphrates.
Hold on a second. My brother, I'm going to ask you a question, right? It said, for the Most High then shewed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. So they passed over the flood. He held the waters for them, right? Now,
right, passed over meaning
now let me ask
the Eastern Hemisphere to the Western Hemisphere.
Watch this. Do you have any evidence the people in Assyria that went there ever left that land? Do you have any evidence outside the biblical storyline?
Yes, we do. And I'm proving it with the Assyrian artifacts found in Ecuador.
Okay, so the Assyrian artifacts is carried by the people while they're going through the waters and everything. They carry the artifacts from there to Americas. All right. Now
explain how you got Assyrian artifacts in America then.
Watch this. Hey, I could explain some of it. I can't. I'm not even going front. The Ecuador stuff is not on my radar. But I'm gonna say this: I don't know if it's genuine. I don't know what is true about it. I don't know. All right, I can't say yay or nay, but it says Atlantis.
Well, then you got some studying to do. All
right, that's fine. The issue here is that this though, where are the people leaving evidence of them leaving Assyria? You can't say this Assyrian stuff is evidence when it's not even connected. It's connected to the Native Americans, because watch this. This is where you're probably. This is where you're falling.
You got to deal with the tablets in America. That's all you got to deal with.
I don't have to. Listen to me carefully.
Yes, you do.
No, you made a claim. You said that you have where no one has ever dwelt before. So he said that they're carried. This is how crazy this is. I mute up your mic. Don't say a word. Don't say a word while I'm talking, because I made you talk. Now look at this, family. In Peru, these people have a structure, a pyramidic structure that's older than the pyramids in Egypt. This is in Peru right now, right? This is over 5,000 years ago. So people were already living in South America before what you're talking about. Now, when we got about mummies, what about Chile? We got the oldest mummies in history, older than the ones in Egypt, 9,000 years ago. What is he talking about? Nobody lived there. We got artificial mummification. We got millennium pottery from the 8th millennium in Brazil. All over South America, you have people living there. What is he talking about? Even in Belize in Central America, 1200 BC, before Israelites even existed. So everywhere in Americas, we have people in North America, we have people in South America, we have people in Central America. So what is he talking about? How that got there, you need to figure out how it got there. I'm not acquiescing to a faulty premise, because there's no archaeologist. Show me where it says in a peer-reviewed article that this is a genuine thing, that they found artifacts and it came from those people and this is Tazarayach. You believe America is Tazarayach, but you have no proof. I just showed and proved Columbus never said Tazarayach in America. I showed and proved that the people, lived here. Showed and proved that there's no records of anybody leaving Assyria and going anywhere. In fact, the people in Assyria stayed in Assyria. So what are you talking about? You believe second Tazarayach because you want to believe you're an Israelite. That's all you're doing. You can't show and prove, and then you want to question Jews who claim that they're Jews and could go back 3, 4, 5, 6, 700, 1800, 1500 years ago, based off of the Resh Galata. You have no ground. You have no evidence. Your evidence is not even evidence, because you don't know who brought it there. You can't tell me who brought it there. If it's a document, you got to show what's called a provenance. Show me a provenance of those documents and how they got there. It can't be. So you're telling me these people are running away from the Assyrians and they have enough sense to say, let's carry these documents with us. Have you lost your mind? Are you listening to yourself? So who built these pyramid structures? Who built this one right here?
The one that's dated more, that's earlier than the Egyptian pyramids. Who put these mummies here in South America? Who put them in Chile? Who put this in Brazil? Who put this in the Belize? And let's even go to genetics. We got a 2-year-old boy in Montana that goes back 13,000 years. And guess what? His genetic marker or makeup is attached to 96% of the native people in America. 96%. He has the same Y marker as 96%. All right, so then why don't you share, if they come from Assyria, why don't you share the same genetic markers as these people? You should share it. You should have Q, you should have all these markers, C, Q, and R, and not too much the R because they got the R from the Europeans when they came over here. But you should have C and Q. How come you don't have that? You're not connected to these people. You're not related to them. And they're not even related to people from the Levant. They don't even share markers. They come from Siberia. They're Native Americans that stem from the people from Siberia. That's where they come from. So if you want to say you're connected to these people, you got to show me your genetic makeup and show me you're connected. Look at this Y distribution of Y chromosomal group. If you look at it right here, family, look at the purple and look at the purple in the Siberian area. This is where they come from. All over South America, you see purple, QM242. That's what they're from. You can't get away from science. So if you're connected to these people, show me them people over here with the E marker, the Native Americans with the E1B1B or E1B1A. Show me that. Show me them before the colonial time periods. They're not mixing with Africans because a lot of Africans went to Mexico and mixed with them. Jamaicans all over Belize and Costa Rica. So we're going to have E1B1A. Jamaicans is there. We went there. Panama, Jamaicans went there. So you're going to see E1B1A. So why don't you share the same markers as the QM242 people? And to top it all off, family, we can show that these records go all the way back, family, all the way back. So now, if you want to get into the Assyrians, I'm going to ask you now, I'm going to put you on the table. Show me how the Assyrian, I don't want accuracy of all the pyramids. I don't know if it's real or not, because people make up shit as they go. Just show me how these documents, how they ended up in Ecuador, as you said. How they ended up in Ecuador. The floor is yours, my brother. Hello. Hello, I guess he dropped off. Black Israelites took Assyrian gods to Ecuador. This is crazy. Anyway, Kian, let's get back to Kamala because I don't know where he at. He dropped off. I don't know. The most I told him to run off for a little bit. He'll be back.
Cool.
Yeah, and this guy, here's another crazy one. Here's a crazy one. This is another crazy one right here. He's gonna tell us that he's an Israelite. Can't show and prove. The Egyptian pyramids are not older than the one in Peru, my brother. Let's go. Anybody else want to add on to this?
Yeah, man, I'm gonna be real with you, Garfield. You better than me, dog. Cause I'm gonna be honest with you. What's the benefit? Like, you proving that Jewish people are originally black, or the traditions came from black people, yada yada. What does that benefit? What is the benefit of that? Are you gonna, now the land in Israel is black people's now? Is that what you're gonna tell me? We ain't gonna have to fight 70,000 nukes that them Israelis own now. Like, they're not just gonna give you their land because you proved that the tradition came originally from black people. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm not really interested in it, and that's probably why I'm dismissing it. But I just don't get the benefit of even any of this stuff. But hey, good for you, man. I'm glad that you're into history, though. That's great. That's always great.
All right, let's get back to Kamala right now. What were we talking about with Kamala? Oh, I was about to play that video with Kamala and her, is she black? I just think it's just.
Oh yeah.
I think it's stupid, and I think it's just crazy.
Bro, she a quadroon, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna let me.
I've seen the video. She's a quadroon.
Yeah, she mixed up.
But that's not black. She
She's part black. If we going by rules of what we talk about in white supremacy, she's definitely black. As far as she has
Well,
one.
I don't.
If you
Well,
go,
is it?
hold on, James. If you go by the one drop rule, you know, we could definitely say she's black. 25%. We don't know. It's stupid though, because how are we calling her defining black? How are you defining black?
We rejecting the one drop rule. At least I reject the one drop rule.
All right.
I mean, I feel like we get to redefine it, just like we redefine the N word. So we get to redefine that.
All right. Let's take a look at this right here.
First off, I want to say I did not want to make this video, at least not yet. You see, I already made a family tree video about Kamala Harris 4 years ago, and although it could definitely use an update, I wanted to wait until after the election results to perhaps redo it. However, recently there's been a string of videos put out by Candace Owens that have been getting millions of views. In them, she insinuates a bunch of things about Kamala Harris's family tree that, quite frankly, are not true. But people are believing Owens and starting to repeat her claims as if they are fact. So, since Useful Charts is one of the main channels here on YouTube that talks about family trees, I felt that it was sort of my responsibility to weigh in. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to go through Kamala Harris's full tree right now. I'll still do that later this year if she wins. But for now, I want to focus on her father's side of the tree and answer the question, is Kamala Harris black? The renewed interest in Harris's tree started with a statement made by Janet Jackson during a recent interview. When asked about Kamala Harris, Jackson said, and I quote, "She's not black. That's what I heard. Her father's white. I was told that they discovered her father was white." Now, first off, it's obvious that Janet Jackson has never seen a photo of Donald Harris, Kamala Harris's father, because there's no way that anyone would call this man straight up white. Here's some more photos of him at various points in his life. I mean, you could perhaps claim that he looks mixed race or maybe part white, but I don't think anyone in their right mind would say that the person you're looking at on screen right now is a white man. So, rightly so, the media jumped all over Jackson's comments. But for some reason, Candace Owens decided to defend Jackson by doing a deep dive into Donald Harris's genealogy. So let's take a look. First off, like I say, it's quite obvious that Kamala's father is a black man. Maybe not 100% black, but definitely black enough that that's how he's going to be perceived as he goes through life. Remember, race is just a social construct. What's actually more important is racialization, meaning how society perceives you and treats you based on how you look. So, for example, Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, and Bob Marley all had white fathers, but all three of them were considered black, never white. Okay, let me introduce you to Donald Harris's parents. According to Donald himself, his father was Oscar Joseph Harris, and his mother was Beryl Christie Finnegan. However, in his article, Reflections of a Jamaican Father, Donald states that the two most influential women in his life were his two grandmothers, Christiana Brown and Iris Finnegan. Now, it's unclear whether or not he was actually raised by these two grandmothers, but that certainly seems like a possibility because, as Candace Owen points out, there is no record of a marriage between Oscar and Beryl. However, there is a record of a marriage between Oscar and a white woman named Vioris Cambridge when Donald was 14, as well as a marriage between Beryl and a man named Lawford Newland when Donald was 6. So either Oscar and Beryl divorced very early on in Donald's life, or they were simply never married at all. Now, the first mistake that Candace Owens makes is that she claims that Beryl died in 1960. Based on this death registration here. If true, she says, that would mean that Kamala Harris is lying about.
All right, let me stop for a second. Now, this is what I don't understand with people, right? Now, remember, Candace Owens got 2.2 million views. I don't know if she bought them views or it's real views. I thought black folks in general hated Candace Owens, but all of a sudden she's talking about Kamala. Everybody likes her now. They forgot all the shit she said in the past that was anti-African, anti-black, but now they love her now. And she was supporting Trump and all this stuff. Now you like her. It does show you how wishy-washy we are as a people, man. You think up to this day, Jews still hate Ford for what he said, I think in 1970, he talked about the Jews. Up to this day. This is what I don't understand with black folks. We claim you want to be united, but you can't be united on a simple situation like that, like this. Candace Owens is not a great source. And you see, the problem is, again, people can't research themselves. They depend on YouTubers like myself and Unk and other people to do proper research. So this is why I played this video, because I know he ain't got no dog in the fight. Ain't no dog in the fight. No dog. So now she put out a fake birth paper and said the woman died in 1960 and that the picture that she put up was fake. So now you just said that about a woman who might be the president of the United States. This is not even true. It's a lie. I can't understand people. I just can't understand people and this disrespect for people's culture. And it's just disgusting. What are you doing now? You want Kamala to give you reparations and you join on with this shit, putting out fake bullshit about her. You talking about my grandma. What are you going to talk about my grandma for? Don't talk about my mama. Aren't we the culture that said don't talk about my mama? But you supporting a woman talking about this lady's grandma, says she lying and all this shit. She lied. It's crazy.
Her grandmother is an Indian. Her grandmother is a mulatto. So it's not even the same. I don't know mulatto grandmother. She not like us, bro.
Hold on. Hold your mouth, man. Let me play the video and do my commentary. Relax yourself. And you're taking this too personal, bro. She ain't us. You're taking this too personal. Let's take a look and see what he comes up with a conclusion. Relax.
I know the conclusion. I saw the video. She a quadroon.
About this photo, which shows her with her grandmother Beryl in 1990. But here's the thing. Harris's grandmother didn't die in 1960. She died in 1995. This is the correct death registration. We know that this one is the correct one for several reasons. First and foremost is the fact that the Beryl on this registration is named Beryl Finnegan, which was the grandmother's last name, whereas the Beryl on this one is named Beryl Christie. Now, the reason why Candace got confused is because Harris's grandmother Beryl had Christie as a middle name, but the form asks for the full name. I think it's very unlikely that they would put the first and middle name rather than the first and last name. Also, this Beryl died in 1960 at the age of 39, meaning that she was born in 1921, whereas this Beryl died in 1995 at the age of 81, meaning that she was born in 1914. That's a pretty big difference that can be settled very easily by looking at Grandma Beryl's birth certificate. Even Candace Owen admits that this is the correct birth certificate for Grandma Beryl. At first glance, it seems to indicate that the birth was in 1917, but that 7 could also be a 4, which would make it 1914, fitting perfectly with what we'd expect based on the correct death certificate. But there's more. Candace makes a big deal over this name here, Douglas Finnegan, the person who reported the death. She says, we don't know of any Douglas Finnegan in the family. Well, that may be, but her last name was in fact Finnegan. So it's not hard to imagine that there was some nephew or cousin out there named Douglas Finnegan, who was in charge of reporting the death. In contrast, this one lists Muriel Murray. We don't know of any family members with the last name Murray. So that one makes even less sense. Finally, there's the fact that this Beryl died in St. Anne Parish, which is where Grandma Beryl was known to have lived her entire life, whereas this one has her being born in St. Anne but dying in Kingston. Now, the second mistake that Candace Owen makes is that she claims, or at least strongly insinuates, that Donald Harris's real mother is actually Vioris Cambridge, and that the woman in this photo is just the help that Kamala was passing on.
Garfield, I can cut you please 1 quick second. Because that 4 on the birth certificate, people going to tell you that's 7. But when you're growing up as a Kingstonian or a Jamaican or an English person, when you're writing a 7, what we do? We cross it in the middle. You realize that 4 don't have a cross in the middle? Look at it and look at how your mother writes 7 or how she used to write 7. So that is obviously a 4. So that's the argument that they will come with. To say, no, that's not a 4, that's a 7. A 7 in British during that time always have a cross in it. You can go back and look. So I just needed to make sure that people don't say the birth certificate said 7, that's a 7. Because how they write 7 now. 7s normally have a cross in the middle. All right?
All right, cool.
Yeah.
At first glance, it seems to indicate that the birth was in 1917, but that 7 could also be a 4, which would make it 1914, fitting perfectly with what we'd expect based on the correct death certificate. But there's more. Candace makes a big deal over this name here, Douglas Finnegan, the person who reported the death. She says, we don't know of any Douglas Finnegan in the family. Well, that may be, but her last name was in fact Finnegan. So it's not hard to imagine that there was some nephew or cousin out there named Douglas Finnegan who was in charge of reporting the death. In contrast, this one lists Muriel Murray. We don't know of any family members with the last name Murray. So that one makes even less sense. Finally, there's the fact that this Beryl died in St. Anne Parish, which is where Grandma Beryl was known to have lived her entire life, whereas this one has her being born in St. Anne but dying in Kingston. Now, the second mistake that Candace Owen makes is that she claims, or at least strongly insinuates, that Donald Harris's real mother is actually Vioris Cambridge, and that the woman in this photo is just the help that Kamala was passing off as her grandmother in order to seem more black. This is where things start to get really ridiculous, because Vioris was born in 1927 and Donald in 1938. So are we to believe that Vioris had Donald when she was only 11? Oh, wait, I get it. She wants to see Donald Harris's birth certificate, because obviously he's lying. Gee, that sounds familiar. What I think is really going on is that Candace Owens is just throwing out a bunch of crazy stuff because she knows that people who want a reason to hate Kamala Harris will believe it. But that's just plain irresponsible, to put it lightly. Look, I take family trees seriously, so let me show you what I've learned and what I think the best explanation is for all the facts. Let's start with Joseph Alexander Harris, Oscar Harris's father. He's the most recent fully white person on Kamala Harris's family tree. So out of her 8 great-grandparents in total, only one of them was white. That's actually about average for black people from the Americas. Then there's Oscar Harris's mother, Christiana Brown. She's the one that Donald Harris said was a descendant of Hamilton Brown, the Irish slave owner. But she's obviously mixed race, so what this means is that a white slaver probably impregnated an enslaved black woman at some point. Or at best, it means that a descendant of a white slaver married a descendant of an enslaved black woman. Either way, Christiana Brown had ancestors on both sides of the equation, and therefore it's extremely misleading to call her offspring the descendants of a slave-owning family without telling the full story. According to Donald Harris, Christiana Brown ran a dry goods store in a small town, so it's not like she was super wealthy or anything. I'm also not sure whether or not Christiana Brown was ever married to Joseph Harris. I'm still looking into it, but it appears that Joseph Harris had a white wife named Caroline Beckford, which means that Oscar was either the result of an affair or perhaps even something worse. What we do know is that Oscar's birth certificate lists him simply as Oscar Brown, with no mention of his father. So it definitely sounds like Christiana Brown was a single mother. Interestingly, Oscar didn't change his name to Oscar Joseph Harris until a few years prior to marrying Vioris, which seems to indicate that he was perhaps trying to distance himself from his black roots. If Joseph Harris was fully white and Christiana Brown was half black, half white, that would mean that Oscar Harris was 75% white. So he may have been able to pass. It does seem that Oscar and Vioris did have children together, children that would be the half-siblings of Donald Harris. For example, Candace Owens found this son, who is listed on Oscar Harris's death certificate as the one who reported the death. This means that if Oscar and Viola did have a bunch of white passing children, then Donald Harris might have been the black half-brother that no one really talked about. Now, I'm not saying this for certain. Donald has decided to keep these details private, and I respect that. I'm just saying that there's more than one way to do the guesswork. Now, while Oscar Harris seems to have been only around 25% black, it would appear that Beryl Finnegan was around 75% black. This is because her father, Patrick Finnegan Jr., was mixed race, and her mother, Iris Finnegan, maiden name Allen, was fully black. There's a record from around 1900 of a priest from St. Anne's Parish saying that there was a mixed-race couple in the area, and that the husband's name was Patrick Finnegan Sr., originally from Ireland. He was almost certainly referring to this couple here, the parents of Patrick Finnegan Jr. So what does all this mean? Well, it means that if Oscar Harris was 1/4 black and Beryl Finnegan was 3/4 black, that would make Donald Harris, DNA-wise, 4/8 black. Or to put it more simply, half white, half black. So that puts him in the same category as Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, and Bob Marley, as well as Drake, Lenny Kravitz, etc. So in other words, Donald Harris is black. And considering that he married an Indian woman, as in from India, that means that Kamala Harris is part black and part Indian, which is what she's always said. Sure, technically we could say that approximately 25% of her ancestry is European, 25% is sub-Saharan African, and 50% is South Asian. But when it comes down to it, that's not what matters. Like I said earlier, race doesn't really exist, but racialization definitely does. And the fact of the matter is that Kamala Harris has been racialized as either black or brown or both her entire life, never white. So there's your answer. Yes, Kamala Harris is black, and she's also Indian. You can be both. I'll continue to look into her tree, and if she wins in November, expect a video on her full family tree sometime before the end of the year. Thanks for watching.
All right, floodgates. Keon, what you got to say about all of that, man? All that craziness.
Man, that man is trying so hard, but you know, I mean, to me, man, I gotta understand what his definition of black is. I'm gonna be real with you. Just like how we had that conversation here, I would be very interested to see what Useful Charts or whoever runs Useful Charts, what his definition of black is. But yeah, I mean that's interesting. I'm not a person that thinks that Kamala Harris is definitely not white. So that's my only thing. But is she a foundational Black American, as they say?
No,
I don't know.
no, I wouldn't say that.
Exactly.
No,
Yeah.
I would say
Exactly. Yeah,
she's
that's what I would
mixed.
say.
I said she's mixed. I would love to see her genetic makeup. I would love to see her DNA and see what's going on.
Yeah, I would too. But this is where I'm going with it, Garfield, because this is ridiculous in the first place, in my opinion. All right, for the people out there that's even saying that she's not black, whatever the case may be, are you voting?
I got something perfect for you. I don't know if you watched this before. This goes into our definition, and why I cut you off because I want you to talk about. You know, I finished saying what you're saying, and I'm gonna show this video. And this is right down the lane what we're talking about. Who is black? How you determine black, and how silly it is. But go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say, for the people that's even having this conversation, this back and forth, are you just voting because someone is black or someone is not black or is not white? Because if that's the case, then I would think that you're ignorant in the first place. But you know, that's my whole entire take. Go ahead, Garfield.
Hey James, go ahead, James. You wanted to chime in, bro? She is Jamaican and she is American. As far as she's born here, she's born in America, so she's an American. And that's the problem, though. How do you define how she is? She's basically an American running. And I think what happened is people are saying, well, she don't do nothing for black people. And I played a video earlier when somebody is stating what she has done. And I don't get it. I just don't get it. Why people? I don't know, man. Let me play this video right here.
Garfield, let me tell you on that, because they don't see the specific word black person or African American in legislation. That's their whole problem, I think, and that's ridiculous. But go ahead, my fault.
All right, cool. All right, let's play this video, and this goes into the same black stuff again.
Qué belleza la que tú presentas bajo ese traje oaxaqueño.
Black blood, you are black. If the one drop rule were applied in Mexico, all of these people would be black. Almost 500 years separate the onset of the slave trade and rumors of black grandmothers in a Mexican family's closet today. What happened in between? From the market in Veracruz, African slaves were taken to work in mines, sugarcane fields, and wealthy homes. But they didn't accept their fates passively. By the early 17th century, at least 10% had run away, forming independent settlements called palenques. The most famous runaway and rebel leader was a man named Yanga, the founder of this town, which is located a few hours inland from Veracruz. Black blood, you are black. If the one drop rule were applied in Mexico, all of these people would be black. Text called Tenochtitlan. One of his fellow conquistadors was a free black man named Juan Garrido. I'm following in his footsteps. Cortez was dazzled by the city's overall beauty, by its irrigation system, but especially by its gold. He brutally conquered it. Today, Mexico City is constructed on top of ancient Tenochtitlan. With over 21 million residents, it's the largest city in the Western Hemisphere. I've come here to find treasures too. But these are housed in the National Museum of Mexico. So what are you taking me to see?
We're going to see the Casta paintings.
The Casa paintings. By the end of the 17th century, interracial relationships were on the rise. The Catholic Church allowed marriage between all groups. The law granted freedom to the children of black slaves and indigenous women. White men increasingly impregnated black women.
They always begin with
Text called Tenochtitlan. One of his fellow conquistadors was a free black man named Juan Garrido. I'm following in his footsteps.
We know this, Garfield. We do. We know all this.
Go ahead. Darius G, what's up? You up, girl?
What's up to everybody? This is just in regard to Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's going on? So, but man, I'm in California, and if anybody knows anybody about Kamala, and she was jailing parents for kids missing school. I know because I was on that boat.
She was what? I didn't hear you, my brother. Say it again. She did what?
She did threatening to jail parents for their kids missing school.
Okay, so
yeah, what they got to do with her race? What they got to do with what's got to do with her ethnicity?
That's what I'm telling you. It has nothing to do about race. Her policies are trash.
It's black police that go harder than white police. What did that mean?
And if you're going through the government system, if your kids are not going to school, and that's a part of the actual clause for you to keep your kids, and of course you're going to go to jail if they're not going to school as their responsibility. That's not really just a Kamala thing. That's just more of child support,
and that is completely false in the state of California. If your child is sick and has actual doctor references, like my son, that is completely false.
Yeah, he's starting conspiracy theories. Hey, Garfield.
Yo.
Hey, yo, this Gulla, man. Hey, if you
What
look
up,
at
brother?
I'm not. This is
what's
not a
good with it.
conspiracy theory. This is
Hey,
California law.
hold on. Let me say this real quick. If you look at Donald Harris's Wikipedia page, he have a full blown afro on there. Clearly a black dude. You know what I'm saying? And then plus,
Let me go to that
even where
right.
he,
Thanks for that. Let
yeah,
me go. Mm-hmm.
even where he met her mother at, Donald Harris spoke. He was a speaker at the Afro with the Afro American Association in Berkeley, California. He was a speaker there. You know what I'm saying? Why would he be speaking on behalf of Afro Americans in Berkeley, California, where he actually met? You know what I'm saying? Kamala's mother. She was a student there. You know what I'm saying? Actually, must be obviously interested in African American culture because she was listening. She was a listener. And then two, her mother's not even a true Indian. Her mother's Tamil. She's a Dravidian. So them people, them people are like the underdogs of India anyway. So they're not even true Indian. Indians are Hindu people. She didn't speak Hindu. She spoke Tamil, Dravidian language.
Yo, that's the black man right there with that afro, bro. Looking like Arthur Ashe. That's the black man right there, yo. Y'all crazy. Y'all crazy out here, man. That's Arthur
Tell me an
Ashe.
Indian you know with an afro.
Come on, man.
No, bro. Her mother is Tamil. She's not Indian. She live in India,
Well,
but the
again,
people,
name me a
It's
Tamil with an afro.
The Indian,
It's not
bro, Indian.
Tamil, it's Tamil. And yes, they are Dravidian people. But the problem is that
But
they
I'm saying,
accepted a certain thing.
Oh, yeah. Relax, bro. Y'all gonna get to talk. Just relax.
Tamil, whatever the hell, you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, Hindu people are the real Indian people. India means Hindi. That's what the word India means anyway. So she didn't speak Hindi or Hindu language. She's from the area she's from. She's from Tamil. What's up, Tamil Nadu? Some shit like that.
Right. Hey, James, go ahead. Say what you're saying, bro. Go ahead.
My thing is that the man in the video clearly brought up that this woman has like all these white people in her family. Like she is 25% theoretically, 25% white, 25% black. So
It's
she
African
just
American.
as much white as she's black.
It's African Americans walking around like that, especially from New Orleans, was walking around like that today, bro.
Okay, well those are Creoles. Those are Creoles.
What are you talking about?
You can
No, I
say the
don't.
same.
No, I do not. Wait,
You can
wait.
say the
Oh, not
same.
me.
You can say the same
I know
thing
my
about
brother.
Malcolm X. You can say the same thing about Malcolm X mama.
And I say the same thing about Malcolm X's mother too. I said she was damn near white. I say the same thing. Like I'm not switching on this. Like here's the thing, y'all got it twisted. I will support Kamala Harris. I will vote for Kamala Harris because I believe her policies will benefit me. But I'm just trying to keep it a buck.
But I'm saying,
She is not like us. Period.
but her daddy, bro, her daddy spoke at the Afro American Associations.
It don't
The
matter.
same.
There's probably a
Hold
white man that
on.
spoke at the Afro American Day. It's
No,
probably a white man too.
bro. He spoke there with a full blown afro. This is the same damn organization that inspired the Black Panthers, bro. Let on.
All right, that's all well and good. That's fine, cool. But like, if you, well, I don't even consider mulattoes black. So that's the
Oh,
other thing.
you wild then. Something wrong with you.
Man,
You got a
well, no, you
complex.
can't come from no,
Nah.
you can't be from no white man nutsack and be a black person.
Nah,
That's
bro. They don't.
disrespectful.
No, it
That's
don't work like that. You just
disrespectful,
making
bro.
up.
Yes, it does.
You making up.
Because you
You
know what?
making up.
I'm not
You
making up
making up
nothing.
stuff.
Because
You being pseudo. You pseudo then.
Hold on. Y'all taking it somewhere else right now. Y'all take a break. Keon, what you got to say, man? Head on.
Man, that was out, man. I mean, hey, man, hey. This man just said mulattoes ain't black.
Yo, let me tell you something, man. Race is the worst conversation I've ever been a part of. You are blacker because you are born certain you're born down south, so you're blacker than somebody from the north. You're light skinned, so you're not African enough. We have the weirdest conversations, yo, and we allow a stupid ass, and I'm gonna call her that, Candace Owens, because she is nuts. Y'all must have forgot who Candace Owens is. Candace Owens is like that girl on YouTube that used to talk. What's that feminist chick that used to bash black men, and she ended up sleeping with a dude with 6 kids and getting pregnant for him? What's her name? I forgot what her name is. Talking all that shit about black men, huh?
You ain't talking about Tasha K, are you?
Nah, the dude, this girl used to be talking against black men all the time, yo. And she's horrible, man. She's horrible. Oh man, I tell you,
man, that's boy. Mulattoes ain't black now, boy. That's man. Then he said that he ain't got no percentage of white people in him. I would love for
Cynthia
you to
G.
prove
That's what I'm
that.
talking about. Cynthia G. That lady Cynthia G.
Oh, Cynthia
Yeah,
G.
Black
Okay.
Cloud.
Yeah,
Oh, you
yeah,
on
she
point.
was
Yeah, she got pregnant for that dude talking all that shit. That shit was crazy, man. But I'm gonna change the conversation from Kamala, man, and I'm gonna go to something else. I want y'all to get y'all views on this. This is from Instagram, and this lady, she didn't like the man in her life to correct her kids, the stepfather. I want to hear y'all opinion on this, man, because a lot of men go through this craziness. Check this out.
But you don't have to tell her anything. That's the whole point. You don't have to tell her nothing.
So if I see her doing something, you just say, just leave me alone?
You're dealing with me. You mess with me, I mess with you. You don't mess with my kids. Okay? That's not the relationship we got. You hear from me. Don't say shit. She got a dad. You ain't gonna say shit to her. You ain't gonna say nothing to her.
I ain't trying to be a daddy or nothing. I just.
What are you talking about? You ain't trying to get her there. Don't tell her nothing yet.
I was trying to get her not to disrespect you. You told me to do something.
I don't have you to come in here to talk to them. I'm not asking for them to have a father figure. That's not what I'm asking.
I'm not trying to be no father figure in there.
No, what?
That's how I listen.
I already told him that. Your daddy already know what's going on.
Oh, now you gonna listen to that bust on the
Listen,
phone.
what the hell you mean to bust him in? That's my baby daddy. What are you talking about? He's still in her life. I'm not single mother. I got somebody else to take care of her. Her dad.
Really?
I didn't never tell you that you had to step in and be her father.
I'm not trying to be
okay,
your
but
father.
then no, because I didn't ask you.
On the phone, but he's gonna butt in.
Hell yeah, he's supposed to. That's his job. Look at what you mean.
That relationship y'all got, he can just come in with
a relationship where we co-parent. We don't need another man coming in doing anything for her.
I ain't trying to do anything for her.
You sound crazy. You are. You ain't got to tell her nothing. You don't have to enforce no rules that I have already applied.
Well, if I see her doing something,
me and her dad got that. Go ahead and finish doing what you're doing. Shit, me and her dad got that. But you don't have to tell her anything. That's the whole point. You don't have to tell her nothing.
So if I see.
All right, what y'all think about this video, man? A lot of men go through this when you have a girlfriend or a wife who has a child, and I don't know. What do y'all think about this right here?
Man, me personally, I'm gonna be real with you, dog. This is why I think, in my opinion, if I was a stepdad, I wouldn't even involve myself with her kids personally. I got my own child, and my baby mama, she don't even like me disciplining my own kid. She look at me sideways for disciplining my own kid. If that's either a whooping or just yelling at them, she looks at me sideways. So yeah, man, I'm gonna be real with you. If you the stepdaddy, you taking care of them kids, you should have the right to be able to discipline them kids. But just to be safe, man, I wouldn't do it. That's me personally.
I agree. You should, because you paying for them and you doing all that other stuff for them. Because I got step kids, and like, they get out of line, they do something like, because the father ain't taking care of them. You the male figure in the house, so you should have right. But it is kind of weird though, because they're not your own child. So I do agree with that also. So it depends on your situation. Oh, and let me clear this up, and then I'm getting off of it. Dude lied on me saying that I didn't have white DNA. I said I know exactly how much white DNA I have. I have 4%. I didn't say I didn't have any white DNA. I just want to clear that up. I'm done with
Since
it.
it's not 25%, you're a little different. Okay, I got you.
I'm 4%. Yeah, exactly. I'm 4%.
Okay.
I know exactly where it comes from.
Get out of here, because I got 3.9% Ashkenazi, baby. I'm Ashkenazi in the building.
It really don't matter, because if he dig deep enough, some of that West Africa DNA got Eurasian DNA too. Fulani ain't pure. Fulani people ain't no pure Africans, and all them. Some of the other people, they got back migrated stuff, mixed a little Arab and all that type of shit. Albert Maroosian in them. Nigerian got a little Albert Maroosian in them.
Hold on 1 second, bro. Hold on. Hey, Stupies, you're a veteran, man. How you deal with a situation with a baby mom? Stupies, where you at? You're a veteran in the game, man. Come on, man. What you do in that situation? What about you, Thunder? What do you do in that situation, man?
All right, this is what I'm doing. So I agree with the lady. Oh yeah, 100%. She's in 100% the right. If they listen to me. Well, she shouldn't have to talk to him like that, because he should have known better first. But two, when she told you the first time, dog, just go on play your PlayStation or something. You see what I'm saying? Leave that alone. But this is what I'm saying. We agree that in certain situations, yeah, the stepfather, whoever, need to step in. But like she say, Garfield, you got you got kids not in your house. Now you know that the baby your child's mother is still dating, people still in and out. At no point would you ever need, well, I'm assuming that at no point that you should ever need another man to step in and do something that you should be handling, in my opinion. So when you talking about co-parenting, like she say, she's told the guy, we don't need you to co-parent. That ain't what we good.
He called him a buster. Like,
Well, let's yeah, that's just inflammatory.
That's what he said.
That's just inflammatory rhetoric. Let's not worry about that. We talking about the point. The point is when she told him, hey, that's it, we understand. See what it is, he's probably been in a situation before where he's had to step in those sort of situations. Even matter of fact, we have a lot of women who are looking for men that to step in and be the father for children because their father may be dead, locked up, on drugs, whatever. In her case, that is not the case. That child is that child has a responsible father that's in her life and don't need that. Now, again, I would have done in that situation is to just report back. I would tell the mother, hey, listen, I know you told her not to do something and she did it anyway, right? And then you leave it at that. You know, you could be the snitch, but you ain't got to be the enforcer because that's not what they need.
Yeah,
that's not what they need.
You know, I don't know.
That's what's up, man. How old are you, man? 21. That's what's up, bro. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A friend of mine's daughter was actually, she had a boy home in the house, and the stepdad went in the room and saw that. When he went in the room and saw that she had a boy in the house, he didn't tell the mother. I'm gonna tell y'all a true story. So he was going on a vacation with the mother in Las Vegas, and he said when they come back from Las Vegas, he's gonna tell her. So that's what he told the daughter. The daughter went ahead and said, yo, this dude tried to sleep with me. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So now he lied on the dude. But the mother is like, that's my daughter. I'm going to believe my daughter. And I'm like that too.
You better.
I'm going to believe the daughter, even if she
believe
lied.
the daughter until she's proven to be a liar.
They include me in this mother effer now. I said,
100%.
I said, yo, they got a lie detector test dude in Queens.
Right, exactly.
You string up your daughter, and you could string up the dude, and it costs X, Y, and Z. Mika said, Garfield told us before. Yeah, I told us before. And the dude, she said, I'm not spending that money and da-da-da-da. I believe my daughter and so forth. Do you know that the daughter confessed like a couple months later, I was lying?
That she was lying, yeah.
And the dude got so mad, Jamaican crazy dude, he ended up cutting the lady in the face, man, because she broke up with him. He was a crazy
He should have. He was right.
He was a nut for doing that. But yo,
no, he wasn't.
And all that stuff. Looking for the dude, he ain't got
Okay, let me ask you this question. You said he was nuts, right? So in Jamaica, I remember this story where you told me about this pedophile walking around there doing this thing, and they started to look for him and they killed that man in the street. They beat him up in the street. So you telling me that could have possibly set that girl line could have possibly set that man up to get killed. I think him slashing her in the face, that's
insane.
Yeah, to me, that's you earned that. She earned that. She earned that, bro. She earned that. Nah, you tripping. She earned that. She earned that slash. In my opinion.
So the people
she worked hard.
Is like, don't tell nobody, but they accuse him of this. And this person say, oh, don't tell nobody. By the time you look, everybody think the dude is a pedophile. So you know they're looking at him.
You know, Mike Tyson have been in jail, man, for 2-3 years, messing around with Robin Williams. And what if she came out 2
Then
years later and said, you know what?
she said the dude came in there and told her he wanted to eat her out. So he tried to eat her out and all that stuff. Or he did. I don't remember what she said. Yo, that shit is crazy. Yo, bro, this is why I'm gonna tell y'all this, man. This is why. I mean, I might be the wrong person to say this, but dealing with women with children is not an
It's
easy.
tough.
I've been
It's
locked
tough,
up.
man.
I've locked up like with Jalen, who's been in my life for like almost how much years? 20 years. And I still treat him like he's my son. As a matter of fact, my daughter's here right now, my youngest. She thought Jalen was my father. She just found out this 6 months ago.
Yeah.
She's like, I thought it was weird that he was 6'5" and none of y'all is taller than 6 feet. Even Mika saw his pictures like, who kid is that? That's my son. He texted me yesterday, yo, I need $250 for my glasses. Boom. I have to pay him $250. Boom, boom, boom. He's my son. He's like, oh, I love you. Da, 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 da. But the point of the matter is, you got to be careful with these stepchildren, so-called stepchildren, you know, how you treat them.
That's a fact.
Be careful.
And matter of
Hey,
fact, it's getting to the point now where people, I got you. When people saying that dating women with kids is almost a red flag at this point, bro. That's where the manosphere is at right now. The manosphere is there right now, bro. Now I ain't going that far, but because it's gonna be rare to find a woman who ain't got no child. It's rare, but that's where it's headed, man. But what you gonna ask?
Yeah, Thunder. If so, in this situation, I get what you're saying. Let's say if the father wasn't there to co-parent, though, you think you still feel the same way?
No, I still just feel the same way because you got somebody. It need to be a verbal. I ain't gonna say a written contract, but definitely a verbal contract. In other words, this guy know what he getting into. He know what the expectation is. He know, and she's made it clear what she is requesting. She is requesting a guy to come in here and help rear her child. She may have an out of control teen, 13 years old, stealing from Kmart or whatever, Walmart or something. You see what I'm saying? Hey, listen, I got this child, man. He's a good kid, but he needs somebody to kind of help mentor him, et cetera, et cetera. Then at that point, you already know, okay, this is what I need to do. Even if you're new to it, you can go to Google and find out how to mentor a stepson or stepdaughter, et cetera, et cetera. How I do that effectively, and you just follow those steps, and then you just get the expectations from the mother. In other words, let the mother of the child dictate what you do, and then it wouldn't be no problem like that, bro. You got, in other words, communication. Everybody know what communication is always going to be critical and key, and 99% of things. You clearly communicated what your expectations were. I'm fulfilling no expectations. It shouldn't be no problem. Now, if you got a problem with how I did it, then guess what? I'm just gonna stop doing it and let you handle it. You do it the way you want to do it.
You know what's sad though? We could argue about Kamala all day, but sexual abuse of children is a worse situation than any that we have. And I'm gonna tell y'all this: we care more about Kamala's if she's FDA than if a kid get abused. This is
She
what's
ain't no
sad.
FDA. I ain't studying that chick. You already know who I'm down with.
Yeah, you down with Trump? Ain't nothing wrong with that, bro.
Yeah, you already know
He's
where
a
I'm at.
Trumper.
I ain't even mad with you though. I ain't even mad with you. I said
No, you know what? Less and less people are mad with me now, and that's a good thing. I used to be the coon. I used to be the Uncle Tom and all that stuff. Man, listen. I wear my "Make America Great Again" hat in Walmart, and I have 5, 6 black guys and 1 or 2 women that come up and say, "Hey, man, what's up, man? You straight?" Yeah, I'm straight. You straight? Hell yeah, go Trump, nigga. Trump 22. Yeah, this right here in downtown Atlanta. So no, it's a thing, bro. It ain't no joke now. People seeing it, but you still got the people who don't. It's cool.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Why Trump though? Is there a specific reason?
Nah, don't do
No,
that.
it ain't. No.
Why
We
not?
could do it. No, we could do it. Come on. So, and we'll surmise it, right? So,
Okay.
a lot and Garfield really kind of brought it to the forefront. There's 2 words: personality worship, right? So when you into the personality instead of what that person, I think Art did too. with Dr. Not what's that guy? York. Malachi York. I used to be a Yorkite and whatever. How Aunt used to follow him, and you just see how a lot of church members follow certain people, man, that you just wilding out. Instead of looking at what that pastor did, you look at the Eddie Long, right? That's the example I use here in Atlanta. Eddie Long, how he was doing all this stuff to these little boys, but you still had people support him. Jamal Bryant, even right now, at the same church, he done impregnated a 16-year-old little girl and cheat on his wife. And guess what? Church packed out, 15,000 people in New Birth every Sunday. So my point is, I don't look at it like a Trump thing. I just look at it as, like you said, your principles. You're looking at policies. You're looking at which one do you support? Do you support homosexuality in the black community? Do you support a bunch of illegal aliens coming in and doing their thing, taking up our resources? I'm sitting here looking at FEMA now. So we got the people right here in Asheville, North Carolina, that got flooded out. They done lost their home, done lost everything, and they giving them 700. I'm from Augusta, Georgia. If you go to Augusta, put in Augusta right now, Augusta, Georgia, and put in Hurricane, whatever that junk was called. Man, I got pictures from my brother. My brother bought a $700,000 house on a golf course in Augusta. And guess what? Probably about 17, 18 homes destroyed, bro, on a golf course. You know what I'm saying? So and then you're going to give them $750. After you done came back and gave all the FEMA done exhausted all their resources for a bunch of illegal aliens. And now when you hear Trump talking about America first, you see what I'm saying? Now it's starting to make sense to them. Man, why the hell we got $8 billion to Ukraine. We done sent another $8 billion to Israel. We done sent another $57 million to Libya. You got all this money leaving places where Americans need that money, but we ain't got access to it, etc. So when we need it, it ain't there. These are all policies. You see what I'm saying? It ain't about a Trump there. You could put anybody in there, but it's just policy for policy. Do you agree with homosexuality? Do you agree with tampons being in a boy's bathroom? Do you agree that a damn boy need a tampon ever in his life? Do you agree with that? So it ain't about 10 walls. It ain't about abortion. He just passed a law a couple of months ago that said he made it legal for abortion. No, it don't matter what the month is. It could be up to 9 months. That's in Minnesota. That's the guy who signed the bill into law. Do you agree with that? You see what I'm saying? So you just go up and you go. How long?
Show me that law. Show me the 9 months.
You want me to show it? Okay. I'll tell you what. I got you. No problem. Everybody hold up. Everybody just chill. Let me finish this point, and then I'm gonna come back and show you that. So let me finish.
No. You're spreading more lies.
Stu Peas, I told you. Stu Peas.
You gonna say it's a lie?
Stu Peas. I told you. Let me finish up. And we gonna come right back to it. I'm not running from it. We gonna come right back to it. No problem. So let me finish up first.
Let me give Rob a shout out for the $5, man. Rob, shout out to you for the $5, man. Peace and
no doubt.
Appreciate it, my brother.
No doubt.
All right.
Do you agree with the tax cuts? Do you agree with the what China's doing and how he's trying to put tariffs on everything that come in from China? Do you agree with the wars? Do you agree? What side are you on? Israel, Palestine? Do you agree with how the administration is handling this war? Do you agree with giving Ukraine all this money and we ain't getting none of it? Do you agree with what's going on with the homeless veterans and homeless people not having the resources? Do you agree? That's where I'm at, bro. So now you can do, you can put Trump as the face of all that, and to me that's what he's just the face. It's not about that sort of thing, bro. In my opinion, it's just about, man, do you agree with the direction that this country's going in? If you agree with it, if you cool with if you're cool with the jobs and all this stuff, our wages ain't going. If you cool with that, then do what you do, bro. But if you're cool with the gas prices, if you cool with the inflation, if you're cool with 7.5% mortgage interest rates, if you cool with all this stuff compared to when Trump was there, when Trump was there, mortgage rates was 2.8, 2.9 somewhere in there. Now they are literally 100% more, over 100%. Now we got how many first time home buyers do we have? Now we got Kamala talking about I'm gonna give you $25,000 for buying your first house. Why you gonna give me $25,000 and I can't even afford it? Because the interest rate's too high. You see what I'm saying? So it just little stuff like that where you gotta look, you gotta say what makes sense. And like I said, if you want to make him the figurehead, by all means. But if you telling me I'm finna vote for her because she black, that means you agree with the direction that this country is going, and I will vehemently disagree. Now to get to my Stu Peas,
Yeah, show me that 9 month abortion that people like healthy women can walk in and do abortion at 9 months.
Yeah, I think
Come, show me
the
that.
highest is
No.
24 weeks. I don't
Yeah,
think the ladies can.
show me that like a healthy woman, a healthy pregnant woman can walk into a hospital and have an abortion at 9 months. Show me that. What would just allow is somebody to go on a diatribe with a bunch of gish gab without context. Right? That's what we allow. The first thing, let's tackle the wars in Ukraine and the war in Palestine. Those are standing orders that were always in place since the end of World War II. Since America became a part of NATO, it's a pack, it's a group. He's asking people to go back on their word. Your word don't mean anything. And if a country word don't mean anything, then who's going to rely on them? Your word is your word. These are treaties that were signed. That we protect people that America protect people that they call their friends. Now he's saying that the war in Ukraine, the war in Israel, when all of those were standing orders for more than almost 70 years in some cases. But he's going to disregard it. Right? So we're going to leave him with that. Which other one? Now, interest rates. I knew somebody in construction, and I hear using myself as reference, who told who told me that the reason why this is happening now and why housing costs went up is that many of these organizations were at a loss during COVID. And they're trying to make back their money. It is unfair, yes, that is poor people is going to suffer, but we need systems and policies in place that is going to address those issues. I don't hear any of those policies from Trump. Trump not going to miraculously make the Feds drop interest rates. Matter of fact, the Feds just reduced interest rates the other day. Are we aware of that? He's not saying that, but the Feds just did. We can look it up. What else he mentioned? He's just going on a diatribe. Immigration. He's going on immigration. But what the Republicans don't tell you about is white immigration. If you look at the numbers, they don't mention that. The image, if anybody in here close their eyes and picture an immigrant, they either seen a black person or a Mexican person. Just like if you close your eyes and you see a pickpocket or a thief, you see a black person. Imagery is everything. But they're not showing you the percentage of white immigrants that are coming from the European countries coming over and what rate they're coming at and what jobs they are getting. Those immigrants not getting black jobs. They're getting jobs that black people aspire to get. Which immigrants I'm talking about? The white immigrants. Trump paints a picture of immigrants looking like black people and Hispanic people. But one major problem with immigration is from the Chinese, the Indians, and white people. Those are getting the jobs that you send your children to college to get. He now jump up and say abortion. Oh, 9 month, 10 month abortion. When that is a blatant lie. A woman who is in distress or is suffering or would die as a result of prolonging that pregnancy may have an abortion. But in some states, they're saying even under those conditions, the threat of life women are not allowed to have abortion. We just have a situation with a black girl in Georgia who died because the doctors were afraid to touch her, that she may have a miscarriage, and they will go to prison. That's the Trump law he's pushing. That's what he's talking about. When people come on here and they drink the Kool-Aid and they spew the exact rhetoric that was spoken by Donald Trump, word for word, and that is what he just did. If you play Donald Trump's speech and cut off his voice, that dude just said Thunder just said everything Donald Trump would have said, word for word. This is none of what he just said was his idea. He's unoriginal. That tell me that he's brainwashed. He didn't even change a line. I dare anybody to say Thunder change a line from the exact thing what Trump says countless amount of time. You're unoriginal, you have been brainwashed, and you're experiencing the same argument that your leader come and then you say, I don't matter if it's not Trump, it could be somebody else as long as no, it matters because you're spewing the exact thing Trump would have said, word for word. It's like a Christian fanatic or a Hebrew Israelite. Why Garfield can dispute a Hebrew Israelite easily? Because all of them come with the same thing every time. They come with the same playbook and you already have all the answers. Now continue, Thunder. Show me that 9-month abortion that healthy women can get. That has never existed. It has never existed at any time. Even with Roe versus Wade. It has never existed. But this brainwash dude run with it without researching it. So the mere fact that the first thing that came out of his mouth was a lie, why should I believe anything else that he said? He started with a lie, and he ended with a lie, and he continued with lies.
All right, thank you. So Garfield, did you get my text? Garfield,
I think he on the phone.
he on the phone? I can't share on stream yet.
Don't share it. Read it. You're on. Read it.
Relax.
No, you don't.
No.
Read it.
Hey, Stu Peas, Stu Peas. Hey, Stu Peas, come on, man. Don't be stupid now.
I don't have to see it if you're reading it.
Hey, Stu Peas, can you please stop being stupid, man? Stop, man.
Read it.
Now, you already know, man. You don't. Stu Peas, you know me and you ain't never got down like that, bro. Stop, man. For real, man. Chill out.
Then read it. Why you can't read it?
I'm asking you to chill out, man. I didn't say nothing while you. I'm saying I never said a word when you talk, man. Relax. You told me to share something. Thank you, man. I shouldn't need your permission to talk. Be quiet. Garfield, can you share your screen? Can you share that?
Hold on 1 second. I got you.
Don't handle me like that, Stu Peas. I ain't never did you like that, man.
You can read it.
No, I want to show it. I want to show it. Let me do what I'm doing. I ain't saying nothing when you talk. You done call me a liar. You done did all this stuff. I didn't say a word. So just let me show this, bro. Come on, man. Be fair. Be righteous, man. Relax. I ain't never did you like that.
Thunder, you about to show the 9-month thing?
Hold on 1 second, guys.
Yeah, he Garfield getting it together now.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. Let me share my screen. I don't know if I could share. Is it showing? Is it showing enough?
It is. Can you blow it up though?
Man, does that say Fox? Never mind. Go ahead, Thunder. Go ahead, bro.
No, bro. You worrying about the source. You need to worry about what
You
this say.
should worry about the source. You should definitely worry.
No, this is the bill, man. This is the who you think CNN are finna report this?
And you think Fox News is gonna report the opposite? Is that what you're telling me? No.
Listen, what I'm saying.
Go ahead, though. Go ahead,
if it's the actual bill, bro, then you gotta roll with it.
You're right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That nigga worrying about the source instead of what the source say. That's wild. You wilding, bro.
You should, because
this is what we talking about, personality worship. Well, if we're talking about an opinion, then I agree with you. We're not talking about no opinion right here, my brother.
Go
The
ahead.
source shouldn't matter.
Go ahead.
I can't read it though because it's too so. Can you read it?
Yeah, I can read it. A born
I'm
alive.
on my phone.
Yeah, I got you. A born alive or an infant. Why is some of this cut off? Okay, an infant as a result of an abortion who is born alive shall be fully recognized as a human person and accorded immediate protection under the law as reasonable measures consistent with good medical practice, including the compilation of appropriate medical records, shall be taken by responsible medical personnel to preserve the life and health of the born alive infant, care for the infant who is born alive.
All right.
There.
So what you see,
Okay.
what you're seeing, as you see the changes in that law. This is what the guy. Well, look at the thing. The 10 Wall removes shocking requirement to save babies born alive after abortion. We're talking about any baby that will, if you tried to abort a baby and it was unsuccessful, and the baby was still born. At that point, there is no protection for the baby. Ain't no protections no more, bro. They don't have, like you see, preserve the life. That's crossed out in a born alive infant as a result of an abortion. You see that? So any infant that survived an abortion attempt, bro, make no mistake, we got people that are alive and well that their mothers tried to abort them. You knew doing that, right?
That's probably true, but this is not. I don't think this is saying what you're trying to say. I'm gonna be real with you.
Okay, good. So if you're saying that abortion, when an infant born alive
Uh-huh.
is they do not have the right to preserve, they don't, the medical personnel at this point don't have to preserve that life. At that point, even though the baby is alive, they do not have to preserve that life because that mother wanted that child aborted.
But it says
That is
who
what
is
you
born
read.
alive shall be fully recognized as a human person.
It is.
So, okay, so if it's recognized as a human person, where is it saying that the baby can still be aborted? Is
All right,
what I'm
good.
saying.
So, no, I didn't say the baby can't be aborted. I said an infant that survived an abortion attempt.
Okay.
The medical personnel do not, at this point, they do not have to preserve the life and health of that born alive infant. It's right there. It's crossed out. It's crossed
Okay.
out. Yeah, they don't have to. They don't have to preserve that life. At that point. And you can just go to Google and say, do people survive abortion attempt? I mean, that's a simple Google search. I mean, you want me to do? I could do it, but I'm gonna have to drop off
Yeah, but
and share it with
surviving an
Garfield again.
abortion attempt and being aborted at 9 months or even after you're born is not the same thing. You get what I'm saying? That's not the same thing. That or maybe I'm confused.
All right, all right, all right, all right. So now I do see what you're saying. Maybe I did word that. Okay,
Yeah,
all
you
right,
said
I'm
that
with
they
you
can
now.
still
I'm
have
with you
an
now.
abortion at 9 months. That's what you said. This is not. That's
What
not
I'm
saying
saying is, okay, that's what you're right. I was trying to say, allow me to restate that the infant is not protected even up until the 9 month period. It ain't no protection no more. It don't matter if that infant is born, ain't no they don't have to preserve that life anymore because that baby was supposed to be aborted. That's what I've tried to say. I do apologize. You're correct. I did say that. Well, I was really speaking about infant that was born that was wanting to be the mother wanted that baby aborted. The medical personnel at this point in the Minnesota law, and I mean the interview is on Fox News right now, but the Tim Walz interview. But if that medical personnel do not at this point have any legal obligation to preserve the life or the well-being of that infant.
Okay. Okay. Let me ask you
Nine
something else,
months,
right?
8
Let me ask.
months, 2 months. Go ahead.
let me ask you something else, right? Because I honestly I don't think you really care about this. Do you just not like Democrats in general? Like the whole Democratic Party and like what they've done throughout history? Is that something else that's kind of
There is some. So, all right, good. So good question. So if you go to the history of the Democratic Party, from the Ku Klux Klan to lynching to the Jim Crow, etc., right? To now, to you got all
the
this gay
civil
stuff
rights?
going
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you want to go, okay, good. So good. Now I like that. That's a nice look. That's a nice little counter. Good. I like that. You on your feet. So now, since you bring up 64, how many Republicans voted for that bill?
A good
You
amount,
don't know.
actually.
I'm sure. Okay,
I don't, but
there
I know
you
it's a good
go.
amount.
All right. So if you wanted to go to, you do understand that there was no Republican president. There was a Democratic. So if you want credit for that, my brother, go ahead. But if you look at Congress, Republicans voted. I think it was more Republicans voted for the Democrat. You do understand that the Dixiecrats were Democrats, don't you, my brother?
Yeah,
I dare
but
you.
they were
This is what I
racist.
do. I dare you. I don't matter. They were Democrat. I dare you to
Oh my
go
God.
and look at the. All right. So let me ask you a question. Are you finna give them a pass because they were racist Democrats? Hold
No,
on, Stupid. Are you
the
finna give them a pass now?
the Dixiecrat movement was racist Democrats
No,
in the South
All right. So
transitioning to the
they were
Republican.
Democrat. So
Hold on. No,
how
no,
many?
you stop.
Let me ask you a
You see
question.
why you
I
stopping me? You
got
see
you.
why you stopping
Now
me? No,
how
no, no, no,
many
no, no. I'm gonna
Democrats?
finish this.
How
The
many
Dixiecrat
Democrats voted?
Democrats was
How many
transitioning to the
Democrats voted
Republican
for it?
Party. That's what the Dixiecrats were at
Oh
the end of
no!
the day.
But okay, you could do that if you want to do that.
my battery's
Have
about to
fun.
die. Sunday, my
Have
battery's
fun.
about to die. My battery's about
Hold
to
on.
die.
Okay, go
Sunday,
ahead.
my battery's about to die. You know, you just brought
Go
up
ahead.
the abortion. Let me go to the abortion.
Go
If
ahead.
you read, if you read the paper that's underrepresented, if you read that paper that's underrepresented, it
Corrected
says
Yeah, go
yourself.
ahead.
during the course of an abortion,
Yeah,
it says during the course of an abortion,
yeah.
if the child is viable and the child is born alive, right? No, we need to define what is an abortion and when an abortion takes place. Because there is no legal right to have an abortion at 9 months. So what they're actually doing is a
Hold
bunch
on,
of
Suki. Hold
gift
on. Let me
scam.
hold on.
There's no let me
Hold on.
finish.
Hold on.
You wasn't this put it up. Ask me to put it up. Because I couldn't disturb you, so let me speak. So now when you read that, it's a bag of double speak. That has a bag of double speak in it. Because it says a woman who goes to the doctor or to the abortion or to the clinic or health provider and is having an abortion done, when that normally takes place before 24 weeks, will that child be viable? Is a 24-week child viable after the process? Because the larger the child is, because I have to explain the process of abortion. The larger that fetus is, the more drastic the action is
You're asking
taken.
me.
That right?
Are you asking me? Are
So
you asking me? Is it
I'm
viable?
not asking you. I'm telling you that during
Oh,
an abortion, if the larger the fetus is, the more drastic the action is to remove that child from the mother uterus. Meaning that, let's say a doctor encourages a woman who's 20 weeks and she wants to have an abortion. The process of an abortion is different than that child at 12 weeks. The trauma
I
that
don't
that
know that.
24 weeks. You need to research it. I know that. I
Okay, no
know that.
problem.
If you
No
could
problem.
research it, therefore, because that fetus undergoes so much trauma in the later weeks, there's no possibility of that fetus now being born alive. So a 9-month fetus would not be born alive because it would be killed in the uterus if it was 9 months. So
Okay.
and cut apart that it
Listen.
may be sucked out. Go and
All
look
right.
at the abortion. You see there? You
Go
want the
ahead. Go
same
ahead.
consideration. I shut my fuck up and you still speaking.
Hold on one
Yeah. Go
second,
ahead.
guys.
Because
One second,
Let him go.
guys.
Let him go. Let him
Andrew,
go.
thank you for those 3 contributions of $10 each. I appreciate the
yeah,
love, brother. Appreciate it. And you are right.
yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, continue.
Yeah. So when the larger fetuses, the process of abortion is different for different stage. Let's say the woman have an ectopic pregnancy and she's in the 6 months. To get that fetus outside of the fallopian tube, you literally have to cut that fetus to pieces to get it out. So there's no opportunity of that fetus that now has been cut up to be born alive.
So abortion, you saying that abortion people don't survive abortion? That what you saying?
I am saying that the larger, if we define abortion as our abortion is, fetuses do not survive late term abortion.
Okay, good. So ain't nobody survive an abortion attempt. That what you saying?
The exception don't change the rule. You might find one or two cases out of the millions of abortion, but the exception don't change the rule. So you're going to come now with the exception and say, because I can find this one case of this
So you
person
think
jumping
it's
out
just
of
one person?
let me finish
So you
speaking.
think it's just one person?
Let me finish speaking. I said the exception don't change the rule.
So you
How many
think
people
that?
Dude, can I finish speaking? Can I finish speaking? And then when I finish speaking, you answer the question.
Yeah.
Because what these dudes are saying that if 10 people jump out of an airplane and without a parachute and survive, that means you're going to say people jump out of airplane all the while without parachutes and survive. The exceptions don't change the rule. But these people like to use one or two cases to determine the rule.
One
How
or
many
two
people have
cases. Okay.
survived?
I mean, liberals do the same thing. Like,
Yes, people do it. People do. I'm not denying it. But does the exception change the rule? No. But he's going to
According
come
to
and
the
say,
CD, according to the CDC, it's not one or two people. It's 400 to 500 abortion. 400 to 500 abortion live births occur every year in the United States.
And how much abortions occur every year in the United States?
I don't know.
Then why are you going to use that number if you're not going to compare with it?
You said one or two. I'm just countering your one or two to 400 to 500.
In comparison to the amount of abortions that takes place every year.
Okay, 1 or 2.
That is not even one. That is not even 1%. That is not even 0.1%. That is not even 0.01%. So
I'm just correcting the record. I'm not even debating you. I'm correcting the record.
But I establish that the exception don't change the rule. And when people throw numbers out there, they're not showing it in comparison to other numbers.
wait, Thunder, are you?
No, you're the one comparing it. I'm just saying it's not 1 or 2. I said 400 to 500. You did that. I'm just correcting.
400 to 500 compared to 100,000.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he's religious. He's religious. He's religious. That's part of it. The brainwashing is religious.
Go ahead, stupid. Go ahead.
I asked him for legislation that showed the law, the legislation, and he came with an opinion piece that Fox News promote.
So
that's
okay, so you want me to literally pull up the bill, bro? You want me to pull up the bill? That's what you want me to do? All right, no problem.
Yes.
No problem.
Yes, that's what I asked for. Show the legislation.
Fair. That's fair.
That's what then I'm always fair. And you came with bullshit.
Wait, hold on.
No, I didn't.
When
do
you think that life
yes,
starts?
You did.
Do you think? When do you think life start, Peace? Like, when is the conceiving? When does a person have life, in your opinion?
Look, I would more argue viability. If you can find a way to remove a child from a mother before it is 20 before during the period that it is up to 24 weeks and that child can survive on its own, I'd say okay. But this has nothing to do with life. This has because the same people who argue about life and abortion has no problem defending the death penalty. We just have a young black man who spent so many years in jail, was executed. Let me finish speaking.
Wait, hold on, because you about to go somewhere. But okay,
you about to mess up.
So you think
if you are pro-life?
Hold on, man.
No, I am saying that.
Let him finish. Let him finish, man. Let him bury himself. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Let me speak. If you are pro-life, you cannot be pro-life just in the case of an abortion. You cannot be pro-life when the child is in the belly. You cannot be pro-life when the child is. No, it's common sense. You cannot be pro-life. You cannot be pro-life in just one instant because life takes place from conception to when you die, and some people life lasts longer than other people. But you cannot be only pro-life at one stage of the individual. You have to be pro-life during all the stages of the individual.
You're making the assumption that we're
fetus
not.
to
Okay, so a quick question for you. So you don't believe life starts with conception. You believe it
it
starts
don't
with the
matter.
actual birth.
But it don't matter to me.
It
That don't
does.
matter
This
to
is the
me.
whole argument. Oh my God, Peace, can you just walk with me here? So do you believe that it starts with conception, or do you believe it starts with the birth?
It does not matter because it is the choice of the individual to carry that life.
So your opinion basically doesn't matter, is what you're trying to
No,
say.
I am saying that your opinion don't matter either. It is not you carrying it. You're not carrying it. What makes you the gatekeeper of somebody's womb? What makes
Peace,
you the gatekeeper of an individual?
Peace, it's so funny how you're so strong at replying, but yet you cannot answer just this one question. I don't understand how you don't
Because it
can't
don't
answer this question.
matter. It don't
Now
matter.
it doesn't
Because
matter.
Nah, it
all
don't
right,
matter.
no,
Now
because
it don't
people
matter.
no, let me say
You're
this.
messing. You're
Let me
messing up. You're
let me
messing up,
no, I'm
Stupides. Come
messing
on,
up.
man.
Let
Come
me
on.
just say this. Let me just
Go
say
ahead.
this without interruption for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
My opinion on your life don't mean shit. What you do with your life,
Oh my
that's
God.
your decision. Of
Yeah.
course it is. It's for everybody. What individuals do with their life is their business.
We
But
Yeah.
know
you want
that,
to be
but
gatekeeper. Right. So if you know that, why are you arguing with a woman
because
to
I
laws
what
are
don't
she
based
do
believe
off
with
of
that.
her life?
opinions, policies is based off of opinions. We're passing laws based off of our opinions. I wouldn't vote for your presidency if you had an opinion that didn't agree with mine. That's why it matters. That's why I'm trying to ask you, because that's the argument. You're trying to dismiss the argument for whatever reason, but yet you're so strong in saying what your opinion is.
Okay.
What is your
No,
opinion on when does life
you see,
start?
you realize that you're double speaking, correct? But let me tell you why you're double speaking. You're
You're
saying
deflecting.
that. No, I'm not deflecting.
You
I'm not
deflecting for that
deflecting.
what that man asking you. He asked you a simple question.
Let me answer the simple question.
There you go.
Let's say I believe that life started at conception.
All right.
Stupid believe that life started at conception.
Oh my God, can
Now,
you just
make an
answer my
argument.
question? What do you think? What do you think, Peace?
I
Just
just
answer
said
the
that.
question.
I just said it. Answer that
No, you
You
said
stupid.
it
let's
doesn't
say.
matter. You
No.
said it doesn't
You
Okay,
matter.
let me fix it. Let me fix it then.
all right.
Stupid. Michael Leopold Smith. So life
Yeah.
begins at conception.
Okay.
Life begins at
All right.
conception. Okay. So
All
if
right.
they make the argument that they do not want life to die, basically, because that's basically what pro-lifers is arguments is. They don't want to destroy or kill a life. Then what is your
Yeah.
argument against that? If you believe the same thing, that life starts at conception.
Repeat that.
Yeah,
Repeat
so
it.
if you believe that life starts in conception, which is what pro-lifers basically believe, and they're saying is that not murder to you then? Is abortion not murder to you?
Okay. Now let me answer that question. I'll let you ask you two times. Let me answer. I believe that there is no God, and you believe that there is a God. And
Oh
the
You're
boy,
majority, no,
this
no,
making
no,
nigga,
no.
this
assumptions. You're
No,
this
no,
making
no,
nigga
no,
is
let
assumptions.
me speak it.
deflecting.
I'm not deflecting. I'm not
You're
deflecting.
making
Answer the question.
assumptions, bro.
Can I answer the question, please? Can
Yeah,
I
go
answer the
ahead,
question,
bro.
please?
Go
Can I answer the
ahead.
question,
Go
please?
ahead. Go
Because
ahead.
he says believe. If I believe that there is no God and you believe that there is a God, and a large preponderance of people believe that there is a God, should I be burnt at the stake for not believing a God? Should I
No,
be
you
called a
should not.
heretic?
Not at
No,
all.
you shouldn't. Now let's answer your question. Answer the man
No,
question.
no. Should I know? Then I'm answering the question. It is not
All right.
because you believe it, I should believe it.
Yeah.
It's not because you believe it, I should believe it.
Okay, let me ask the
Yeah.
question again for you. So, since you believe again that that life starts at conception, which is when the sperm hits the egg, and that's also
Right?
what
Yeah.
pro-lifers believe, then do you
Yeah.
also
Mhm.
believe that abortion is murder?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Murder,
Oh.
because people like to throw out words here, and we need to teach. Daphne need to teach everybody how to have a conversation. When you use a word like murder, murder has a specific definition.
Okay. What
That's
is
what
it?
murder is. No, I'm not teaching class. You're using words that
Okay.
you don't understand.
All right.
I mean, do you
Let's
want
look
me
up
to
murder.
replace murder with another word? We can replace murder with, I don't know, what, a killing, euphemism. What do you want to? I mean, it really
No,
the
no, no.
word doesn't
You're
matter.
using the word murder, right?
Yeah, but you
Using
have a
the word
problem with
murder.
the word
Okay.
murder.
So
No, no.
Stupides is correct. Hold on. Let me. Stupid is correct. Murder is the unlawful killing of another human being, right? So technically, stupid is correct. It is lawful, right? So we can't say it's unlawful. So we do have to use another word.
Okay, so let's use euphemism then. I mean, I don't know what other word you want to call it. Like, I mean, what other word would you call that? The
No,
taking
So
of a life without
they
cause.
neutralize. They neutralize.
Neutralize. There you go. Are they neutralizing babies? Like,
no, no. We're having a specific conversation here because the mother choice to not carry the pregnancy is based on her belief system. Now, if you are saying that your belief system is greater than another individual belief system, that's your opinion. Remember, this is all about people belief system. Your belief system says it is wrong. My belief system says it doesn't matter. No, are you saying that your belief system is more important than my belief system?
I think society and as a
Ah,
whole.
no, 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 no,
Let's
no, no, no,
nah.
no, no,
We
no,
let you
no, no,
talk.
no,
I let you
no, no,
talk.
no, no,
We
no,
let
no.
you
I
talk.
wasn't talking about
You
society.
ask a
I'm asking about
you
you as
ask
an
you ask a
individual.
question. You
No, no,
ask a
no, no,
question.
no. And the question
Stupid.
wasn't. The question wasn't about
Stupies, we
society.
let you.
No, no.
Stupies, we
The
let you
question
talk.
wasn't about society. The question wasn't
Stupid.
about society. Don't bring
It is about
society.
society.
No,
It is
I
about
asked a question.
society.
I asked, do you
It is
believe,
you.
Thunder?
Do
Thunder,
I
do you
believe
believe that your belief system is more important than anybody's belief system? That's what I'm asking. You individually.
me
what the
personally?
hell?
No.
No, no.
But
Okay.
we. But when you
Okay.
say me, I'm thinking you're talking about the we as in society.
And also, I believe my
Ah,
belief
ah,
system is right, so I'm gonna fight for what I think is right because that's what a belief usually entails. I mean,
Well,
what is the point in this?
right is subjective, right? So
Of
you
course it is,
can't
but
do that.
still, do you not think that there's things right, Thunder? Is that what you're trying to
No,
tell
listen,
me?
what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. I'm talking about society as a whole. We have a system that has been in place for what 400,000 years now,
Yeah.
as far as reproduction is concerned. And now over the last 50 years, the Western society, the Western culture has deemed the knowledge and wisdom of people who've been in existence for 300, 400,000 years to be of null and void, and that to me that's retarded. I mean, you got people now talking about he a girl and she a damn man. There's all kind of stuff going on that Democratic part in that Democratic Party right now.
Wait.
There's
So
all
what?
can I
kind of
hear
Wait.
crap
that?
What?
going on,
Wait. What about when they used to have
Hold on, hold on.
you
and
wait. What?
you
What about
got
when they used to
men
have sex with 12-year-olds? Isn't that
knocking out
also?
you got men knocking out women in MMA. You got men in locker rooms. You got men swimming against girls, playing soccer, volleyball against girls. That Democratic Party is
All
all
right.
over the damn place
All right.
right now. So
Can I say something, please? Can
if you
I?
want to vote for them, you can vote for them. That's on
All right.
y'all.
So
But
Can I
a
say
trans
something?
person can
no, you can say
transition
something
inside
when
the
I'm finished.
MMA thing.
You can say something when I'm finished,
No,
stupid.
you're
Because
off the
nobody
track
cut
of
you.
what I
Stupid.
wanted to say.
Okay,
You're
y'all can
moving
talk.
from
All right. So
abortion.
if let me get back up. Let me get back on topic. So from a conservative standpoint, you already know where we at. Most conservatives, 99% will say rape, incest, and the life of the mother. That
That's
is
not
the
true, these
only.
guys.
Listen, can you be quiet? I just let you talk now. Be quiet. Rape, incest, life of the mother. That is where we are as of today. As far as from a conservative standpoint, liberals are we don't care what's going on. If a mother don't want the child, it don't matter if they can afford them. It don't matter what's going on. They can afford the child. The conservative approach is rape, incest, life of the mother, and I think you got a couple of laws that put weeks to it. 20 weeks. I think Alabama got a 20 week. Georgia may have a 16 week. I can't think of what it is. Right? I don't know all those laws, but
I
you
know the
got a
highest
lot
is
of
24 for sure.
yeah, 24. So you got 24. Let's just say between 24 and 16 and 24, you got those laws in place. So you can add that variable to it as well. That's a conservative approach. So to me, I was seeing, it makes perfect sense that 4 to 5 months should be long enough for a mother to decide if they want to abort a child or not. If you look at 20 weeks, that's 5 months.
Oh, so
If you
you
look at
do believe in
24,
abortion?
no, I listen what I'm saying, bro. Okay, let me be clear. I didn't say I'm anti-abortion. I'm saying I'm
Oh,
when you listen, brother. Listen, as a conservatives are not anti-abortion, bro. When you ever heard again,
All right, all right.
you have a small minute amount of people that say zero abortion in the world. Ain't nobody saying that. We saying rape, incest, life of the mother. That's a conservative approach. Everybody knows this is common. This is knowledge, common knowledge. We know this.
yeah.
And so what I'm saying is, I agree with that. I agree with now. If you want to be technical, I can say I'm anti-abortion because I really like the Plan B pill. The Plan B pill, when you look at its efficacy, is you're around 92% if it's taken within 72 hours, right? So unless you are raped and kidnapped or something like that, if you like I said, if you are raped, you can go right down to CVS, Walgreens, wherever they sell the pill at, get the pill, take it, and you $50, and you don't have a child 92% of the time.
Can I say
So
something now, please?
yeah, go ahead.
Can I go say something? 2 minutes without disturbance. And I'm rebutting the argument and saying, a
Yeah,
while
go
ago,
ahead.
Sandra just said, for thousands of years, I give him 50,000 years. Life,
400,000 years we've been alive.
400,000 years we have been human beings. And we have been Homo sapiens, if we use certain law. But let's not
Homo
go up on
sapiens
that.
sapiens.
All right. But I will dispute, and he mentioned that people were carrying life. But if we go back and we read the records which are available in the last 5,000 years, people have always had measures. The Egyptians used crocodile dung to prevent pregnancies, or the Europeans went to the apocrypha to
Are
remove
you about to
pregnancies.
use the exception to the
No, no,
rules
no.
now? Are you
Let me
now?
finish.
Are you
Let
about
me
to
please.
initiate exception to the rules, my brother?
No, no. Let me. No, all right. Okay. No, I'm just saying. You said that, but okay.
Okay, there you go. So you do submit. So you do
No,
submit
no,
that you about to use that
no, no,
same logic, right?
no. It is not an exception to the rule, because it was available in many cultures. Exception to the rules is different. But let me finish
Abortions
because
are available.
okay, let me finish speaking, please. You see, you don't want
Go
to have a
ahead.
conversation because when I go at
Go
everything
ahead,
I say,
Stupid.
it gets very defensive. Let me finish, and then you can rebut. Right? So people have always had abortion. Once you had civilization, or they have already created ways to prevent pregnancies. When they wanted the pig skin, pig intestine, they've always had measures to prevent pregnancy.
No, you
And
don't
all
know. Now are you about to make a false equivalency between an abortion and
dude,
health or birth
dude.
prevention?
Dude, when I finish speaking, you rebut me just like how I allowed you to finish
All
speaking
right,
to
go
rebut
ahead.
you. So
FYI, the
please allow
chat
me to
wants us
speak.
to change the subject for whatever reason.
No, just give me a second. The chat. No, this is it. If we look at it, he then mentioned that Republicans believe in abortions under certain conditions, and they go up to 20 weeks, which is a lie. Florida just instated a law that will voting on this election that abortions after 12 weeks, no to abortions after 12 weeks. There are many states, I can't list them off the top of my head now, that claim abortion under no condition. Those are Republican states. So Republicans don't all
Which
agree with
one?
this particular
Which
one.
one?
I'm,
Which
I'm
one?
on my phone. I think Alabama is
You a
a no
liar.
abortion.
No, no, Alabama
you,
takes
you
place.
a
Let's
liar.
find the states. Let's find the states. No, let's find the states. Let's find the states. Because I don't just listen to Fox and run with Fox. I
I just
research
told you
this.
you're lying.
Yes, that's what I'm going to find now. States, states, states with zero abortion
Go ahead.
laws. Let's see.
Not zero abortion laws,
All right.
but don't allow abortion.
Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming.
So for to
13
it's,
states. Let's read it. 13
go ahead.
states. Let's see now. States ban
Go
on
ahead.
abortion through pregnancy. Right? I'm finding it. I'm
Go
finding
ahead.
it. I'm
Go ahead.
following.
Go that 17, nigga. Don't you? You were just hype. Go ahead and read that 17. You know you misread
All
that, and you
right.
know you
I
did.
said, no. I said
You know
13
you
states
did.
have total. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
13
Go
states
ahead.
have total abortion ban. So let's look up who are the 13 states that have total abortion ban.
Go ahead.
Alabama,
All right.
Arkansas,
This man here just
Idaho,
flat out lying. What
India,
you reading?
Indiana,
CNN?
Kentucky, Louisiana, no? Louisiana,
Louisiana don't have
Mississippi,
abortion.
total
This.
abortion
Let
ban.
me say this.
Missouri,
Go back.
type it in
Go
your
back.
phone. 13 states have total abortion bans. No,
Okay.
tell me I'm
What
lying.
that source you reading? And what year that from?
The website is DOE. It's a new site. It says 13 states have total abortion ban, 20 states have abortion ban based on gestation period, 6 states abortion ban
You're going in and out, Peas.
before
Okay.
18 week gestation.
Hey, hold on, Stu. So as of this is
No,
Wikipedia. Hold on, man. You were breaking up, but hold on. So as of Wikipedia, abortions in Alabama, June 24th, 2022, Supreme Court overturning Roe versus Wade. Abortion in Alabama became illegal except when the life of the pregnant individual is in danger. My brother, I don't know what you are reading, but it is incorrect. I'm trying to. I'm not lying to you. You're incorrect.
go and read. You are reading Wiki. Go and read the website at viability, a non-medical term to general health.
Hey, I want to move on
Let
to
me
the next
explain that
topic.
to you. Let's move on to our next topic because this I don't
Okay,
have to bring those
that's
people anymore. That's why I don't
in
come
your
to the
Israel,
best
show.
interest.
Palestine. Israel,
That's in your
Palestine. Let's
best
get it.
interest.
All right,
No.
listen, Janelle. We covered all the topics except the Guerilla Hebrew exposes Deacon versus Tazarayach and the trolls topic. I actually trolled King Monologue. He pissed off at me, cussed me out. King Monologue says that Africa had 700,000 manuscripts, and the Europeans only had 50,000. So I said, bro, manuscripts aren't books. Well, manuscripts are books technically, but technically they're not books. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody. Because if you have a manuscript that says somebody traveled to you, that's not a book. So manuscripts can mean books. So he was arguing about that, which he made a good point. But he mad with me. He told me I'm a sellout. We gonna get to that. That was my trolls about. But anyway, let me get to this video with Guerilla Hebrew. I don't know if you know what's going on Thunder with Guerilla Hebrew. Deacon Akar left Sakari. And he challenged Tazarayach to the debate.
Right, and a lot of y'all got caught.
And I want to play this video, and then I'm gonna do some commentary afterwards. And this is fun. But anyway, let's check this out.
Caught up in the hype of being so thirsty to see debates. And we got to watch that, and we got to be balanced there because everybody missed the point and missed what was substantially. Look at how, like, where all this started from, because I think a lot of y'all have either unaware or have totally forgotten.
Who said to you, you are so big now, why you wouldn't go out and build your own Israelite group now, because you are now big, and the Most High said that you will be on all four corners of the earth. So when are you gonna let go the titty and go out there and try to build your own? Why is that so important to you about the loyalty to the commanding general Yohana, and you will not leave this group? Talk unless he sends you out on the mission to say, yo, I need you over there and go build that.
Yeah, I'll be out there starting the Genesis or some shit like that.
That's where this all starts from. This has nothing to do with the new covenant. Nothing. It has everything to do with the fact that Deacon didn't like that Captain Tazarayach epitomized disloyalty with him. That's what this is, not from a sincere place of he wants to debate the new covenant. And anybody who allowed anybody to think that has been deceived, right? Point blank, period. Let me tell y'all. Hold on. Oh, got you. The water brewing. Let me give y'all the background here because y'all don't know. Because there's things that are going on or that have happened that are not being told to you. I got you. Don't worry about it. Let me take y'all on a trip down memory lane. Deacon, I'm a partner at CZYN, right? I'm a part of the initial investors at CZYN. So we have a content deal with Deacon. We had a content deal with Deacon. And during that time, Deacon wants to, think about different ways to get more people to CZYN to help grow the business. Which is what you should do when you enter into business partnerships. So he comes up with, man, we need a debate. Who we need you? And then he's like, well, who's the biggest person we can have you debate? So he conceptualizes me debating Captain Tazarayach, right? So now we're going back and forth on, well, what are the disagreements in doctrine? He came up with New Covenant. He wanted to put the financial backing up to do it. So we had a conversation with Captain Tazarayach, and Captain Tazarayach can attest to this, as well as Corey from Tabernacle of David can attest to this, right? So we have witnesses here. And what happened was Captain Tazarayach went to his generals. His generals turned the debate down. That was it. No problem. So when Deacon gets hit with this statement that Tazarayach makes about starting Genesis, he purposely called him out. Now, we disagree with ISU BK on other topics. He could have said the mark of the beast. Right. He could have said the Sabbath. Right? He could have said those things. He didn't. He purposely said the New Covenant because he already knows the generals already instructed him not to do the debate. So there was not an actual sincere want to do this so the nation could know whether we in the New Covenant or not. And this is why I left it alone, because I didn't want to have to say what I'm saying right now. We parted our ways. I wanted to totally leave the situation alone, let them do them while we do us. That's all I've been doing, if y'all ain't noticed, right? But it is what it is now. We're here. So there was not I want to debate Tazarayach on the thing. Hey, he already turned down that topic. We're going to call him out on that topic. Now, of course, Deacon is confident and well-versed and studied on that topic. So if he had peradventure accepted it, he would have loved to take the opportunity to debate him on that and showcase the doctrine. But the real goal was, I'm going to make it look like he's running from me. Yeah. And if I'm lying, this is literally what he said to Sergeant Yatab in our school. So I know what his intentions were, because I know this man. Up until 90 days ago, I would call that man my best friend, right? So I know him, and I know what he's doing. I know what he did. That's why I stayed out of it, because everybody got caught up in the hype, and they missed the point. The point is the man deflected from a very hearty critique on his brotherhood and his loyalty. That's what happened. Nothing else happened. That right there. Now, here's what I want to hip the whole nation to, though. Knowing breakdowns isn't going to get you saved. Brotherhood is. Right. You hear what I'm saying to you? Knowing breakdowns isn't going to get you saved. Brotherhood is. But all that was fine. I ain't saying nothing about it. But then something was brought to my attention that I just couldn't believe. And I absolutely had to say something about. Right? So we're going to go here. We're going to get some scriptures here. Matter of fact, actually, before we even go here, Salakia, let's get the Bible. Let's get John 13 and 34 to 35. Like sis said, this is why people got to know how to hush and kick back. Because everybody made it look like or felt like, oh, Tazarayach's ducking. No, there is a greater principle at play here that has nothing to do with what covenant people believe we're in.
And that was the point of what Tazarayach said. Wasn't nothing else the point other than this guy just did some disloyal stuff in front of the whole world. That's what the point was. Did he come and defend the fact that he's loyal? Yeah. No. That ain't what happened, right? Okay, cool. No, he totally changed the subject. Well, let's debate the new covenant then. Come on, bro. Y'all didn't see, y'all wasn't paying attention to what was going on. That's what happened, though. Right? Let's read the Bible. John 13, 34 to 35.
The book of St. John, chapter 13, verse 34. A new commandment I give unto you, that you love one another.
Read on.
As I have loved you, that ye also love one another.
Right.
By this shall all men know that.
Hold on. Salakia, here's Captain Tazarayach, another witness. So I got two witnesses to his motivation for calling Tazarayach out. It wasn't so the nation can get edified on the new covenant. It was to try to make him look bad because he was mad that he just made him look bad. That's all it was about. Wasn't a sincere motive there. Right? Let's see what Yahushua said, though. Go ahead.
It says that ye love one another as I have loved you, that you also love one another. By this shall all men know that you are my disciples.
If you're a real follower of Yahushua, people will be able to tell by the way that you love your brother, right? Go ahead.
It says, by this shall all men know that you are my disciples, if you have love one to another.
Okay, so he elaborates more. Let's go down to John 15. Let's read 12 to 13 on how he is telling us to love. Go ahead.
St. John chapter 15, starting at verse 12.
Read on.
This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you.
Oh, it say what?
As I have loved you.
Read on.
Greater love has no man than this.
Read on.
That a man laid down his life for his friend.
So Yahushua said what he said right there. He elaborated on how he loved his men by laying his life down. Very interesting.
Oh man, don't tell me this is the part that everybody telling me about. I don't know why Guerilla went here, but I'm not in between no brothers. As I told Deacon a car, man, I made a comment on his video. Go back home, bro. Go back home. Go back home, man. Go back home. You're Israelite, you teach the same thing as the man. Go back home, man. Go back home. But there goes two brothers that Golfy starting trouble. No, I'm not. The brother made the video. How am I starting trouble? I already said I'm gonna talk about it.
Yeah, it's out there. Shoot.
Yeah. And then this
there.
brother says, how come Garfield never show all these Israelites give it up? There's a lot of Israelites gave up their beliefs because of me. You know how many people in my chat right now was Israelites? Half the people that watch me were Israelites are Israelites because they're not sure about a topic and they can't ask it to their camp leaders. Because to be honest with you, I've never seen a situation where African Americans or Jamaicans or anybody in the West could be Israelites. I can't see it unless they're converted. I can't see it. And you can't use Jews who are people who are called Jews in old sources and say you're connected to them, because those are people who are connected to rabbinical or Orthodox Judaism who don't believe in Jesus. And these people have carried this tradition for probably 2,200 years. Not the Jesus part, but the traditions of the Judaism that they practice. Black folks in America, we're not connected to Judaism. If we want to make a connection to Israelites, but Israelites' origins are only physically written in a book, but it's not that definitely like historically correct. Like practicing the law, statutes, and commandments, that's not in real life. They're not doing that until a certain time period after the Babylonian exile, way after Hellenistic period. This is why so much stories in the Bible are recent. That's the recent edition of the biblical text, because the stories relate to Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem, Ham, and Japheth is a Hellenistic concept. Writing in chronological synchronistic order, how the Pentateuch is written, is also a Hellenistic thing. Where the Greeks invented that type of writing style. Show me in Egypt where they have a books written in chronological synchronistic time style, in that style before the Greeks. Egypt wrote history like of a king, but they never had one book until Manetho that had a chronological synchronistic writing for the Egyptian history. It never existed until Manetho. For Babylon, it never existed until Berosus. But in each culture, they write down each king in a chronological order, but they don't have no book that does this. That's the point. The Greeks are the one that invented that. So your Bible, your first 5 books are written in a format of what the Greeks did. All right. Let's go back to, he's going to talk about when he got shot or somebody shot at him or whatever. This is what everybody been telling me about. I never watched it yet. But this is very interesting because they're talking about brotherhood. Let's go.
Interesting, right? That was a 13. Let's skip down to 10 real quick.
I go up to verse 10.
Yep.
St. John chapter 15, verse 10. If you keep my commandments, you shall abide in my love.
You're in the love of Yahushua by keeping his commandments to love each other as he has loved them. Right? Go ahead.
It says, if you keep my commandments, you shall abide in my love. Even as I have kept my Father's commandments and abide in his love.
Okay, let's jump up to 5 and 6.
St. John chapter 15, verse 5. I am the vine, you are the branches. He that abides in me, and I in him, the same brings forth much fruit. For without me, you can do nothing. If a man abide not in me, he is cast forth as a branch and is withered, and men gather them and cast them into the fire, and they are burned.
Right? So why did I go to all those scriptures? Well, Yahushua said he commands, and you'll be able to know if you are in him is if you love this, he is loved. And how he is loved, he qualifies, is by laying his life down for his friends. Right? And if you don't have that type of love, then you're not abiding in him. And if you're not abiding in him, you're going to be burnt up in thermonuclear missile fire.
Exactly.
That's what it's saying. So I say all that to say, hey, guys, your breakdowns aren't going to get you saved. This is a message to all the Israelites. I could be wrong. You could be wrong. We cannot know what we're talking about on a breakdown. But what we are going to be saved by, what our salvation is predicated upon, is brotherhood. And that's what Captain Tazarayach was calling Deacon out about. And that is far more important than what covenant we're in, according to let's break it down. Because at the end of the day, when Yahushua come, he's going to set everybody straight on that. But he's going to judge everybody on the type of brother that they are. That's how he's going to judge. So he deviated from what was far more important to pull the wool over y'all eyes. And that's why I had to be quiet during this time, because it was so ridiculous to me. And I'm watching y'all eat this up going, y'all ain't paying attention to what's going on. This has nothing to do with the new covenant and everything to do with somebody calling somebody else out for a lack of brotherhood. That's all that was, right? Let me give y'all some context. Let's go all the way back to 2012. In 2012, Deacon got kicked out of damn near every GMS camp on the West Coast. I'm the only one that took him in. Every leader from them camps called me, said, don't take him in. Leave him for dead. I still took him in. When we got kicked out, I only got kicked out because of my association with him.
Hold on.
I still didn't feel no way. I still rolled with him.
Nah, this is too much. This is too much. You see, this whole video wasn't necessary in my opinion. I'm going to tell y'all straight up. I'm not even a part of a camp. This video is playing into the hands of people who want to see y'all go back at each other. I'm going to be the bigger man right now. Deacon need to go back to Sikari. But if he wants to start his own camp and build his own camp, he has all right to do that. That's how every camp exists. There wouldn't have been a Sikari if somebody didn't release Guerilla from where he was, or he wouldn't have left where he was. If he left GMS or they kicked him out. That's why he started Sikari, right? What about what if General Yohana didn't start ISUPK back? He was a part of a camp. Look at Priest Daniela. He was a part of the camp. He was a part of them brothers talking about 2000, the world is going to end and all that stuff. And according to what Priest Daniela said on Sarnetta Live, he's like, yo, I saw that this wasn't like the world wasn't going to end. I'm like, nah, I ain't going to teach this no more. So they were going around as false prophets saying the world is going to end in 2000. It never happened. So at that point, ISUPK and One West teaching should have been buried, because the guy that made the prophecy was a false prophet. And according to your Bible, Deuteronomy 18 to 22, you're supposed to kill false prophets and don't even listen to them, because the words that comes out of their mouth is not from God. That was my argument in the 12 tribe chart debate. Fruit of the poisonous tree. So if he's false about the prophecy, why should we take the 12 tribe chart serious? His teachings is not from God. He's not from the Most High. That was my me trying to argue from a biblical perspective. But of course, we know prophecy is not real. You know, prophecy is made up. But hey, that's another conversation. But this right here, I'm gonna tell you this. I actually like Deacon, and of course, everybody know I got much love and respect for my brother Guerilla Hebrew. I wish he had never made this video. I wish he had never made this video. Because some people like turmoil, they like division. I used to 5 years ago, I couldn't care less. But I see what brothers are doing, are trying to build, although we don't agree philosophy-wise. You know, I don't agree, but again, what can I say? What can I say?
Him. So when we talk about brotherhood and how important brotherhood is, I've been nothing but a brother. That's what I've been. And he's mad that somebody highlighted the fact that he wasn't.
Man. Hey, Garfield, if you talking, you on mute. Garfield, you there with us?
Oh man, I was talking the whole time. I forgot to unmute. I was cussing dude out with that 9/11 comment, man.
Yeah,
well, I'm glad you didn't hear that. What I was saying is that Sister Janelle used to be involved in this. She learned the language. So if you look at this brother right here, this sister learned the language. She went back to an indigenous culture. She's Gullah. She studied African languages and culture. You should check her out on what do you call it? Not YouTube, not on Instagram, on TikTok. She has a very good TikTok where she's doing a lot of stuff there. But even YouTube, check out our YouTube. And she grew based on the studying the language alone. This guy here, he don't know no language. He just believe. He just want to be somebody. He's a Jesse Jacksonite. I am somebody. I am somebody. I am chosen to be a chosen fool. That's what you're chosen to be. I just have to say that. But anyway, I love my brother, Mr. 707. But bro, you know you ain't no Israelite. You believe it as you say. But you see, you can't be in the truth, and it's a belief. If you're in the truth, Garfield, I am a Jamaican. I have Igbo and I have Akan Ashanti roots. That's a fact. Genetically, historically, anthropology, archaeology, I could prove to all of that. Linguistics, all 5 major factors of research. I could prove who I am. You can't prove you Israel, bro. You're going to trace back to some African tribe that got some story later on. Now he trying to violate her. Yiddishized Hebrew was developed in the 19th century. Bruh, go sit down, man. Go sit down. Anyway, let me get on to this. It's just crazy. And I guarantee you, most of the people in these groups are broke and don't have nothing.
Damn.
And that's not a dig. Anybody, even the Mormons, the people that join the Mormon group, they broke. People that join these cults, Morris Science Temple, they broke. People that join the Nuwapians, they broke. It's a part of the African American or Black experience. We've been doing groups from the 1800s, 1700s. We've been doing groups in this here. We as in African Americans. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, let me do this.
So he deviated and made this into a circus. That's what he made this to, and didn't even have the heart to call into the show like Tazarayach told him to. Let Hassad do it, who did a fantastic job, might I add. But that's what happened. Now, this is what really grinded my gears about this whole situation, right? Let me show y'all this. This really killed me when this was brought out to me, right? When I was made aware that this happened. Right.
Remember, I said if you don't want to battle me, I will have Hassad debate you and Captain Ka'atazai. They talk all this brotherhood. Oh, we're so loyal, and we have so much brotherhood in the ISUPK, right? But Captain Ka'atazai sat right next to you while he let Hassad completely beat the brakes off you. Where's the brotherhood and loyalty in that?
Well, you disappeared on the block in downtown Seattle where a nigga emptied the clip on me because I intervened in the situation that got.
Oh, damn.
No, Guerilla, you're wrong for that. You're wrong for that. No. This is why everybody's telling me to watch the video. No, you can't say that on a video. Can't say that.
Damn.
Can't say that. Can't say that. I'm not from the streets, and I'm telling you, you can't say that on a video. You can't say that. He's saying that he held it down and dude emptied the clip on a block. He could have been killed because of the dude. And he's going to say, according to what I heard, I'm going to see if it's true. They said that he ran away from the block and left him right there to get killed. I don't know if he said that yet, but I'm going to be a witness to it right now. Let's go back to the video. Let's go back 10 seconds. Come on. I can't believe Guerilla said it's on video.
Where's the brotherhood and loyalty in that?
Well, you disappeared on the block in downtown Seattle where a nigga emptied the clip on me because I intervened in the situation that got physical that you were just in. He's talking about him sitting there when two men are having a conversation. A nigga literally tried to kill me. And you vanished. Don't nobody know where you went when that happened. Right? A nigga that I took in. A nigga that no.
Nah. That
He said he ran, Garfield.
Nah. That's too deep, yo. That's you see, this is I love these brothers though. I'm gonna tell you that 5 years ago, I never gave a fuck about these dudes. But getting to know them personally and talking to them, these are some good dudes who have a good heart. But it's still the nigga in all of them, though. All of them got nigga shit about them. All of them. Even my captain, all of them got nigga shit about them. All of them. But they are real human beings who really believe what they believe. You know what I'm saying? This is why I don't violate them niggas like how I used to 5 years ago. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all bullshit. I don't do none of that because they actually literally are cleaning up dudes' lives, stop them from selling drugs and cleaning up their lives and trying to let them be good human beings in society. I would have ran too.
Oh God, I would have ran. I would have ran too.
I don't care what a nigga said. I would have ran too.
Hey, Guerilla should have ran. The fuck you mean? You stayed there.
You should have ran, my nigga. I ain't taking no bullet for nobody. Ain't no enough brotherhood in that. I'm not doing that.
Man.
Y'all crazy, man. Hey, Mustafa, I would have broke Bolt's record, nigga. What are you talking about? Cut that. I would have broke something like what? I'll be out of that joint in a heart. Y'all, what? He was missing. You see, this is why you know. Listen. None of these dudes can face death in its eye and say, yo, it's my time. Because they technically don't believe what they claim they believe. It's just the facts. You're not going to stand up. Like when the guys ran up into the pastor's house, the pastor running from the gunshot. If God says that's your time, that's your time. Why are you running? That's your time. Ain't that what you teach every Sunday? All of these guys know that they would have been running. Ain't nothing gangster about being in the ground 6 feet. That's right, sister. I'd Eagle Warrior say, I'll be a track star, I'll be a Jamaican fake bolting ass nigga. That's what I would have been. That Keon, that's exactly what I would have been, bruh.
Hey.
I swear, I weigh 200 pounds right now, and I'm
Oh God.
5'11". And I'm telling you, Eagle, I would have run faster than that Jabari debate that you say I'm running from. Boy, you wouldn't even see me. I'd have been like 10 times boat speed. What? Bro, let me tell y'all 2 stories where I almost got killed. Going to Evander Childs High School in the Bronx, beat the brakes off of this dude. He went home, got a gun. He saw my boys with me. My boys was holding. They was holding. He knew from my boy, from my left from my boys, he started to chase me. And man, he bust 2 shots. Bruh, I ran like 15 blocks nonstop. 15 blocks. Yeah, Meek, I'm 5'11". I'm 5'11". 15 blocks. I ran 15 blocks straight to my house. I was like, Couple years later, I went down the block on White Plains Road to go cut my hair at my barber shop. My barber was busy. He said, let the new kid cut your hair. Guess who was the dude that was cutting the hair? The dude that was running me down with the gun. I was like, I'll wait for you, Prince. I'm good.
Yeah, man.
Guess what? A year later, after he ran me down, and we was fighting because of a girl, bro. He went to the girl and told the girl a lie about me, and I got offended and I beat the brakes off of him. Beat him up. Beat him with a stick, all type of shit. The nigga went home for the gun. A year later, he saw me outside the same high school because I went to go meet the same girl we was beefing about. I went to go meet her after school. It was my first year of college. I went down there to meet her. That was him and his homeboy. His homeboy came over to me, yo, my man's over there, say you got beef. And I'm Jamaican, and bruh, it's like certain lingo I'm not used to. But he said, yo, you got beef. I said, what type of beef y'all got? What y'all talking about? I don't got no beef with nobody. Yo, they was ready to light my ass up on the spot, bro. And my boy, I'll never forget. Shout out to Stanley, man. He got stabbed in the lunchroom one day. Shout out to Stanley. And Stanley went and Stanley said, yo, y'all got beef with my boy. He ain't even had nothing on him. He just defended me the whole time. Because when he got stabbed in that lunchroom, I was the only one over him stopping the blood and all that shit. So we became good friends after that shit. But boy, I tell you, I could have lost my life that time and another time too. But that shit was crazy. So when my boy said, yo, old boy was gone, I believe Guerilla when he said that he was gone, because I would have been gone too. Yo, I would have been gone. I can't fight for shit. Yo, I ain't gonna say I can't fight, but I'll say I ain't getting no fight with nobody. I'm good. But the fact is, come on, Rob, you wouldn't have run too? You ain't standing up taking no bullet for nobody in the name of no God that you don't know is guaranteed real. You ain't guaranteed to go to no heaven, nothing. Let me go back to this shit right here. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. I don't even know if people understand what Guerilla is saying right here, man. And when homeboy was supposed to respond, he didn't even respond. He did some other shit. But look at this shit right here.
Beat the brakes off you. Where's the brotherhood and loyalty in that?
Well, you disappeared on the block in downtown Seattle where a nigga emptied the clip on me because I intervened in the situation that got physical that you were just in. He's talking about him sitting there when 2 men are having a conversation. A nigga literally tried to kill me. And you vanished. Don't nobody know where you went when that happened. Right? A nigga that I took in. A nigga that nobody wanted but me. I watched everybody in his life leave him and turn their back on him, and I didn't. And you know what he did when we had a council to prevent him leaving? Hung the phone up. This nigga got the nerve to get on the internet and play these games with y'all?
My man is emotional.
So that's why I had to be quiet about this. Him, and I didn't.
Rob, no, not that dude. Not that dude.
And you know what he did when we had a council to prevent him leaving? Hung the phone up. This nigga got the nerve to get on the internet and play these games with y'all? So that's why I had to be quiet about this. Because I don't want to hurt the nation even more. I know y'all were hurt from the breakup in and of itself. Wanted to leave it alone. But this is BS. And you want to know who knows this is BS? The brother who called in to cross the line, who had the actual heart to deal with Captain Tazarayach on this topic. He knows it's BS. He knows everything I'm saying is the 100% truth. And anybody who knows us knows that this is the 144% truth that I'm saying to y'all right now. I wish that nigga would get on the internet and say I'm lying. So the whole point is brotherhood. That's the point. That's what's going to get you saved. And that's what that Deacon displayed a lack of. And that's what Tazarayach was talking about. Point blank, period. That's simple.
It's Guerilla time.
Right? So now that that's over,
I will have Hassad debate you and Captain Atazah. They talk all this brotherhood. Oh, we're so loyal, and we have so much brotherhood in the ISUPK, right? But Captain Atazah sat right next to you while he let Hassad completely beat the brakes off you. Where's the brotherhood and loyalty in that?
Well, you disappeared on the block in downtown Seattle where a nigga emptied the clip on me because I intervened in the situation that got physical that you were just in. He's talking about him sitting there when two men are having a conversation. A nigga literally tried to kill me. And you vanished. Don't nobody know where you went when that happened.
Yo, I ain't playing no more, yo. God damn. God damn. The link's there. Anybody want to jump on? The link is there, bro. God damn. God damn.
Y'all leave me up here by myself with Garfield.
God damn, God damn, God damn, Keon. God damn. Oh man.
Hey, is Deacon Hakkad Genesis? That's Genesis, right?
Genesis. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay.
love
Just make
Deacon,
sure.
man. I like Deacon. I like Deacon.
Yeah, he's not too bad. He's not too bad. He's not messianic though. I don't really believe in that, but you know.
I ain't worried about him saying nothing wrong. I'm saying, why Guerilla ain't run too?
Yeah, oh God, where did Guerilla go? I need to know where the hell Guerilla did.
The clip. What the fuck? Yo, that's what, I used to hear Farrakhan say, the guns they got in the neighborhood, you shoot the nigga straight and the shit going to the left or to the right. The guns don't even work right in the hood. I see niggas close up. I'm like, he hit him one time. What's up with these guns? God damn.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm with Deacon, man. I'm out that motherfucker. I'm with Deacon on that one, shit.
Yo, Elam is funny, yo. Elam said he ain't disappeared. He was using his Deacon, his ninja fighting style.
That was God. God was definitely telling him he needs to get the hell up out of there, boy. I would have too. But man, I mean, I don't know the loyal situation. I think they just had a disagreement. They're trying to use the Bible and trying to make it seem as though that he's not loyal and stuff like that. I mean, hell, if you got a disagreement, I'm gonna separate myself. So I don't know. I think they are kind of overdoing it, to be honest with you.
I said in the comment section, I said in the video, I said, bro, you need to go back home, man. I think I told him that on the phone too. I said, go back home, man.
Yeah.
Go back home. And not to compare to Malcolm and Elijah, but it's a similar situation where you disagree. I mean, it's not the teaching because he's still teaching the same thing.
Yeah.
He's still teaching the same thing that the dudes teach. There's no difference. Touchdown Buffalo. Touchdown. Hell of a touchdown by Coleman. They still teaching the same thing, bro. So what do you disagree on? Oh, I think it has to do with Hassad. I think they kicked Hassad out or something like that. But I mean, even if that happened, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know,
man. Hopefully, I mean, shoot. Hopefully, they get it back together, man. Hopefully, because this is
hopefully they figure it out. Because the brother sounded emotional about the issue. By the way, not emotional. He sounded like it hurt. That's his brother for 12 years.
Yeah, he was upset for sure.
Yeah. Oh man. Damn.
But I ain't gonna lie, I do disagree with you when it comes to making a video. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, dog. Man, sometimes you gotta address these type of things. Like
What are you
you
talking
just
about?
gotta for Guerilla. I think didn't you say that you don't think Guerilla should
Oh,
even
this
made
is
the
you
video?
would have made the video. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm like this. I'm more of an in-house guy than an out-house guy.
Yeah,
As much
true.
as I've done some crazy shit on the internet, but I'm more of a quiet, laid back. Let's keep it internal. But we like drama. You know, the human nature likes drama.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, especially me. I wouldn't say I like drama. I just like people to get, if they have a discretion, say the discretion. Let's try to talk it out. I don't mind people talking their problems out on the internet. You know what I mean? It's just because, but that's because I'm not the person to go out and make a whole bunch of crazy videos. You know what I mean? So,
That ego
but
war is trying to start shit. Garfield, you need to go back home to Sunday. You both teach the same thing. Jesus exists. I separate myself. I teach we ain't no Egyptian. That's what I teach. We ain't no Israelite, no Egyptians, no Moors. We none of that. By the way, to Moors is probably the closest thing that we could possibly claim out of all the Asiatics, come to think of it. What do you think about that, Robon? I think some of us could claim we're Moors because Moors were Arabs and we became Arabized Negroes. So we possibly could claim more, but not in the sense of what Noble Drew Ali teach, but that we Moabites and all that crazy shit.
oh shit, Rob Bourne here. Hey Garfield, you gotta get at Mika, man. She trying to say you 5'6". Better stop making. Better stop playing with Garfield.
I'm five. On my license, I think it says 5'10" and 3/4 or 5'10" and a half. But I say I'm 5'11". I don't care. I could be 5'7", 5'2". It don't matter.
Yeah, though. Glad they're getting back there. I don't know. At least they ain't getting too violent though. They just
I know,
having this
hey, Mika, you know what's not 5'11" though. Ha ha ha! I got jokes. Keep messing with me, Mika. Trolls. Let's get to my trolls today. I'm gonna talk about what's his name, King Monologue. So he made a video. Let me play his video that he made. I actually like King Monologue. Outside of some of his reasonings, I actually like King Monologue. But I mean, his whole premise is he creates this dichotomy of black versus Europeans and all that stuff. That's all his videos about. So I told him I don't get down like that. I don't need to. So he made a video, a short, and boy, we was going back and forth on this short. Oh man, we was going back and forth. Hold on, let me see King Monologue videos. King Monologue, let me click on him. Let me click on shorts. So this is what he did. I hope everybody could see. So he's comparing 50,000 books to 700,000 books, the printing press. Check it out. This is this video.
If you talking, you muted Garfield.
Hold on a second. I forgot I gotta share.
In comparison to the rest of the world of the printing press, the invention of the
All right, check this out. This is the video.
printing press.
It's estimated something like 50,000 books were produced in Europe during the entire millennium leading up to Gutenberg's brainwave.
Here's another interesting fact. During the same time period, in the early 15th century, it is estimated that the library in Timbuktu housed around 700,000 books. Taking a conservative estimate, this tiny educational metropolis had probably produced in the region of 500,000 of these books due to the high global demand to purchase their literature. To be clear, this means in a few years, literature authorship and book production in Timbuktu outperformed what the entire continent of Europe had managed in the past millennia by a factor of 10. This, of course, prior to the invention of Gutenberg's printing press. This one statistic alone should really put into perspective how widespread general literacy and scholarship was in Central Africa in comparison to the rest of the world. Proving before the invention of the printing press.
All right, so I trolled him. I told him, I called him a liar. There's no 700 books, 700. I just realized something that he did wrong too, because it's not until the 13th century they started collecting documents at Timbuktu. So if it's before 1450, it's definitely not 700,000. I forgot. I got to put that back on the post. Because we went back and forth. He said I'm a liar, I can't research, I'm a fraud, I'm a sellout. He called me all type of names. And I don't know. What y'all feel about this? Just watching that little video. What y'all think? Willie, you got something?
Well, the printing press is something I've been familiar with. About that 700,000 books in Timbuktu, that sounded a little far-fetched. I know they had a pretty good library over there, but 700,000 books, I don't know about that. And the printing press is very significant to this whole conversation.
I think that we put ourselves in a position, right, where we want to promote this black versus white. That's what he's saying. He's really saying black versus white instead of African and European. That's what he's really want to talk about. So I tell him he's creating this false dichotomy, and I can't acquiesce to his faulty premise. Because for one, I just realized watching the video, he said it's saying from 450 to 1453, before the printing press, they printed 50,000 books. So now the printing, you see, look at the errors that he's making. I want y'all to watch this. Just watch what the errors that he's making. And you see, this is why I tell people I might not be the greatest debater, but I am one of the greatest researchers ever in this community. And I say that with my chest out. All right, watch this. Look at what he's saying.
Before the invention of the printing press,
It's estimated something like 50,000 books were produced in Europe during the entire millennium leading up to Gutenberg's brain.
All right, so 1,000 years before the printing press, there was 50,000 books. He's trying to equate that in that time period, we had 700,000 books. No, we didn't have the 700,000 manuscripts at the time. What we had were some manuscripts, but not as much as 700,000. So he's trying to say that we are greater because we have more. We didn't produce that much books during that time period because nobody really was copying in Africa or in Mali till like around the 13th century. As a matter of fact, I could double check that right now too. Let's take a look. West African manuscripts. As a matter of fact, Rob Bond is pretty well rehearsed on this topic too. That bastard. Manuscripts. Let's look up West African manuscripts. And I'm going to Google it real quickly here and go to the Wikipedia page. Let me stop sharing. Good point, Mika. Who is we? So if you go to AI, it tells you Western manuscripts are a collection of documents that are considered to be part of the Western. Well, I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about West African manuscripts. I put Western manuscripts. West African manuscripts. All right, so let's go to this right here. West African manuscripts are numerous, varied in forms and contents. There are thousands of them across West Africa. A singular portion of them are documents written in Arabic, Ajami, African languages written in Arabic script, both religious. Let's look at the Wikipedia article. All right, and what's that? Components of West African intellectual history may have been produced as early as 10th century CE. West African Muslim scholars who were bilingual, all right, are estimated almost 101,000 and children of 48,000. All right, so let's see if they give a history. Mali, 13th century. Yeah, around the 13th century, that's when they started. All right, so let's go back to this video. See if we can make sense out of this.
Here's another interesting fact. During the same time period, in the early 15th century, it is estimated that the library in Timbuktu housed around 700,000 books.
All right, so that's not true. There's no 700,000 books at 1450. That's just plain and simply not true. So damn, I need to watch all the video. Yeah, but he means manuscripts, but the manuscripts, some of them can be considered books. So that's where he got me. I kind of got me in the conversation.
A conservative estimate, this tiny educational metropolis had probably produced in the region of 500,000 of these books due to the high global demand to purchase their literature. To be clear, this means in a few years, literature authorship and book production in Timbuktu outperformed what the entire continent of Europe had managed in the past millennia by a factor of 10. This, of course, prior to the invention of Gutenberg's printing press. This one statistic alone should really put into perspective how widespread
500,000 books in 100 years. Yo, this dude is sick, yo. This is what I'm trying to
general
tell you.
literacy and scholarship was in Central Africa in comparison to the rest of the world. Proving before the invention of the printing press.
You don't have to lie, man. And we went back and forth cussing each other out. But you don't have to lie to say how great Africa is. I said to him, you could have even mentioned the Nsibidi script and how the Nsuka find 2500 BC, the script that they found is similar to that, showing that Nigerians are the people, or the Igbo people, or whoever has been there for a long time, way before there was an Israel or anything. You know, talk about that. Don't talk about, and then the Arabic script is that's a colonizer script. You know what I'm saying? That's a colonizer script. So we ain't need to brag about that, although there's other scripts here, African scripts. But these are manuscripts, not no books like how we think about books. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, y'all want to add on to that?
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I've been arguing in the comment. Garfield, my bad, bro.
Arguing.
Me and Jonelle, we're going back and forth about the Abrahamic faith and if it's oppressive to women in general. Yeah, that's what we was going back and forth for.
Rob on to 800 AD. Okay. All right. But anyway, anything else y'all want to talk about, man? Anybody in the audience got a question? Mr. 707, come on and show and prove you're Israelite, man.
Man, Israelites is just the NOI version of Christians, man. Y'all still Christians, man. Just come back to the faith, man. We still love y'all. Come back to the faith, man. Like, we ain't gotta call him Jesus. We can call him Yawashua, whatever you want to call him, man. Just come back. You know what I mean? Come back to the faith, man. Jesus love you. We all love you. Garfield, you come back too, man. Jesus is king, man. Come on now. Come back, man.
Yeah. Hey, Jesus can be king to anybody. I have no problem with all of that, bro. I just don't think that if I accept Jesus, that's going to guarantee me some afterlife. That's just a faith. And I do believe Christianity is something that was given to us. We have no idea what the original Christianity is. And there's no, like, I had a thing with me and Brother Bereen where they try to say that the church fathers were Africans, were black, like how we look at black today. And I don't hold to that. I'm gonna do that topic next week. Were the early church fathers black? They were black, man. We ain't got no evidence of that, man. Ain't got no evidence. Because we see North African, we see black. When Tertullian had a centurion father, his father was a Roman centurion. That wouldn't be a traditional sub-Saharan African looking guy. We don't have to lie. This is what the urban apologists made the same error that people deal with race. You don't have to prove that anybody is black because you want to say Christianity had black people in it. And then the North Africans were teaching Donatism. Y'all don't teach Donatism today. Y'all anti-Donatism. So I wouldn't associate myself with anybody that you possibly think is North African and pushing Christianity. It don't make no sense to me. What's up, Janelle? Everybody.
Yo, what's
Janelle
up, Garfield? ¿Cómo están?
Oh, shit.
Sister Queen. Beat him up, Sister Queen.
My half Cuban brother.
What's up, sis?
Everything great. I have a question for you. What do Hebrew Israelites, I know from my experience, but what do Hebrew Israelites say are the traditions and customs that African Americans carried over here?
They haven't shown any. I mean, Orthodox more try to say that the Gullah Geechee knew the Bible before they came over and they were practicing cultures.
somebody was praying, they was following Daniel where they pray 3 times a day. So he said the traditions was here. But there's nothing. I haven't seen anything to say, hey, Israelites were over here. They're not showing that. Nobody's showing that.
And you know, I find it to be interesting because even the Gullah Bible that they talk about wasn't created until like the 1900s, and so I find that to be interesting because prior to that, I don't even know if people know what Gullah Geechee is. Like, it literally is West and Central Africans when they came over and they were in. A lot of them come from the Caribbean because of the trade back and forth between Caribbean, South America, and North America. But when they were in the Carolinas, basically they said, okay, we're gonna come together because remember, in that area that they were, very much like Sierra Leone, very much like the west coast of Africa, and I've been there, I can tell you, the weather and the topography are very similar. They basically said, okay, the Buckradum not coming here every 4 months. We have enough space and room away from them because we're the only ones that know how to cultivate the rice, because people forget that there's 2 kinds of rice. You have the Asian rice and you have the West African rice. And they were cultivating the West African rice, which is what they call it Carolina Gold. We were cultivating the West African rice as only we knew how to do because we were doing that when the Portuguese came over in the 1440s. And we were able to come together, keep all of our traditions, and really kind of blend it and create a new thing, which we call Gullah Geechee. Obviously, you have Seacoast and you have mainland Gullah versus Geechee, and we come together and we call ourselves one thing, and we have Gullah Geechee. And actually, the federal corridor recognizes us as being the ones who have the most Africanism maintained in the Americas. So I find it to be interesting how they always try to come and say, oh, well, Gullah Geechee are this and that, and Gullah Geechee are this and that. It's like, no, we're not, actually. And when you go into, like, the practices of Gullah Geechee, some people call it hoodoo, some people call it conjure, whatever. But you have that, it's a syncretized, practice, so to speak.
Now, do me a favor, right? Because I got to talk to you about this Gullah Geechee stuff. This dude is saying that y'all had the Bible before y'all came over here, which I know is garbage. But give me your email. Let me send you an email real quick. What's your email?
Okay, yeah. Let me. Can I type it? I'm gonna type it.
Text it in private chat. Yeah, text it in private chat.
Okay. But
All right, Sabia, you want to say something? You want to add on?
Yeah, I wanted to speak on what you was talking about with Black earlier. I'm glad that you are able to see how the Greeks constructed this idea, and it was based around the disposition, the color classification was based off of your your mental characteristic, how they looked at you mentally, or how they looked at you in a specific situation. And these ideas played up to become racial identifications. People have to start actually looking into where these things are constructed at before they just jump on to something. And it's crazy because it's something that I've been studying for a while with this whole construction of race and racism and stuff and racialization and all that. But now that we recognize how racialization takes place, how are we going to respond to it? How should we respond to the racialization that has happened to us? Should we continue to accept this racialized identity, or should we fight against it? Because if we accept it, then whoever they want to consider Black can be Black. This goes for indigenous people. This goes for Austro-Asians. This goes for anybody they want to throw under that term Black.
Yeah, I think one of the things too that I find, even when I had the discussion with Orthodox more, what I realized is that the people don't have they don't have a basic common knowledge. Like, they never did a course in college. You could tell, because even if we have
fallacies when we argue, because I come with a bunch of fallacies all the time, right? And we don't do it on purpose, but in a general conversation when we're researching, I find it that if you believe something, you already have a disadvantage in trying to decipher something. You already, because you have a belief, and your belief have to, like when I was talking to the gentleman earlier, he said, well, I have second Esdras too. I keep saying historically, and he keeps bringing up belief. And we gotta learn how to accept certain things with common sense and say, hey, where's the records of these people leaving during the time of Assyria? Where are those records at? And we don't have those records. And I think it's difficult for somebody who believes to understand. Like when I talk to guys on Clubhouse, I'm telling them that second Esdras didn't exist until the 1st century. They think Ezra literally wrote second Esdras. And the storyline is pretty good, but they're following what's called British Israelism. For Orthodox more, he's a little bit different, but he's actually, I see what he's trying to do. It don't make sense from a logical perspective, but in his worldview, it makes sense. I don't think that anyone, I mean, of course, you can't say it's not impossible, but even when you draft, when you look at the 500,000 that left from, like South Africa around that Zimbabwe area, even when you look at those people, you think about it for a second, you're like, where did they go? The majority of them went to the Caribbean or they went to Brazil or wherever, but they're not coming to America. You know what I'm saying? Because they're trying to attach the lemba. I said that some of the lemba might come here, but the lembas that they're talking about are the J marking lembas. They're not talking about lembas that have the E marker. You know what I'm saying? Those are the ones. They separate them, and man, that's just a whole nother ball game. But I don't know. It's troubling. Even with Ethiopia was never in the Bible. So for somebody who born in Ethiopia, now I mean Ethiopia is not in the Bible. Ethiopia was a name that was taken on by King Izana. You weren't called Ethiopia. So now you read the Bible growing up, you're like, oh, that's us. We them chosen people. So I understand where Selassie coming from, or understand where they're coming from, but it don't make sense when you look at it from a historical perspective. You know what I'm saying? But when you have a belief in something, it's hard for you to decide or decipher actual history because it makes no sense. There's no evidence the people left Assyria. There's no evidence of that he left Assyria and went.
Wait, Garfield, isn't Ethiopia Cush? Cush is mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah,
right?
Cush is mentioned in the Bible, and Cush is normally what we call Nubia today. Normally called Nubia. It's just like when in Ethiopia in Acts 8, it talks about the Ethiopian eunuch, and they come from Candace. We know Candace that's a Cushite thingy. With Candace, that's not the normal Ethiopia joint. We see that in Nubia during the Meroe kingdom. But I mean, how can we see this and learn this and know what we're doing? And I think people, I don't know what we're doing, man. We believe anything, bro.
Well,
Yeah, we believe anything.
Also, the Bible wasn't translated so that people could know the word of God. So I think people don't even really understand that. And how many people could read during that time? Only certain people of a certain class. Everybody else was just getting spoken to and taught to, kind of like how they are in church today. So, people act like they're reading a translation that was like, oh, we want everybody to get saved and go to heaven. So, no, that's not what it was.
And I think that's another big key because they tend to, I don't know if it's intentional, but it seems like in these conversations when we talk about certain words and certain times, it seems like they tend to think that everybody during these times had an education and had access to
Right.
books and Bibles and things like that. Like it wasn't even a Bible at that time.
Right.
If anything, you would have had scripts, manuscripts, and papyri and things like that, and you would have had to be like clergy or a rabbi or priest or something. So if you were a lay person, you wouldn't know what Melanchthros actually meant, but you might know what Melos meant.
Yeah, Melas means blood, but in what context? Because it could mean blood and all that stuff. The guy broke it down on my channel. He broke it down. Yep.
But this is where I have the issue, and I'm not saying it's just because I learned to read the language. I learned to read the language actually because I wanted to prove to everybody that I was an Israelite, which is funny. That's the reason why I learned how to read it. And I just find it crazy how people have been following this for 10, 20 plus years and will say shalom and slikai and all these little words, but and use like little Hebrew language words, but they will never actually learn what how to translate the language. And it's like, at what point are you doing deep study? And not only the language, but like Sabio was saying, the chronology of the Bible in general, along with the history. It's like, where is the real research and study at? Because at this point, all I see is opinions, people smoking weed, getting high, and having deep thoughts, and then getting on here and saying whatever they want to say.
Yep. Facts. Facts.
Garfield, let me say this. All the way up, please hit the link. Please hit the link, my brother. Please just hit the link, man. Y'all can go ahead. Never mind.
Hit the link, bro. Stop side chat debating, man.
Mr. 707 said, plenty of people speak biblical Hebrew. Well, that's where you're wrong, because speaking biblical Hebrew would be ridiculous right now in today's time. You know, the Bible is a philological study, so that means you have to actually study the literature. It's not spoken, it's translated and read.
But quick question for you, Janelle. What does speaking Hebrew? How does that make you more Hebrew? Like, what does that do for you? What do you think that does for you?
Well, speaking Hebrew, I'm not speaking about speaking Hebrew. What I'm saying is, most Hebrew Israelites consider themselves to be people who go by the law and go by the book. So if you're going by a book, then, like I said, the Bible is a philological study. That means that it's literature based. You don't know anything until you read the book. So if you're reading the book and you're reading a translation of the book, and that translation is flawed, then that becomes a problem, because you're actually not reading the language that it was written in for you to determine what it says as best you can, because the English translation is extremely flawed. For instance, there is no devil character in the Old Testament, but people seem to think that the serpent and Lucifer and all these different characters, which are actually common nouns and not proper nouns, they think that these things are the devil. And this is what I'm saying. A lot of I did a whole thing on this with my teacher as
That
well.
would be that would be more of in doctrine, though, right? Because, like you said, I mean, in the Bible there is no devil in the Old Testament either.
Right.
It says serpent. That would just be a doctrination, right? That wouldn't be the Bible, right?
No. That would be the translation. This is what I'm saying. The King James translation, which is majority of what Hebrews read, they do not learn the biblical Hebrew for them to understand what's being written based on the laws they're calling themselves following. So if you lack education of what it actually says, then you're just following what someone says something says.
Okay, but going back to your example of what isn't translated right in the Hebrew. You said that one of the incorrect translations was that they think there's a devil in the Old Testament, and there is no devil in the Old Testament. In the King James version, there is no devil in the Old Testament. So that's basically where I'm going from. Like, you didn't have to learn Hebrew to know that there is no devil in the Old Testament.
Oh, I see what you're saying. But see, here's the issue. The issue is that you're going back as far as King James translation, but you're not understanding that it's the translations that are changing over time. And people are saying, well, we want to say this, we don't want to say this, we want to put this in, we don't want to put this in. And that's a part of the problem. As long as you go across on a translation, all you have is an original or somewhat of an original that you can go by. As long as you're going by a translation, you're always going to be, oh, well, this isn't in the old King James. This is in the new King James. This isn't this. You're always going to be doing that. Whereas if you just go to the original as much as you can, the original, I'm saying the Masoretic text, whatever, as long as you go to that, and then you decide to go and say, okay, this is what this is saying. This is what this is saying. That's going to be a difference, because you're not going to have to keep going back to this 14, 12, 11, the 1600 version, all these different versions for what? When you can just go to the original and decide what that says.
Yeah, and I understand. Like, I mean, why would you go to a copy or a fake when you can just go to the original? I
All I'm
definitely
saying
agree
is
with
you're
that.
going to consistently be going back from 1411, 1611, 1311, all these different versions of King James. And all it shows you is that they're translating it based on what their political agenda is. And if you, as a Hebrew Israelite, is saying, okay, I really want to follow the quote, the Most High, then, and I don't want to go based on all these different versions, because that's what happened to me. All these different versions, people saying it says this in Hebrew, it says that in Hebrew. I say, you know what? I'm tired of that. I'm going to always keep getting that. I want to go and learn it myself. And I did. And so then it was like, okay, I don't have to rely on versions of what this says. I can decipher it myself. And if I'm incorrect, at least I've parsed it out, meaning I've assigned a certain speech, gender, number, and tense to every word in the verse so someone can correct me and I can understand why. You understand?
Yeah, I get that. I get that. But is there an example of like a egregious, like just absolutely incorrect translation that you found from learning Hebrew versus the King James Bible 1611, whichever one you want to use? Is there like just an egregious example?
There are plenty of egregious examples, but one of the things that actually is like maybe four to eight, and we did a whole Dispelling Doctrine series. What I mostly did was when I learned how to translate, I went to all of the points that Hebrew Israelites used to mind map me into saying, this is why we Hebrews, that you don't see nobody else suffering like black people doing. It's because we're not keeping the laws and commandments. And then they teach you and they show you these verses. I went to every one of those verses. Like I said, there is no devil character in the Old Testament. So how is there now this emphasis on people going to hell and suffering and all this kind of stuff when we don't see that even without reading the language? We don't even see that type of concept in the Old Testament.
Yeah, I agree. Like
Yeah.
that's crazy that they just make up some stuff. I mean, I agree with that. But I don't.
Well,
I mean, go ahead. Go ahead. My fault.
well, no, you're fine. But I'm just saying that's just one thing that you can look at. The second thing is the whole Deuteronomy thing. Oh, we under the curses, and we were sold to America. Well, when you understand, and Hebrews always say this, they say the word is kana, and it means to redeem. It doesn't mean to redeem. That just means that you don't know the language. It doesn't mean to redeem. It means to buy. And it clearly says nobody will purchase you. And what were black people purchased? We have ledgers, we have insurance companies, we have all of that record showing that black people were purchased. And for how much? Right. So I'm saying if you're using these statements and these verses to say that black people are the children of Israel or whatnot, I don't have a problem with people choosing to believe or follow, whatever they choose to, but it's the identity appropriation that I do have a problem with. And you're using verses that are not proper and you're putting your own spin to it because you're looking in a lexicon and choosing whatever definition
Whatever
you
it
want
means. Exactly.
rather than actually understanding the grammar and how it goes based on tense, number, and
Yeah.
gender. You know what I'm saying? That becomes a problem. So now those two things are basically based on everything. And that pretty much, that's enough. Deuteronomy is enough to get most black people to start being Hebrew Israelite. I kid you not.
Yeah. I get
Because
that.
they say, well, why all black people suffering everywhere? That's what they say. Okay. So I'm just saying that when you don't understand how to go and look at it for yourself, then you become, you can be taken advantage of. And a lot of people do have a good heart and it's in the right place. But as the old people say, not to bring up hell, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So you have to verify the things, especially if you're a leader.
Yeah, I agree totally because, like you said, they'll go to like a lexicon or they'll go to the Blue Letter Bible. They'll see that the word can, in a different context, can mean something else, and then they'll be like, "Okay, this is what it means in this verse," and that's just absolutely asinine. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think that it gets a little bit too much of a competition when people be coming back and forth and talking about, well, I know Hebrew per se, uh, and I mean, I get we have a distrust for the white man or the white people in general, but I mean, from what I've read and what I've seen, the King James version isn't that off. Like it's just not that off from the actual Hebrew translation. So that's why
Well,
I
that's
don't
why
know.
you have to. Well, that's why you actually have to start translating because only when you start doing the work yourself, you'll start seeing the differences. And here's the thing: the issue is that most people, 98% of Hebrew Israelites, cannot read biblical Hebrew. So that's really the problem. They don't know grammar. What they're doing is going to Blue Letter Bible or Bible Hub, and then they're hitting the lexicon. They don't understand the grammar. They don't understand how to derive or render the proper definitions and terms for the verses. And what it becomes is instead of us actually doing it together and parsing it out, they're saying, well, this says this, and then they go to some random lexicon that they found or whatever, and they start doing it that way. But the way that we're taught Okay, I was taught by Mitz. Garfield knows him. I was taught by Mitz. The way we're taught is you get a verse, you parse that verse out. Every word has a part of speech. Every verb has a tense, gender, and number, and you parse that out. So when you derive your translation, people can go back and see your work. And the problem is we don't have that level of competence with the language. People are literally just saying, well, no, because I looked at this and I looked at that, and this has this and this has that. And so there's a competition, but there isn't really true education happening. And that's the issue when it comes to the language.
Well, do you think that the original translators also didn't know these things? Are you making
What
that
I'm saying
assumption as
is
well?
we can, when it comes to that, we can only go by the most original text that we have. We can't go by what they did or didn't do past that because we don't have that type of information. Do you understand what I'm saying? I can read and translate in multiple scripts. But what I'm saying is whether it's in Paleo script, whether it's in this script or that script, or to some people even Greek, depending on how and where you're going with it, it's not about like oh, we know we want to get back to this and this. I think a lot of times people use that, even in Aramaic, they use these different, not saying you are, I'm just saying people use those different things to try to justify why they don't want to learn the language. But my point, regardless, is if you are a Hebrew Israelite and you're going based on the book, the most that you can do is the most original that you can get. And if you've seen that there are discrepancies in the King James versions, you can go back to the most original that you can, and that's really all you can do.
Hey, let me play this video for y'all real quick. Look at this breakdown of Deuteronomy 28 that I did. That's very original in the context of what I do. All right, without even using the language per se, but just using logics. Check it out. Has nothing in my understanding. Again, this is my understanding. Has nothing to do with African Americans. Has nothing to do with today. Has nothing to do with Black Americans, period. Black Jamaicans, Black Cubans, nothing. Deuteronomy 28 talks about a place, a geographic location called Egypt, which God condemned. As a matter of fact, let me take this off the screen. Let me go to the Bible. But the best thing to do is to prove through scripture how easy this is. This is one of the easiest things I'm going to show today about the Bible. My brother, what's his name? I'm going to pull up Deuteronomy 28 right now. Right? Deuteronomy
Let me know.
28 in Bible Hub. I'm going to put it up in Bible Hub. I want to put it up in Bible Hub so that we can look at it carefully. All right? And we're going to look at verse 68. Hold on, verse 68. Let's do parallel. Hold on, let's do parallel. Deuteronomy 28 verses 68. And I want you to help me out because you're the Bible believer. And I want you to help me out. I'm not a Bible believer. I'm a truth teller. And I want you to tell me, hold on, relax. I want you to tell me.
I want talking to you.
Okay, I want you to tell me which version do you want me to read? Because there's different versions of Deuteronomy 28. Which one do you want? You want the King James Bible? You want the New American? You want the NIV, NLT? Which one do you want?
You can use KJV.
You want to use the KJV? All right, cool. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. The KJV. Let's look at the KJV here. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. All right. Do you believe that this Egypt right here means bondage? Yes or no?
Yeah.
All right. Watch this.
And
hold on. All right. Let me stop. Is there something you want to interject before I do this?
I'll stand. Well,
all right. So you keep your mic open though, because I want us to conversate back and forth. And the Lord shall bring thee into bondage again with ships. It sounds very convincing because if it's bondage, as in slavery, again with ships. Now, let me ask you again, what does the word again means?
To bring back.
Again mean that again is also implying that what? That it happened before.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
All right. But when did God bring thee into Egypt with ships before?
We never went into Egypt with ships.
All
He
right,
was
but
saying
he
we would
did. But
go
he
back.
did.
He was saying, implying that we would go back into bondage again
Okay.
by the way of ships. Come on, man.
Okay. So when did you go into bondage before? That why would you refer to it this way? But no. I'm sorry. Wrong question. Bad question. Now reading this first part before the comma is very interesting because it says, "And the Lord," and it says, capital Lord, "shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships." So now, if it's bondage, the transatlantic slave trade makes a lot of sense. But this is the key now. It says, "By the way whereof I spake unto thee." What does that mean? By the way whereof I spake unto thee. What does it mean?
That it wouldn't be. That's how you know it wouldn't be physical Egypt.
I'm asking you a simple question,
I'm
brother.
telling, and
What
I
does
answer.
by the way whereof I spake unto thee? What does that mean?
What he about?
He's confused.
He's
All
telling
right.
He telling them for
Okay.
sure this will
Okay.
happen.
All right. So he's basically saying, remember, I told you something before. And what did he tell them before? Thou shalt see no more again. What is he saying? Thou shalt see no more again. What does that mean? Thou
He
shalt
told
see no more again.
he told us we will not see the Egypt part go. Or some people say they land.
Hold on a second. It says, "Thou shalt not see it no more again." What is it that you might not see it more again? When did God tell you that you shall not see it no more again? Remember this though. Let's look at it in context, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to take that the Bible was written or put together by Moses and people around him. I'm going to say I don't believe this, but for this conversation, I'm going to hold that Moses wrote the laws and the commandments down, and that people around him may have constructed the biblical first 5 books. Just for this argument, can I do that? Hello?
You say what?
I'm saying that the Bible was constructed, the first 5 books, in the time of Moses. Would you agree to that?
Yeah.
All right. Would you agree that the Bible is in a chronological order of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy?
Yeah.
Would you agree that Deuteronomy is the 5th book? Yes or no? Hello?
It's a few folks on here. Y'all can unmute Yusuf, Israel
You
Grace.
could
You can
unmute,
answer his
bro.
question.
I want y'all to pay attention to this. This is so simple. This is so simple. A 2-year-old could understand this. Remember, it says right here, "By the way whereof I spake unto thee." Who is speaking right here? Who is spake unto thee? Who?
The Most High.
The Most High. I agree with you. And what did the Most High spake unto thee and say? He said, "Thou shalt see it no more again." Now, if he said that before Deuteronomy 28, it would have to be between Genesis and Deuteronomy 27. Genesis 1 and Deuteronomy 27, God would have to tell them, "You will see it no more again," because he said, "I spake unto thee." He's talking to the children of Israel. Am I correct? The Most High. Am I correct? Through Moses. Am I correct?
Yes.
Am I correct?
Correct.
All right. Now watch this now. When did God say to them, "Thou shalt see it no more again"? Remember, it's either Egypt means bondage or it means physical Egypt. So that's the argument. I am saying it means physical Egypt, and I'm going to tell you why I hold to that position. Because God told them before Deuteronomy 28:68, they will not see it no more again. So if you not see it no more again, what is the problem now? It says, "and there." This is what kills the whole argument. Because bondage can't be a there. If it says, remember, you have THEIR, which is possessive, and you have THERE, which is a location. It's a geographic location. This is why we know Egypt can't be bondage. But watch this now. Let's, Garfield, do a little bit of studies. Let's go back to Exodus. 1 second, guys. Exodus 14. I think it's 14 verses 13. I could be wrong. Y'all should help me out. All right, see, it goes again. So in Exodus 14:13, it says in the King James, let's go to the King James, "And Moses said unto the people," which is the children of Israel. Do you agree? Fear ye not, stand still and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will shew to you today. For the Egyptians whom ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. So when God is talking through Moses in Deuteronomy, you have to find between Genesis 1 and Deuteronomy 27 where God told him, the Most High told him, you will not see it again no more forever. So this is Egyptians whom ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more. So this is one example. Now let's go to Deuteronomy, a verse again before Deuteronomy 28, Deuteronomy 17 and 16. Let's take a look at this and see if Garfield is making any sense to anybody that's watching. Because I'm an idiot. I don't know the Bible. So let's go to this. It says, but he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt to the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord has said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. So we have two examples of the Most High telling the people through Moses, you shall see it no more. So let's go back to Deuteronomy 28, if I may, please. Deuteronomy 28, 68. Let's go back to it one more time. Again, God is talking. The Most High is talking in the Bible. It says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt. Let's say it's physical Egypt this time, not bondage. Again, with ships. By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. Exodus 14:13, Deuteronomy 17:16. And there, so this is the big words right here. There, I don't know what word is that in Hebrew. Y'all got to teach me that as Israelites. There is a location. It's a geographical location. What's going to happen when you get there? Ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. All right. Now watch this, family. We know they use Leviticus 26, right? As an example, I say you can't be redeemed. This is the excuse that they use.
Yeah,
But
you know,
let me finish my point.
Redeem. You know what they mean redeeming right now.
Let me finish
Don't
my
try
point.
to twist it, man.
Let me finish my point. We have the King James version, but let me take a little bit down a little bit. If you look at the New King James, it says, and there you shall be offered for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but no one will buy you. There is no time in the transatlantic slave trade where you offered yourself for sale. But watch this again.
Have somebody redeem that shit.
Brother. Listen, bro, we flowing. I already killed the argument about bondage by using just this 5-letter word right here.
Nah,
Hold on.
in the New Testament, it says
brother.
One at a time.
What happened? Hold on a second. This 5-letter word right here kills the one West doctrine in the Deuteronomy 28. There has to do with the location. Because God said, you're Most High, unless you're calling God a liar, you will never see it again. What you're not going to see again? He told you that, which I spoke to you. He spoke it in Exodus. He spoke it in Deuteronomy 17. You will never see Egypt again. So he's saying, remember, by the way, about which I spoke to you, you will never see it again. And there, but I'm going to bring you back to Egypt in ships. Okay. Did Israelites, and by the way, let me scroll down here so we could look at the Hebrew real quickly as an amateur at this. In the Hebrew, there is a conjunctive or a verb, hitpael, conjunctive, perfect, second person, masculine, plural, that says, you will sell, hitmakarten, where hitmakarten is in you will sell yourselves.
I have a question, Garfield. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Man. Let me just finish this.
Is there fire to come upon the earth?
Can I finish what I'm saying, please?
Yeah, hold on, Israel Grace. Hold on. Go ahead, Garfield, and then Israel Grace, you got a minute after Garfield goes.
All right. Now, let me just say this with the Deuteronomy 28. It says you there, when you get to there, that location, because there's a location, you will sell yourselves. So this again is a reason why you can't be bondage, because you are the one that's selling yourselves to your enemies, and no man shall buy you. And it's a literal reading. No man will purchase you. Erect, create, to procure, by purchase. No one will buy you. Every person that came over on a slave ship was sold. literally and was bought with money. This does not apply to a modern day rendering. Now, it's a good selling point. If I want to sell this whole thing about Deuteronomy 28:68, it's the biggest selling point in the Hebrew Israelite paradigm. And I just destroyed it in 2 minutes. I yield.
You absolutely ain't destroyed nothing.
But hold on,
At
Israel.
all.
Gotta cut that part out, man. But go ahead. Y'all want to respond to that?
Yeah, Garfield, you gotta stop interviewing these man. I don't know, mentally ambiguous people, man. Like you got you gotta stop that. I don't know, bro. You can clearly read it. You don't have to substitute a word in there. But yeah, that's what I was trying to tell Jonelle. Like this is just ignorance. This is not bad translations. This is cognitive dissonance. This is what they want to read and what they want to believe, and it's just insane. That's insane, bro. I don't. This is insane.
No, but
Absolutely
we do
insane.
know that reading and comprehension skills are at an all-time low. We know that. However, if we were to put Hebrew Israelitism aside, still from a Christian standpoint, the translation still is problematic from a literature standpoint. So I'm really speaking from both sides, not just the doctrine of Hebrew Israelites. You know what I'm saying? But as far as from the doctrine goes, yeah, no, you can disprove everything that they say with the doctrine just from English. That's not difficult. Most of these Hebrews learn from street corners and random people on YouTube with those videos. They didn't actually read it themselves and come to this conclusion.
Yeah, and that's the problem is that people just won't open the Bible themselves and get the understanding themselves, or at least, like you said, learn the language and go figure it out themselves. I don't know. This is ridiculous. I really think it comes from a fact that they feel insignificant and they're trying to look for something that puts them at a higher standing. Um, and that's sad within itself. Um, man, that's sad because it's I don't see no other reasoning in which why somebody would even want to even believe this stuff. Like, who cares if you are a black Israelite? Like that's Janelle, what you think the purpose of religion is for? Let me ask you that.
Religion, it kind of depends. I would say a lot of
Or
Abrahamic religions
spirituality,
is. Oh, okay. Well, if you're putting it in that way, I think that humans look at nature and find things they can't explain and or want to venerate or respect, and that's pretty much the basis of it. But
Okay.
what I would say is to answer, you actually spoke on it, and I've said this several times. All of this stems from remember the Great Migration was a bunch of black people in the South going north, starting the Harlem Renaissance, and at this point wanting to separate themselves from the stain of enslavement. And so one of the ways they did that was no longer accepting the fact that they had ancestors that were enslaved. For those who did, and I'm not saying every quote unquote black person was enslaved. I'm not saying that, but we do know that in the South that was the major game. And so when you had people from the South going to the North, they were like, no, this is not who we are. We not black. We not this. We not that. We are these people. We are these people. Because like you said, it in their mind puts them into a different category. So now they don't have to be burdened by the same, well, in their mind, they don't have to be burdened by the same things that quote unquote black people are because they have identity. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's ridiculous to me. I mean, you're still who you are at the end of the day, no matter if your lineage came from the Jews, from any of these, important people, whatever the case may be. Like you're still going to be Captain Tazarayach, brother Hebrew, Guerilla Hebrew. You're still going to be those people at the end of the day. So I don't know. I just don't see the importance of it. Um, yeah, I just don't see the
Well,
importance of it.
that's why I say, like, I don't have a problem with anybody choosing to follow things that, like but I don't think it's a problem for people following what they choose to for themselves in the Bible. The issue is it's mostly identity. It's really not even the scriptures. It's people choosing an identity that in their mind will answer for the injustice of enslavement of black people. That's really what it comes down to. I've heard so many Hebrew Israelites say, well, if we not the ones from the book, why are black people so cursed? Why are black people the ones suffering the most throughout the world? This is literally the solution to that question for them.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. My thing is how the hell are you a Hebrew and a Native American? I just don't understand that stuff. That's another thing that they be trying to say, like Native American, Mexicans, all these people are included. Like how? like
Oh,
like
you ain't
how?
know because black people scattered through all four corners of the earth.
Yeah, okay. With no boats, no planes, no nothing, huh? We just
Well,
yeah,
you know,
okay.
the ships came and took us, so they took us to
The
all these
mothership,
different
huh?
ports and
Hold on,
transit.
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Let me say this. Judah Rise Blonde. Why don't you jump on the panel, brother? Why don't you jump on the panel? You see, we have all these talks. You scared? You scared of Janelle? You scared of Keon? I know y'all scared of me. If you ever
Well,
know in the Hebrew Israelite community, they never call Garfield out. They'll call everybody and them out. I call vocab out. I'll call this one. I'll call the Christians out. They never call me out. Nope. They don't want this work. This is what they do all the time. Then they stay in the chat and say, "Oh, we was this." They don't want to have a conversation because they feel if they have a conversation, they're going to be proven wrong, and secondly, it's going to hurt them.
Yep.
yeah, and people don't really understand the complexities of enslavement. People just think that every black person in America was enslaved, and it really wasn't like that. They really don't even understand it was 13 colonies, not including Florida, when all of this was going on. So they don't really have the historical information that they need to properly put things in context, let alone the biblical history that they need. So it's really just
Janella,
a lack of education all around.
you are you are you believe you're an Indian? Is that what I'm hearing?
Uh, no, my background is my father's Gullah Geechee, my mother is Haitian and Cuban. So that's my ethnic origins. I consider myself to be an Afro American woman. That's my
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Because it
But
was
no,
almost sound like you thinking you was one of them abos, man. I'm about to say,
well,
oh
no.
man,
What I'm
come on,
saying
man.
is no. But what I'm saying is when we look at the South is where you had majority of enslavement going on, whereas the North, yes, you still had prejudice and racism, but it was just a different level of servitude there versus in the South, and so. A lot of times that and then they don't understand census, they don't understand identities, and they just really don't understand what was going on in the time frame things were changing. And so then that's how they're able to say, oh well, we not slaves, we aboriginal, we was here before Columbus. And it's like, well, how was that? Columbus was in Guinea in 1483 to 1485 before he sailed the ocean blue in 1492, so he knew what West Africans looked like. And when he got here in the America, he never said, and in the Caribbean, he never said, oh, these look like the people I saw in Guinea 6 years ago. He never said that.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely agree with that. Yeah, I don't know, but I think it's also the fact that we don't have that, like you said, we don't have really that much evidence. Um, eh, Not saying we don't have evidence in general, but it's just such a lack of evidence when it comes to the what's the word? When it comes to writing down like the actual people, where they came from, how many slaves it was, things of that nature. I don't know. I guess they didn't think it was an importance at that point or
No,
at
they
that time.
did though, because look, he wrote it all down, and
Well, no,
he
I'm not
literally
saying there
talks.
isn't none.
Oh,
I'm just
okay,
saying it's
okay.
not
They don't
enough, and
focus
that's
on
why
that.
they have. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not enough, and that's why they
yeah.
have all this room to make
Yeah.
these claims. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
I think what it is too is that they got on YouTube first, and they started making a bunch of videos, right? And so black people looking at who they are and trying to get information, because a lot of black people really are just searching for themselves, and then they run into these people and they quote unquote making sense, connecting dots that really shouldn't be connected, and then they start to get mind mapped, and the propaganda begins to bleed into them, and so now they're looking outside of themselves and saying, oh well, this is the reason why we can't come up as black people and all this kind of stuff. And the thing is, I have a slightly different thing because I come from a family that, regardless of the color of our skin, we are successful. So I have both of those things, And I was young when I was introduced to it. I was 15. So as I grew and got older, I started to be okay. No, I'm starting to actually do my genealogy. I'm starting to actually do research. I'm starting to, you know what I'm saying?
hmm
And
So
so
you
that
believe
is
in
what
systematic racism?
I believe in it. I understand that there are prejudices and racism that are in place that can and will stop anybody that isn't the people who want to do what they want to do in this system. That's what I understand. And so regardless of that, I understand that regardless of those things, me and my people have always succeeded. We've always done what we needed to do. And at the point and in the time when it's time to say, okay, look, we acknowledge that these disparities are happening, these disadvantages are taking place, we then acknowledge that and we work towards making that not a thing, but we don't allow that to be an obstacle that we can't overcome.
I believe it there, boy. I believe that, boy. Garfield, you believe in systematic racism?
Yep.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
I don't believe in it. I know it exists.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
That part. And honestly, I think it would be cool, like if we could see communities becoming better because people are being Israelites or whatnot. I don't think it would be as much as a problem. But I mean, at this point, all we have is just YouTube activism, and I think that's okay, like to get people aware. And I love channels like this. Like honestly, I stopped listening to everybody except Garfield. I stopped going on everybody's channels except Garfield because it's the only one I see that's progressive and having the proper conversations. However, it's not too many people doing that, and I don't see the community as a whole benefiting from it. I just see, oh, now you know who you are. Keep the commandments, and it's like nothing after that.
Yeah, I don't know. I never liked the Hebrew Israelites. I'm gonna be honest with you. I never thought of. I don't understand how they even got these many people. I really don't. I think it's because they basically.
Hold on. We mean have so many people. What? So many people? What are you talking about?
Garfield. I mean, you got your biases, but they got people, bro.
Don't let YouTube fool you, bro. This is what I'm trying to say.
Garfield, they got people, bro. Like
they are less than 1% of the population, bro.
But out of 350 million, Garfield, that's still a lot of people.
350 million. What are you talking about?
There's 350 million people in the United States, so 1% is still a good
1%
amount
of
of people.
the African American community. What are you talking about, man? You see, YouTube let people seem like they're more than what they are. That's what it is. If you look at all of them, when they have their membership groups, the biggest group is IUIC, right? That's the biggest group. Ikari is a big group. GMS is a surprisingly huge group, and ISUPK. That's it.
What's 1% of 45 million people, Garfield?
What's what?
What's 1% of 45 million people?
10% would be 4.5. So let's say that's a 450,000.
Is that not a lot of people, Garfield?
To do what?
You said there's only 1% of Black Americans that are Hebrew Israelites.
Less than 1%. Less than 1%.
Less than 1%. That's still almost 100, at least 100,000 people.
Majority of the people in America are Christians. Black Americans are.
To me, that's still too many people that are Hebrew Israelites because this is insane doctrine. 100,000, 200,000.
Anybody can do that.
Hey, I wish I could, boy, because I'd definitely go ahead and stump them out real quick because that's ridiculous. This whole doctrine is just insane. The whole doctrination that it's only for Israelites when Israelites are supposed to be everyone, like it's just insane, bro.
But also too that they supposed to have slaves at the end when Jesus bust through the clouds. They're supposed to have slaves in the end. And
come on, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like it basically a lot. I'm not saying every Hebrew believes that, but that is taught. And I remember believing that and thinking like, oh, we about to get our get back when Jesus bust through. Like, come on.
Yeah, and that's the only thing. They just want to get revenge. It's a hate cult. It's literally a hate cult, and that's why I really don't like it. Like if it was just trying to get through the history and trying to actually prove that we are the original Israelites, I would have no problem. Once you get into this doctrination that we are going to have slaves when we get in the kingdom, when literally the Bible goes against that stuff, when you get into all this other stuff, I can't get it. I can't get it.
They're all in a wait and see program. That's all it is. They're waiting to see something happen.
Right.
And it goes for you too, my brother, with the Christianity. It's just a wait. Islam is a wait and see program. They're waiting for the for Allah to come back with his messenger and the Mahdi. Christianity is waiting for the Christ to return. The Hebrew Israelites waiting for Christ to return. The Hebrews waiting for Elijah. Come on, everybody's waiting.
To a certain extent.
That's the trick with religion, though. That's the trick with religion because you're waiting for something to happen that will never happen.
This is
you
false.
You can't prove it's going to happen. Your belief says it will happen, but it will never happen. That's the trick, though. Listen up.
Garfield, if you ask a Christian, are they waiting for Jesus?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Don't get emotional.
Keon, relax. Just relax.
You just interrupted me to say this. Don't talk about emotion. Come on now.
Finish my point. In the slave narratives, right, on the plantations, blessed are the poor in spirit, because they shall inherit the earth. And such, blessed is this, because they shall see God. They used to print, if you read the slave narratives, they used to imprint that on the hearts of African Americans as slaves. So you're promised something special in the afterlife because of what you're going through. That was the trick with religion. So now we started to take that religion and remix it, because we believe in the same old slave religion, but we remix it to make it more black fit for us so that we can be accepted. And that's how we started to open doors to African such and such church and black churches and da-da-da-da. But we were under the same guys because you're predictable when they know what you believe. They know Keon ain't going to pick up no gun and do nothing because they know what your belief stands on. But if somebody
like assumption.
Yeah, it's true though. They know what you believe, so they know what to expect.
Assumption is true. I don't think an assumption is true. It just sounds more like an assumption because you're assuming that somebody wouldn't do certain just because they believe a certain thing. That's not. So assumption is true, Garfield. Of course, is that what you're saying?
It's psychological. Keon, you ain't gonna pick up no gun and kill no white folks. You ain't gonna do that.
Hell no. Why would I do that?
Right then.
Give me a good reason to do that. You're talking about something. You're talking
hold on.
me doing.
I have a question.
Are you familiar with the extremist identity that they had for the guy because of what happened in Dallas when that dude who was supposedly a part of some conscious movement, he went there and killed the 6 cops in that shootout? Remember?
Is that person me?
I'm trying to tell you that it's because you don't fit the extremist identity. You don't fit that.
Because the extremist identity is garbage. That's why we don't want to have extreme identity.
No. When you have an extremist identity, when they put you in that category, that means you're unpredictable. That's the worst enemy for America. They don't know what
the worst enemy for America is a person who has actual rational ideas so they can actually convince other people to get on their side. That's the worst thing for America. It has nothing to do with you picking up a gun and shooting white people.
No. I'm not. Listen, I don't think you get what I'm saying. America is a Judeo-Christian society. They know that religion and they know what the true followers are going to do. They know you are not going to be a part of anything that's going to be so radical to shoot people and just shoot random people and do crazy terrorist, domestic terrorist shit.
Because I'm Christian?
Yeah, because
they're Christian. Because they're Christian and I'm Christian, we're just automatically going to agree with each other.
They know how pacified we are. We ain't going to do all of that. They know what we're going to do, bro. They know exactly
Garfield, you're not a Christian. What's the last white person you shot?
I'm not an extremist.
Exactly. This nigga, man.
I'm not an extremist, but they don't know what Garfield believes, so I'm not predictable.
That doesn't. We know that you don't believe in God. We know that.
I would say I'm agnostic. I won't say I don't believe in God. I just don't.
Okay, we know you don't believe in the Hebrew Abrahamic God. We know that.
There you go. That's better.
Okay, I still don't know shit about Garfield.
Hey, that's good. That's good. Neither should the feds, but that's good. Mika Johnson, look at Tony 360. The Mika Johnson Israelite. The Mika Johnson guy, what he did was unheard of. So they started this whole thing about identity extremists. And the identity extremists, they started locking up these guys because they would teach this Kemetic stuff or some style of black stuff or whatever it is, quote unquote. And they would lock them up. They lock up this guy for 6 months because they suspected he was an extremist. But my point is, they wouldn't do that with an Israelite or they wouldn't do that with a Christian because they understand what you believe. They know your moves. They know what your norms are. Once they know what your norms are, they know what to expect from you. And what that guy Mika Johnson did was unexpected from somebody from the African American community. That's just my point.
Is that the guy from Florida?
No, the one from Texas who shot
Texas. Okay. Yeah, I honestly, my response to that is, who cares? Like you're making it seem as though that Mika Johnson. It's almost like you're trying to romanticize this guy all because he did whatever he did in Texas. And I mean, is he in jail? Is he dead? What's going on? I don't really know who he is. So
he got shot and killed. He's dead.
So what the heck? What are we talking about? what are we talking about here?
Thank you. Listen, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying when you're a Christian, you're in a wait and see program unwittingly or willingly, because you're basically not saying that you're sitting down waiting for Christ and not doing anything. I'm saying that you are waiting for the return of Christ. That's just part of your belief. So you're waiting for God, for him to come and execute judgment. There's no guarantee that's going to happen. There's nothing guaranteeing a belief. It's just what you believe should happen based off of your understanding of scripture. All right. Am I wrong?
To a certain extent. I mean, I get where you're coming from, because in the book of Revelations, it does speak about certain things in which we'll basically God will crack open the sky, he'll come down, and then we'll rule over the earth. There'll be a great war and all this other crazy stuff. I mean, I get it. I get where you're coming from. But let's be real. Most Christians are not focusing mostly on that. We're focusing on the moral justifications within the Bible in which we live by on a daily basis. We believe that, at least in my church, I'm a Baptist. We believe that the heaven is basically on earth. We have to make earth into our new heaven, or make it as well and good as possibly can. That's mostly what we believe in. I mean, we believe in the teachings of Jesus. Jesus ain't talking about him coming. He did say that he's going to come back one day, but I mean, that can be translated. I mean, not translated, but it can be interpreted in many ways. Like, I mean, I don't know. I just feel as though that we have this Christians are crazy and they're too pacifist kind of ideology for some other reason.
I don't think they're passive or anything. What do I think is that you're part of a wait and see program. That's just what it is.
Just
it's
totally ignore what I said.
I'm saying you're waiting to see the Jesus return or build your kingdom on earth or whatever you're trying to do, but you're still waiting to see that happen.
So you think that we think that? So when you read the Bible, okay, because this is probably where a lot of people are going to disconnect with me with, right? You think that Jesus himself, how he looked back in the day, huh?
He fumbled the ball. Jackson, oh man. I hate Cincinnati, man. Jesus. Come on, let's go. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you believe, so basically you think that we think that Jesus from the first century, if you believe in him, if you think he was historical, whatever, Jesus from the first century will come back in 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years later as the same person coming down from a sky to save everyone, right? That's
not what you believe?
Ain't that what your book say?
I don't personally.
You don't believe that? So what type of Christian?
No, because it's the interpretations of it. Yes, that's exactly what the Bible says. The Bible's, I think, what is that? That's Matthew.
Somebody block Tone 360 for me, please. Let's block him just for GP, man. He said, even though the Muslims waiting, they'll rush to meet their maker. You damn Skippy. They literally believe what they believe. I tell you that. Well, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, in the Bible it does say that. It's just my interpretation of that, because I know at least I've never seen a man come back from the dead. So
hold on. So are you saying that all Christians, all Baptists, and all believers have their own way of interpreting the Bible?
No, that's not what I said at all.
Oh,
Look,
but we're going off of your interpretation right now. How can we go off of your
can I answer your first question? Let me answer your first question, dog. Let me answer your first question.
So who's right? Are you right or the other Christians?
Okay, I know you just want to trauma dump on me because you probably have some problem back in the day with the church you had, but let's be real here. There's a lot of people that can read a book and interpret it their own way and have their own interpretations of it. So I'm not saying that everyone has a hive mind in which they think the same thing. I'm just saying that if we read it in a certain way, I can have an interpretation that makes you think a little bit differently, because that's how I think about it. Have you ever seen a man come back from the dead? No, you haven't. I've never seen that either. So I'm seeing it as in a way where it can be interpreted in a 2024 stance. Is it Jesus, or is it somebody who acts like Jesus? That's all I'm saying.
Cool. I'm still don't know whose interpretation is right. All the
you don't
20
have
million
to believe
people,
somebody is right. Read the book, brother. You read the book and you tell me what you think.
I've read it 1,000 times.
You're a grown man. What you listen to other people for?
Hey, bro, we're having a conversation. To get out your feelings.
I'm not in my
Don't get all emotional on me. All I'm trying to do, because you have people interpreting it differently. Whose interpretation is correct? Yours, the people that you believe, the other people that are waiting on this nigga to jump out the sky in 5,000 years.
You're being disingenuous.
Whose interpretation is
Being
it? No.
very disingenuous, and that's probably why I'm in my feelings, because you're being very disingenuous. My point is that if you read the book, it doesn't
Tiptoe
matter
through
about
the
who's right or
tulip.
not. That's the conversation. The conversation is who's right and who's not. That's why we even having these conversations. It's not about who's right or who's not. It's about a conversation about the book, and for us to actually come to an understanding together in which we agree with. If you don't believe in certain things, you don't believe this thing.
How can we come to an understanding and no one's interpretation is even on point? How can you
What do you mean no
understand
one's interpretation
anything?
is on point? What do
Okay,
you mean
you
by
can
that?
interpret it. You can interpret it your way. Then you have the other people interpret it their way. Then you have other people interpret it their way. How can you come to any type of agreement to
That's
have
how
a conversation
interpretations
if
work.
there's all of these different interpretations? You have the King James interpretation, you have the New
By
Living,
getting people that
you have
agree
the
with
NLV, you have the NIV, you have the RSV, you have the Gideon, you have all these different interpretations.
Those are
Which one is
translations,
these?
not interpretations. Those are
Doesn't
translations, not
matter.
interpretations.
Doesn't matter.
That's different.
Doesn't
It
matter.
does.
You
It's
can
a whole different word.
you can interpret the you can interpret the words the way that you choose to interpret them.
Okay. Again, I think you're
So,
confusing
are
translation with
you waiting
interpretation,
on
and that's
Jesus to
insane to
jump
me.
out the
Hold
sky?
on,
Are
no,
you
you
waiting
stop.
on
You can't
Jesus to
stop and
jump
then
out the
wait till
sky?
I start talking for you to start talking again. This is what I'm talking about. You're being disingenuous. My whole entire point is that you do not understand the difference between translation and interpretation. Interpretation is based off of the translation. That's the differences between interpretation and translation. No matter what, the translation should still stay the same. Just like Janelle was saying, people have different translations, and that's why she had to go back to the Hebrew so she can get her own translation correct. If our interpretation is based off of the translation, it's based off of how you think
Are
what
you
it's
waiting for
saying.
Jesus to jump out the sky?
I'm
Yes or
waiting
no?
for a man to save us from our peril. Yes, I am. Is it specifically Jesus? I do not know. Simple as that. I don't know. He said he will come back, but I don't know if that's interpreting him as him, his body, his spirit, who he was in the first century, or just someone who acts like Jesus. I don't know.
So now
That's what I'm.
somebody acting like Jesus. This shit crazy.
Oh man, this nigga's retarded. Are you? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not retarded, but what? What do you want from me? Like, what do you want from me, dog? What do you want from me?
I want to have an honest dialogue about what you honestly know about this book and not what you think you know.
What
That's
does?
what I want to do.
Okay, whatever, man. You're being
All right, we
disingenuous. I'm not going
overtime
to have
right
this
now. Even though
conversation,
the
man.
Muslims waiting, they'll rush to meet their maker. Shout out to my brother Tone 360 keeping it real. All right, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I want to say peace and love to y'all, man. Thank you for joining me. I'm on every Sunday at 9:30. We do a week in the review. Let's see if anything new pops up with Puffy. Now all of a sudden, Shine come out and said that it was him, it was Puffy the whole time, and he didn't do the crime and all this craziness. You went and did 10 years for Puffy, man. You was a dummy to do that. I ain't doing no 10 years for Puffy. Hell out of here. Hell out of here with that. That's crazy. All right. But anyway, peace and love to y'all, man. Much love, much respect. And hey Willie, we're gonna keep this going. And thank you guys for tuning in, man. Appreciate it. All right, one love. Peace. And shout out to the people that's scared to jump out to not come on the video. All right, peace.